Ares sharply called out to his comrade, ordering him to immediately gather his things and leave the room, while Slad calmly listened to his reproaches, understanding that something extremely dangerous was happening, and accepted the truth. Only Ares is capable of stopping the impending catastrophe and restoring balance to the world. The man sincerely thanked him for his care and attention, promised to do everything possible to save the world, emphasizing the importance of the mission, and at the same time called his brother-in-arms a true hero. Slad watched with surprise to see if Ares could stand without his mighty support, and this very moment became the start of the thrilling adventures of the brave hero, the fearless traveler whose blessing is the strongest in the whole world. His enhancement was considered the most powerful on the entire planet, as it surpassed the abilities of anyone else, even those who once considered themselves invincible. Now the story about his past began. Last night, an important event happened. The young man was unexpectedly expelled from the heroic group, stripped of his team member status, and turned from someone who just yesterday acted in adventures into a retired traveler. It all started first with persistent requests from an old friend, who repeatedly begged the young man to join the heroic group. Slad hoped that joining the team would be only a temporary solution. He wanted to hide his special talents, help colleagues unnoticed, and avoid unnecessary attention so that his personal life would not become public. But later, the circumstances sharply changed, and now it was no longer the problem he had imagined. It turned out that everything was much worse. The money was completely gone, and there was not a single penny left in his pocket, neither for a ticket home nor even for food. The young man finally understood a simple truth. If you selflessly give your strength to others, one day everything earned by honest work can be mercilessly taken away by those you helped. He suggested looking at the situation from a different angle, convincing himself that this is how fate can become a true gift for a hero. He was overwhelmed by helplessness. It seemed that now nothing could be fixed and the world had finally closed into a dead end. Sladu urgently needed a job, so he headed to the Travelers Guild, well aware that he hadn't been there for a very long time. They were engaged in gathering rare medicinal plants, valuable resources, and hunting monsters. During his search, his gaze suddenly stopped on an elderly woman nearby. She stumbled unsuccessfully. A heavy bag of groceries fell right onto the pavement, and its contents scattered around. The boy immediately asked if she was hurt, extended a helping hand, and honestly admitted that he could not pass by someone else's trouble. The grandmother embarrassedly apologized and explained that with age her back often let her down, but at that very moment she suddenly seemed to regain strength. She was delighted and confessed that she seemed to start feeling much better. Her body suddenly became lighter and more agile, as if heavy shackles had been removed from it. It was a completely automatic support mode, and he realized his abilities probably activate themselves as soon as he decides to help an elderly person. The effect temporarily enhances physical capabilities and partially compensates for various ailments thanks to muscular support. As the name suggested, his unique ability did not obey conscious control. But the boy knew well, the power of his gift manifests only when there is a sincere desire in the heart to come to another person's aid. He was worried about the condition of the rest of the team, so he wanted to make sure they were all right. Slodis suddenly felt that his automatic support might not be as almighty as he had previously thought, since it was about heroes whose skillful abilities and skills allowed them to overcome any obstacles even without outside help. The grandmother warmly and sincerely thanked him for the escort, and the young man modestly replied that there was no need to thank him, because supporting those in need is the duty of every decent person. He realized that he could not apply automatic support to himself, but was still ready to actively use it for the sake of others. So even if he could not personally save the whole world, at least he would try to ease the lives of those nearby with timely help. The grandmother asked if he wanted ice cream, and the boy thought it looked incredibly tasty, but loving sweets, politely declined. But then his stomach loudly reminded him of hunger. The grandmother laughed and insisted, so the boy gratefully accepted the treat. After a hearty snack, Slad confidently headed to the Adventurers Guild, where among experienced travelers and treasure hunters he intended to restart his heroic journey to once again immerse himself in a world of thrilling adventures and tough trials. The secretary greeted the guest warmly and kindly asked if he intended to rejoin the guild. The girl summarized what she heard and asked if he had an adventurer's badge, but in response she heard that the young man defeated many enemies and later circumstances forced him to leave the profession and retire. The girl summarized what she heard and asked if he had an adventurer's badge, but in response she heard that the young man did not consider it useful and did not carry it with him. After that, the secretary asked the young man to fill out a special form so that the staff could verify the data he provided with the information stored in the guild's main office. Sareta wondered whether filling out the papers would confirm his identity, and the girl confidently said yes, explaining that this ink composition had a magical effect. It reveals the authenticity of the signer and helps to detect special talents. The young man mentally admired the inventor's ingenuity and noted as an impressive fact, the most ordinary-looking pen can recognize the unique individuality of its owner. Impressed by the magic of the ink, he decided he must write extremely carefully, clearly drawing each letter, so the secretary warned him. As soon as the identity check was complete, she would immediately inform the man and politely asked him to wait. Suddenly, the silence in the room was pierced by a sharp, rough voice full of aggressive curses. From the loud shouts, it became clear that it was a man insanely angry or even mad, and everyone instantly focused on the source of the noise. The elf woman shouted indignantly that instead of entertainment, the man could at least go hunt one goblin, and Sareta noted that elves rarely visit such establishments because they cannot stand the smell of alcohol. Moreover, she was almost naked. Judging by the fact that the stranger's clothes were long worn out, the young man assumed the bearded man was a veteran, and regarding the elf woman, it seemed as if she had recently left her native land. The man sharply slapped his palm on the table, clearly preparing to say something truly important and fateful to the girl. Sareta intervened without hesitation. He ordered both parties of the dispute to listen to the voice of reason and try to resolve the conflict peacefully. The elf woman became even more heated and exclaimed indignantly that she did not understand the meaning of his speech, so she asked him not to interfere while they sorted everything out fairly. The experienced warrior listened carefully to each and supported the girl's opinion, acknowledging that she was right in this argument. He believed that he had only invited her to join the guild, and therefore she should be grateful at least for this gesture. The elf instantly flared up with indignation as soon as he heard such words, and his face trembled with righteous anger. Sareta urged everyone to remain calm and not give in to emotions, emphasizing the inadmissibility of clashes, especially when the initiator is older, taller, and physically stronger. He also added that any suspicions of improper behavior are unacceptable and must entail severe punishment. The man did not look away and openly admitted that he had never met this young man and had not even suspected his existence. The senior traveler, quickly assessing the boy's equipment, hastily decided that he was an ordinary loser, and the elf felt as if he had simply become furiously angry without any reason. The enraged veteran grabbed the nearest mug of beer and threw it with all his might right in the young man's face. He firmly believed that every brave newcomer inevitably had to go through the rite of training, grasp the laws of honor, and learn to behave with dignity. Sareta never expected their quarrel to go so far. The young man thought it was pointless to start a full-fledged duel just because of a misunderstanding. Realizing the futility of any attempts at reconciliation, he resigned himself to what was happening. There was no other way out. Accepting the challenge meant confirming one's own dignity and defending honor, and refusing meant exposing oneself as a coward and weakling. That girl suddenly and decisively grabbed his hand, not allowing him to make rash steps. She screamed that it was her fault. In a desperate cry, the elf confessed that she had crossed the line of the allowed because she made a mistake that now had to be immediately corrected. The man sternly explained that everything happening now concerned only his personal relationship with the young man, and that the girl had absolutely nothing to do with it. Sareta sharply pulled his hand out of her grip, feeling irritation and annoyance at the unexpected interference that threw him off his plan. The girl and those nearby carefully watched how the events unfolded, speaking through tension and anxiety, while everyone else silently stared at the hero's movements, afraid to miss the key moment of the clash. Carefully, Sareta asked if the enemy really wanted to start a fight right in the middle of the street, subtly hinting that it would be wiser to move to a quiet corner, but the veteran categorically refused and declared that he had to publicly punish the offender so that it would be in front of everyone. The man rushed into battle, and the spectators whispered that this was the famous bear killer Ganza, an experienced level B adventurer, considered the strongest fighter in the guild and district. The elf sharply felt the opponent's colossal advantage and understood her protector had almost no chance of victory. The secretary warmly thanked me for patiently waiting. She cautiously looked around and asked those present to say if they noticed where the young man suddenly disappeared, who had just recently been standing right nearby. The elf excitedly asked to listen to the story. Ganza, insanely angry, literally pushed the novice right onto the street, and the office worker anxiously asked if the new guy had black hair, as if trying to recall an important detail. She screamed piercingly, confidently declaring that this young man was the very same mysterious lad she had been searching for a long time. The secretary exclaimed in fright that they must immediately rush to help Hansi, and the girl standing nearby froze in realization. Now it was this man who had to be saved. At that very moment, he was feverishly tensing, convulsively searching for the moment to strike his burly opponent precisely, and the tension explosively rose to the limit. Every second dragged like an eternity, and the outcome of the fight remained unpredictable. Slad noticed that the opponent looked like a giant bear, unexpected speed, wild rage, and strength that seemed boundless, and his blows struck remarkably powerfully. In Slad's opinion, such impressive size and aggressive posture should have meant devastating, crushing attacks capable of pulverizing anyone, but reality turned out worse than expected. The blows made no impression either by their power or effectiveness. Inside Ganza, rage began to grow, and he tracked the amazing reaction speed of his opponent until he blurted out aloud, "Was this really the same mysterious stranger before him?" The young man decisively denied it. His assumption was wrong. The problem was not with him at all, but with the other, that the man reacted too slowly, and his fighting style turned out to be extremely slow and predictable. As soon as the last phrase sounded, the young man flashed a counterattack, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a heavy, destructive blow in response. The experienced fighter felt dizzy, his legs buckled, his body slowly swayed from side to side, balance and stability crumbled, and he sank deeper into complete confusion. Eventually, the veteran's strength finally left him. He staggered, tried to hold on, but it was in vain. He fell to his knees, breathing heavily, feeling completely powerless and no longer able to resist the pressure of the young fighter. The man was truly bewildered, not understanding why he was so disoriented and gasping from his own pace. From the spectators' side came dull whispering. They did not understand exactly whom this boy was fighting against the veteran, and some even doubted that the experienced Ganza was fighting honestly on purpose, as if deliberately letting the young man stay longer in the arena, and demanded that he stop hesitating and finally end the fight. Slad nobly suggested ending the clash earlier, as he did not want to humiliate the worthy and already experienced traveler, recognizing the value of his combat skills and the respect felt by the audience. He was truly interested in whether such bulky, massive armor burdened hands at all, since he moved easily and freely as if he were not wearing it. The man burst out in an angry shout, insistently demanding an immediate stop to any attempts to mock his virtues and combat qualities, as he took such jokes as a personal insult that painfully struck the pride of a professional warrior. Suddenly, against his will, his hand itself jerked forward and firmly pressed the palm to the cold, damp earth. This sudden event threw the man into deep panic and confusion. The hand froze motionless, as if paralyzed, and obeyed no command from his brain. He screamed piercingly, convinced that some force had bound his movements, and anxiously turned to the youth, asking if he had cast a curse or spell that tied his hands and feet. The youth calmly denied having done anything of the sort. Slad explained that the enemy's weakness arises because the enemy is set against him. His special skill automatically weakens the opponent, taking away more and more of their strength, making the fight significantly easier. Hansa exclaimed indignantly and asked what kind of skill this was automatic weakening that works directly. The man calmly explained that he was talking about a unique skill. Unique skills are talents that cannot be acquired naturally. Each such gift is one of a kind and appears only once in a lifetime, and those who possess it are forever recorded in history as heroes. So Hansa realized if this youth truly possesses such power, it is a deadly threat. Hansa felt genuine interest and wondered why the young hero decided to reveal his unique abilities to someone like him. After all, there are many envious people in the world who dream of destroying the owner of such rare abilities, fearing losing their own influence and authority. And there are also powerful organizations that seek to seize control over this power to achieve their goals and expand their rule. Hansa believed that information about such skills should remain the strictest secret, but Slad replied. He revealed his secret to save Hansa and only asked him to surrender. The experienced man flared up with indignation and categorically rejected the very idea of capitulating to a young opponent, publicly declaring that he would not surrender, and a sharp exclamation interrupted his speech and forced him to fall silent. The young man explained that if Hansa did not surrender, his muscles would begin to weaken and his bones would break one by one, and without the support of muscles and bones, the internal organs would be damaged. He would quickly lose consciousness and die. The man protested even more fiercely, proudly asserting that no known adventurer of Burr rank was capable of helplessly capitulating before an enemy, but at that moment an incredibly strong attack was already approaching him. His face suddenly changed from instant, burning pain, cries of despair and torment burst from his chest, the air trembled from his suffering, and suddenly the full horror of the ordeal he was going through became visible. Invisible forces mercilessly squeezed the body in waves, penetrating through muscles and bones, pressing it into the painful void of complete helplessness, and the feeling that he was no longer able to resist the approaching suffering. Ganza let out heart-wrenching screams, declaring that his strong protective armor had suddenly turned into an incredibly heavy lump of metal, which was pulling him down and not allowing him to make even the smallest step. Slad explained that this was exactly why he first inquired about the opponent's armor, because the cause had to be related to its effect. The rate of muscle tissue destruction turned out to be much greater than they expected, and clear signs of body degradation were already manifesting. If this continued, the consequences would become extremely serious and could prove fatal. He pleaded with Hansa and persistently urged him to aloud declare the desire to accept defeat. Hansa was deeply thoughtful, staring at the words surrender, as if weighing every moment between holding on to the end and the inevitable finale. He felt the very idea of defeat by some inexperienced novice as an insult and became fiercely irritated, but the young man quickly took the initiative. He ordered an immediate stop to the senseless fight, warning that defeat was inevitable and further struggle could be deadly dangerous. The veteran was still boiling with indignation and could not believe that the legendary Ganza, the strongest in the city, had to surrender to some upstart. Suddenly, his friend heard the voice of the secretary, loudly calling, "Sensoring SSS rank Slad Maestasama." The guys instantly responded to the call. They synchronously turned their heads to where the voice came from, and with their gazes seemed to pierce the space, trying to find the source of the sound. The secretary explained that the guild leader wanted to personally meet the young man. Hearing the title SSS, Ganza immediately realized his opponent was by no means an ordinary novice. Another moment and the man staggered as if the last strength melted away with the decision. He sank without resistance onto the cold stone ground, as if disconnected from reality, and froze motionless. Slad smiled inwardly with relief. He believed that everything had been resolved in the best possible way since the enemy lost consciousness, and along with it hatred and aggression disappeared. The threat was gone and his special talent once again confirmed its usefulness. Suddenly the crowd was deafened by the rapid pounding of footsteps. A figure flashed past the posers and spectators, sharply turning off the path, and rushed straight to the boy with a strange but persistent purpose. The elf woman, full of joy and excitement, ran to meet him, impulsively hugged the young man and warmly exclaimed about her happiness and relief, continuously whispering grateful prayers to the sky for the risky fight ending successfully. Her heart trembled with fear that he might again find himself in mortal danger and become a target of cruel revenge, since it was for her sake that he fought a fragile girl who became the cause of the risk that threatened even his life. Shyly, Slad apologized to her, guiltily admitting that hearing the name Ethica had unintentionally made her worry and suffer. Again, he sincerely asked for forgiveness for the worries and anxieties he caused, and from the bottom of his heart expressed gratitude to Ethica before moving on. After discussing what had happened, the gathered people were in deep doubt and distrust, wondering if the secretary could really announce the arrival of an adventurer of SSS rank, and how they were supposed to believe such an unusual and important news. The employee confidently returned to the guild leader, as if already having a ready answer for the next step. The man loudly proclaimed that the guild officially apologizes to the adventurer of SSS rank, Mr. Sladmaste, for the inconvenience caused. The young man himself, if he could, would prefer not to raise this topic, and the guildmaster could not imagine that an adventurer of SSS rank would appear in such a small guild as theirs. I already thought that everything that had been chasing him was left behind. The man was fascinated by his modesty and recalled rumors from abroad about the famous guest, who was called a weak dragon slayer, undoubtedly incomparable, invincible, and at the same time, unemployed. Slad was a little confused. His usual abilities were quite ordinary, but two unique skills, auto-enhancement and auto-weakening, allowed him to simultaneously strengthen allies and weaken enemies, giving a tangible advantage in every battle. He dreamed of a new life and hoped that moving to another world would help him leave the past behind. The guild leader asked what brought him specifically to their guild. Slad was surprised to notice that the interlocutor did not guess the main reason for the visit at all, so he clarified directly. It was about money. The man quietly snorted with laughter with a condescending tone, confidently believing that the hero had simply decided to joke. But the young man immediately looked him straight in the eyes, and his face froze with an expression of complete seriousness, as if every word was pure truth, not an attempt to make him laugh or attract attention. The guildmaster emphasized emotionally that the bearer of the SSS rank title is granted power, high status, and respect in society, so financial worries disappear, and Slad honestly admitted, personally, he does not have such money, he lives in a village and supports himself. The man smiled skeptically again, deciding that what he heard was just another prank. But the man again looked seriously and penetratingly at the interlocutor, as if trying to convince him of the truthfulness of his words. Guildmaster dismissed the jokes and reminded, a traveler with rank S or higher has a special token that allows free use of the guild's services, food, lodging, and purchasing goods in shops owned by members of the organization. Before Slad's eyes appeared a luxurious picture, a spacious estate surrounded by well-kept gardens that dazzled in the sunlight, decorated with elegant colonnades, a perfect corner of peace that everyone dreams of. He was filled with joy from the open possibilities, for he felt for the first time in his life how a high rank brings real benefits, while Ithaca, hiding behind a trunk near a tree, closely watched his every move. As soon as he noticed the girl's curiosity, she instantly hid behind a leafy tree, nervously covering her face and awkwardly clenching her hands, because, facing the one she sincerely admired in her dreams, she felt shame and confusion. The girls from the group of heroes could not believe that their comrades simply left without any explanation, as if they only listened to Ares's indifferent command. Go, because he did not care what would happen, and Slad himself could not understand how the entire group of heroes fell apart just because he was expelled from there. Leaving their affairs and worries behind, they immediately set out on the road in search of the fugitive, quickening their pace as if every moment could make him disappear forever. Dishu was filled with emotions. She angrily denied, accusing her former comrade of meanness and betrayal, and decided to pursue the fugitive until she took equal revenge for the insult, promising her former friend a reliable lesson in justice. Rumiri frowned, quietly muttering that such an act contradicts Slad's character, whom she had already come to trust. Because he was the one who became a teacher for someone like her, a half-blood, teaching her the language, and because of that, the thought of betrayal painfully struck her heart. He could not understand how he was capable of such a thing, and Dishaled was irritated by Slad's very presence until she beat him for betraying his comrades. The young man came across a fascinating book with stories of great heroes, which stood at the city flea market, a wonderful place where one could find the most unusual items and artifacts capable of embodying any whim of the soul. He was confident that valuable information about different races would be found in these tales, and after reading he realized, dwarves are famous for stubbornness, physical strength, and agility, while elves, on the contrary, are reserved and almost do not show emotions. Outwardly, everything seemed incredibly accurate and eye-opening. It also turned out that elves are often shy to take initiative and have difficulty making new acquaintances. But as soon as Slad immersed himself in reading, Etika suddenly overwhelmed him, as if the rules of decency struck right at that moment, and both of them shuddered and blushed from surprise and awkwardness. She looked at him guiltily and quietly whispered an apology, while the young man inside noted, "This elf noticeably differs from the usual images drawn on the pages of the book," and this confused him even more. Just an hour ago, the secretary shuddered upon learning that the young man wanted to take the task about fresh slime from the ice cave of Carona, and the boy confirmed this and was going to taste delicious candies made from ice slime. The guild leader's expression darkened. He thought he could eat something like that every day if only he had enough money. The guild leader decided it would be better if the traveler took a simple assignment to tame the dragon Elzed in the west, but Slad refused, not understanding how exactly this could be simple. Then the man suggested exploring ancient ruins, and the secretary, worried that the table seemed to be burning, at that very moment felt Etika suddenly calling the young man. The girl could not understand what all the fuss was about and realized that given her rank, Not so many tasks were available to her alone, so if the boy was free and didn't care, she suggested doing one of them together. He saw that it was about destroying goblins and said that such an easy task was exactly what he was looking for now. The guild leader reminded that when novices are trained, the traveler's strength grows, the guild begins to prosper, and along with it the economy of their bustling town rises. The man ordered them to set out on a campaign and properly prepare Ithaca for the upcoming task, and Slad instantly understood. This will be a mission, they will have no money, so now they have to look for the most necessary things at the flea market. The elf woman asked her companion to look at the dagger she had just found because she thought it would suit him perfectly, but she herself did not understand why this item was needed since his class was not a thief. While Slad had to explain why they even needed to buy that dagger, the shop owner appeared, and the hero hurried to justify himself, assuring the merchant that his suspicions were unfounded. Then the owner ordered the guests to just look around while he stepped away, warning, if they do not tidy up, they will have to pay for all the items. Meanwhile, a pleasant, relaxed atmosphere prevailed in the guild, and tea gatherings began. The secretary realized that the task was simple, they had to deal with the goblins, so he asked why the guild master assigned this task specifically to them and considered the decision strange. The man took the question as disrespect and firmly confirmed that the assignment was one thing to destroy the goblins. The secretary realized that the task was simple, they had to deal with the goblins, so he asked why the guild master assigned this task specifically to them and considered the decision strange. The man took the question as disrespect and firmly confirmed that the assignment was one thing to destroy the goblins. So it was a high-ranking mission and the guys set off, and Otoko wondered if goblins were really the size of children. She had seen them many times in the elven thicket. Individually they were weak and clumsy, and Slad confirmed this, explaining that they only become dangerous when they gather in groups, so sometimes special expeditions had to be sent to clear the area. Among them were goblins who attacked girls and allowed themselves indecencies, and they were called hobgoblins. The young man continued to say that hobgoblins are descendants of an earth girl who became pregnant by a goblin. They are stronger and smarter than ordinary goblins, and some grow over 10 meters tall, after which goblin mages come into play. Slad mentally reproached himself for talking too much, and that this was not something to share with a girl, but Etika just smiled, looking at him. She thought he was funny and worried that by asking to join she might be a nuisance, but now she understood. Everything was fine, and if she needed to assemble a team, she would invite only him, and the young man, in turn, noted that elves usually behave differently and do not trust humans. Her companion cautiously looked around and noticed fresh goblin tracks on the wet ground, leading deep into the dense forest, as if inviting her to follow them. And then she saw their well-camouflaged shelter, a huge cave hidden among trees and bushes right in the heart of the mysterious forest, from which suspicious sounds were coming. Slad was thinking about how to deal with the guards, and Etika remembered that she had not yet told him about her own abilities, so she sharply called the one who would appear at her command. Etika summoned the wind spirit Sylph, and he instantly appeared before her ready to carry out her will at the first movement. Slad suddenly realized that she was a spiritual priestess and recalled the special gift of priestesses. The more exposed the body, the stronger the connection with the spirit. Now it was clear why she wore such revealing clothing. Erica exclaimed that this seemed to be exactly how he felt about her, but the young man asked her to be quiet so the goblins wouldn't notice the danger, and ordered, "Strengthen yourself from Sylph and shoot from here." The elf agreed, but her friend looked much more serious than ever. The youth explained that the arrow should split and hit 2 enemies at once. Her companion objected that she had never done anything like that before. Then Slad said that she herself could not help her and asked her to trust her and rely on her friend. Their ability, automatic support, suddenly activated as if it took the fight upon itself. With arrows shot by Otoko, the enemies were struck instantly. They flew exactly on target and immediately turned the attack against the goblins. The girl was stunned by the terrible power of her new skill. She felt a suddenly mighty power hidden in her spiritual essence. She had just managed to defeat 3 at once, and Slad also confirmed that Sylph was incredibly strong. Edix was eagerly happy and hoped that her companion would at least slightly praise her for her courage and ability to tame the forces of nature. While she was speaking, a new enemy suddenly jumped out of the darkness and attacked again. Slad in a furious attack threw his sword, pouring all his rage onto the opponent, and victoriously ended the fight. Etika looked away confusedly, because she was sure she had hit the goblin's vulnerable spot directly. Slad perfectly understood. As soon as the automatic support activates, missing is simply impossible. The young man delivered another powerful blow, and the girl screamed loudly, not understanding what exactly he was doing. Slad explained that he collects materials and parts of goblin bodies, as this will give them the deserved reward needed to complete the quest and move further. They use this as proof of successful hunting, because for each killed goblin, a certain amount of reward is due. The boy reminded Isekai, the work of a traveler is not as wonderful as the feats of a hero. Everyone is driven by selfish desires like money, fame, and ambition, and only those ready for anything survive. Slad realized that the elf was too kind even to monsters. He was so merciful that in danger his hand instinctively pulled the arrow away, reducing its accuracy and striking power. He had no special skills to teach her, so he could only show her the harsh reality of an adventurer's life and decide that she too must test her own fate and understand this difficult path on her own. The boy realized that this was a cruel way of teaching, but now she knew the true truth about the dangers of the world and had a real chance to return home. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest came the rumble of heavy footsteps of an unknown creature, alongside the rustling of leaves and cracking of branches, and from this, the heart tightened with anxiety. Thousands of sensations awaited the approach of the threat. It turned out that this mad hobgoblin creature paid no attention to travelers or what was happening around. It moved forward only by blind instinct, carrying only the thirst for destruction and chaos. Slad realized that the enemy had to be hostile specifically to him, otherwise the important effect would not work. The debuff that enhances the allies' defense and attack. Etika immediately exploded with a fierce attack. It was visible how wildly angry she was, and she unleashed a true hail of arrows charged with elemental power on the enemy, trying to quickly end the fight and protect her comrade. She screamed furiously in rage for the monster to stop immediately and warned that it must never dare to touch her family again. The elf woman indignantly stated that this was not at all what, in her opinion, the young man expected, and Slad could not understand what she meant, which hurt him because she was hitting him. She explained that he saved her, risking his own life, so now they are considered family, and that protecting what is dearest to her heart is her selfish desire. So the girl asked if that was enough to become a true adventurer. Slad suddenly remembered the stories he was told about his own family, and the warning that elves rarely find common ground with humans. Yet they still call their summoned comrade family and will nurture these bonds until the end of their days. So to the young man it sounds like a prejudice that elves are cold-blooded and do not trust strangers, although in reality no one cares about their family as sincerely as they do themselves. Etika said that if a goblin's ear is prepared correctly, it becomes a wonderful medicine that will undoubtedly help heal many bruises. Slad smiled and frankly admitted to her that she is truly kind, and he himself dreams of traveling with her and completing interesting tasks. The young man officially invited the girl to join his team, and she joyfully threw herself around his neck, passionately promising to do everything possible to justify the trust and prove that she is truly a worthy companion. Ares shouted in despair and confusion, wondering how his partner could just leave so easily, and she replied that her path as a member of the hero's team had ended. Ares exclaimed that his team is not just a bunch of travelers. He indignantly asked if she really decided to leave the squad and refuse the mission to save the world, and anxiously wondered if she was sane. The girl instantly appeared behind Ares, smiled slightly defiantly, and asked if he wanted to prevent her from leaving the team, deliberately provoking the former leader of the group into an argument. Unlike the Holy Maiden and the Witch, she is indifferent to the fate of this world. At first, she thought the hero's team would allow her to get more treasures from dungeons, and then there was no better option, but now Ares has nothing left. In the girl's opinion, everything was going well until the man whom others considered an ordinary porter left, and the leader got angry again because the conversation turned back to his former comrade. The leader did not understand what the young man had to do with it, and the girl sharply said that she had lost patience. She is leaving, but not running away and not becoming a traitor. She is simply choosing her own path. Ares shouted that even if that useless man had taken part in the battle, nothing would have changed, but her former comrade calmly replied. She actually wanted to check that, quickly said goodbye and headed home. While the leader trembled with anger, the girl for the first time in a long while felt the freedom of choice, and from then on determined the direction of the path herself, yet she was still a bit worried whether Slad was angry. Ares kept him for safety, so he finally had to understand. In a fit of rage, the former comrade becomes truly terrifying, and the girl asked him to show utmost prudence and caution. The man solemnly announced that Ares' coming-of-age ceremony had begun, and now his skills would be tested, and it turned out he was born a hero. At 15 years old, Ares learned that he himself must save humanity, and only he can defeat the devil. He did not care about others, but the whole crowd obediently danced as he commanded, and all that remained was to enjoy the sight of them bowing to him until the hero declared he would fight the devil but would set several conditions. But unexpectedly an obstacle appeared in his path, a modest hero named Slad, who ruined his plans. Ares was sure that if this youth disappeared, the girls would finally pay attention to him, so he pondered why everything went awry because of that very bearer who turned out to be the cause of troubles. Ethica looked around indignantly because all around was solid earth, stones, and sand, and wondered how much longer she would have to wander this cave, and Slad quickly apologized for ignoring her words and explained, "Goblins can notice the torchlight, so it is better to extinguish them." It was easy for the girl to do this, but then the boy would see nothing at all, so the traveler understood. Over time, his eyes would get used to and adapt to the darkness. Previously, his companion was a specialized thief, and although he walked behind, he did not notice traps thanks to Slad imitating his movements, but they managed to skillfully bypass all dangerous places. Now it was much easier because she walked alongside. Slad explained that she only needed to stay vigilant and cover him with her night vision ability, and Ethica joyfully exclaimed that he could fully rely on her. Yet she still doubted whether it was worth staying alert because that hobgoblin could be the leader, and the youth agreed. He was too big, so probably he was the one leading them, but he was so confused that he did not even notice the travelers nearby. It seemed he was fleeing in panic, breaking free from something terrible and threatening that relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to seek shelter away from danger. Edix suddenly heard the clinking and loud rattling of a trap somewhere underfoot, as if someone was warning it of danger. She decided that such a trap was laughably simple and primitive, so she wondered who could possibly fall into it. But when the stranger tried to stop her, the floor suddenly gave way. The girl swiftly fell down, but the young man managed to catch her, and at that moment she realized the goblins were craftier than they seemed because the trap worked not only from above but also from below. Otoko looked down and quickly estimated the depth of the abyss, irritably realizing that even with the cunning, the very method of setting the trap was crudely human and frankly indecent. Slad understood that the placement of the trap was impeccably thought out. Whether you carefully bypass the dangerous spot or go straight ahead in the end, you inevitably end up in the trap. Realizing that the plan was too cunning, he decided. Somewhere nearby, a goblin mage was already waiting, who possessed dark magic and cast curses, feeding on the negative emotions of those nearby. Slada was worried whether he could crawl under the ratchet mechanisms and quickly concluded that it was extremely dangerous. If a goblin appeared nearby, they would be in a losing position, so he did not risk his companion's safety and cautiously asked if she could summon the earth spirit Namo. Suddenly, a tiny creature seemed to grow out of the air, a miniature earth elemental that looked like a small humanoid wooden golem. Slada joyfully breathed a sigh of relief. She had indeed created a miracle, and the young man confidently asked her to believe in him again because he was sure she would handle it brilliantly, and then decisively launched the battle, showing that victory now depended only on their joint work and mutual trust. In the next moment, terrifying evil faces emerged from the darkness, with greedy eyes that glittered as if about to pounce on prey, and the boy loudly warned, enemy goblins were very close and already preparing to attack. As Slad predicted, the goblins skillfully dodged the traps, deliberately rattling their bells to confuse their opponents and force them to make mistakes in their next moves. But they also had their own secret trick, a prearranged ambush set up in the very depths of the cave, where it was meant to cause the enemies a lot of trouble. Isaka herself rushed to attack the goblins, rejoicing that their joint plan worked flawlessly, because such a well-thought-out tactical decision gave an advantage in battle and minimized risks. Slad explained that he thinks simply, if a smart goblin controls everything, then his subordinates must also know the exact place where the traps are set. Then he looked at her and remembered the spirit Nagmo, capable of controlling the earth. Slad helped them significantly expand the initial hole, turning it into a huge chasm. The goblins fled along the path they considered safe, but eventually found themselves trapped because the plan was simple only in appearance. The young man heard this advice from an old friend, that victory can be achieved through cunning and outsmarting the enemy. Otoko complained that asking the poor spirit to fill the gap was unfair since digging was extremely hard for him, but Slad replied that Namu seems to be asking her to rely on him, so the girl called him a diligent worker in a friendly way. She asked her companion with interest if he had found anything, but he dismissed it. The search was pointless because there was nothing remarkable here that could attract adventurers' attention. He advised her to look in another direction and assured her that the road they came by undoubtedly leads to other tunnels and passages that form a tangled labyrinth of underground paths. Slad noticed that there were an extraordinary number of fresh tracks here, as if someone had recently walked this path again and again. This meant that the room definitely served as a crossing point of different routes, a true underground crossroads that allowed movement between remote sections of the vast network of caves and corridors. Edix concluded that a goblin could appear at any moment. She suggested leaving her loyal friends Namu here because she was sure they would cope with the task of guarding the entrance and immediately warning about the appearance of enemies. Slad gently objected, reminding that a spirit can be summoned only to one point in space at a time, so it was better for him to go this way together with Namu, hoping to overcome difficulties together. Otoko decided this time to call a much more powerful spirit and fight shoulder to shoulder together, so the boy froze from surprise, then anxiously asked to wait, because such an attempt was too risky and required very careful preparation. The boys were impressed by the magnificent sight. Namus' gigantic friend rose before them like a solid rock boulder, radiating calm and confidence and inspiring hope for the successful completion of the journey. Slad understood it was impossible to move further while the gigantic spirit was fast asleep, blocking the road with its colossal size and closing the only path forward. Etika awkwardly apologized and explained that she did not intend to summon such an important helper, and the young man reassured her, assuring that it was not her fault, and that such an accident could happen due to the special influence of her own talent. Support was activated automatically, but along with it appeared hidden drawbacks and inherent risks. This ability involuntarily strengthens the support object. It seems to increase the physical power of the ally and at the same time slows the enemy's reaction, giving incredible strength but without any possibility to control it. That is why he recently strongly advised summoning the smallest spirit to escape the unwanted consequences of uncontrolled enhancement of allies' abilities. Seeing the huge spirit, the goblin immediately turned around and screamed in panic, fleeing rapidly to hide from the threatening presence and save his own skin. Slad assumed that the main enemy's room was exactly in that direction, so it was important for everyone to prepare for the decisive battle and deliver a devastating blow that guarantees victory. Etika was firmly convinced that it was destined for her to strike and was ready to make every effort to achieve victory and show her best combat qualities. The young man froze in amazement when she skillfully sealed the entrance, covering it with a thick layer of earth. Etika realized that it was impossible to block all escape routes, so when the enemy weakens and tries to break out, the trap will work here. The dug-up soil will be placed in this passage, and the enemy reinforcements will no longer be able to break through further. The boys shouted all together, greeting the start of the battle with confidence in their own strength and determination to meet any enemy with dignity, expecting an unforgettable adventure and the glory of victors. Slad thoughtfully asked himself when was the last time he felt such sincere joy from an exciting adventure where there is risk and unpredictable twists of fate. In the hero's room, he heard only swearing, and after his retirement, people challenged him because of his skill, so Edix asked what happened and why the boy froze in place. He mentally felt a pleasant scent from her, assured that nothing happened, and realized, this is what makes the adventure real. The elf sharply noted that the place here is not pleasing at all, too cold and unhomely without that freshness and coziness. He added that goblins love such conditions, so the mages seem to be very close. The girl mentally shuddered, imagining a real human skeleton lying silently in the darkness before her. Then suddenly a roar sounded and it raised clouds of dust as if someone slammed a door right above her head. It seemed that the goblins were experiencing a serious internal quarrel. Their moods were torn between fear and anger, and the air thickened with tension. The boy assumed that the fire had a magical origin, which means the goblin boss who possesses such spells is somewhere nearby, in hiding, trembling with patience and waiting for the right moment to strike. No, it was not just some mage. Before them was a creature of the rarest type, a goblin witch who has unique knowledge and abilities that make her an especially dangerous and insidious opponent. Goblins are small monsters that often stay in packs, and among the higher varieties they are divided into two types: hobgoblins, who win by physical strength, and goblin mages, who control hateful magic. In these lands, males treat females as slaves, but sometimes a female mutates, acquires the abilities of a goblin mage, and rises to the very top of the hierarchy. Slad understood that it was about a rare monster, a goblin witch, whose hatred of male oppression differed from that which drives ordinary goblin mages, and it seemed some hobgoblin was trying to escape her domain. The young man could not figure out what kind of place it was. He turned to Etika and asked if this monster was connected to other goblins and whether it was worth calling for backup, and the girl asked him to look more closely. The boy noticed that the goblins had already captured the travelers, and the elf noticed bones of people along the terrible path as if they were preparing to use them in a strange ritual. Slad decided that this was a fight clearly beyond the novice like Etika, since the monster could have many rare abilities, and he tried to stop her, but remembered the words that he was only a carrier and mediocre. The young man agreed with Ares. He was an ordinary person without outstanding strength, and his skill worked by itself, so his feats remained unnoticed, so he began to support the team with many items from the rear with all his might. But still, he remained behind in the rear, yet now Slad could already help save those travelers and Etika, even if he was considered a minor figure without special talents. He believed he would become the hero who could overcome the goblin witch. The young man asked Ithaca to listen to him and not to rush at the witch, but instead first deal with the enemies surrounding her with the help of Namo, while he himself began to attack his opponents. He shouted loudly, ordering Namo to continue the attack on the adversaries. He himself cautiously made his way through the crowd of enemies, dodging blows and skillfully maneuvering between them to approach the target unnoticed and deliver an effective strike. Etika flawlessly handled her Namo, confidently controlling it and skillfully eliminating opponents one by one. The goblin seer decided to cast a large spell, Fireball, but Slad interrupted her with a shout, "I will not allow it," and switched to a technique that had long been unused and considered simple. But it turned out that this technique could be used differently. The young man activated the provocation skill. He realized that now the witch's powerful strike would inevitably fall on him. The witch began to cast an extremely powerful spell in her mind, her fingers twitching nervously in time with the magical impulses. Conscience urged her friend to flee immediately from here before it was too late. In response, his ability fully automatic weakening triggered, and those present froze in shock and confusion, watching everything in horror. Slad looked intently at his companion and asked if she was shocked by what had happened. The witch had not yet realized that her powers were already at the limit, so in her eyes Slad looked only incredibly powerful. Therefore, Slad concluded, the witch would deliberately rely on poisonous claws and due to fatigue would involuntarily weaken her vigilance. He sharply grabbed her by the hand and with a loud crack broke the bones, forcing her to shudder in pain. Thus he guaranteed himself protection from her spell and poisonous claws, leaving the witch almost defenseless before an opponent ready to deliver the decisive blow. But the witch's hostility had not yet completely subsided. Etika energetically approached and anxiously asked what exactly was happening. The boy clearly understood. The girl had already well realized his true rank, so it was time to tell the whole truth honestly, even if it turned out unpleasant. He explained that because of his unique skill, fully automatic debuff, the witch weakened so much that she couldn't even stand, and the elf, not believing it, asked where he got such a special power. Then he added that this was exactly why he lost the fight to Hanzi. The girl froze in shock, as if this thought had struck her right in the chest. Slad said that at first the fully automatic debuff sharply reduces the physical capabilities of the opponent, and with each passing second it begins rapid internal changes which are almost impossible to notice externally. According to him, the effect intensifies from touch, so even a light contact causes a characteristic crack and bones break one after another. Edix called it a powerful skill, but the boy said negatively that despite everything, as soon as the hostility disappears, everything will inevitably return to its place. The girl realized that the goblin witch, born from hatred, does not know how to trust others, and she felt sorry for the poor creature. It needs immediate treatment. Although he desperately slipped away from understanding, the young man replied that any help is useless. He explained that the witch has a rare ability, a companion curse, because of which it is impossible to kill her with a direct attack, and therefore she can only be eliminated by letting her die naturally, by poisoning or draining her blood dry, so his skill will come in handy. Etika suddenly couldn't hold back and burst into tears. They flowed abundantly down her cheeks, and she convulsively wiped them with her palms as if trying to erase her own pain. The girl understood the witch is doomed to live only by hatred and to curse everyone around, so she is an extremely unhappy creature, easily imagined wrapped in her own curse. Slad bitterly realized that it is this destructive hatred that will ultimately become the cause of the witch's death and, ironically, her own tragedy. He prayed that at least in the next life she could become happy, get rid of suffering, and gain the silence and peace she deserved. The adventurers claimed that it was they who saved them and were surprised because this creature turned out to be a rare type of monster, and if the boys had not intervened, they would have already become part of this creepy temple. One of them noticed that Etika skillfully wields a bow, and everyone was impressed, while the brother meanwhile brilliantly applied the technique of mockery, creating an extraordinarily long distracting pause. Soon they noticed the exit. Suddenly, an astonishingly beautiful landscape opened before him. Green trees, bright sunlight, and fresh air, as if nature itself had specially created this place for the rest of the soul and body. Slad congratulated Etika on completing her first task and reminded her that even before they entered this cave, she honestly said, her selfish desire is to protect those who are truly dear to her. Although these travelers were strangers to her, all of them were eager to protect the city at all costs, so they would celebrate first, and the boy noted with relief, Etika managed to save them. He thought that the elf girl was truly an extraordinary traveler, capable of overcoming any difficulties, and suggested throwing a loud party right in the bar to properly celebrate such a significant victory. Isaka thanked her friend and gladly agreed to set off with him on her first real adventure, understanding that without his help she would have faced only a humiliating defeat. She wanted to continue working with him, confidently keeping the path thanks to her detai, a taut bow, and a focused spirit, and was sure that the next task would be more difficult. Slad recalled how they discussed this during the mission, so he also decided to tell her about his abilities. Etika fiercely reproached Slad, believing that his merits amounted only to a fully automatic debuff, her archery and summoning the strongest spirit, and did not understand how she could agree to such a role without first getting thoroughly drunk, while Slad just shook his head and explained that he did not dare to say so because he saw how genuinely happy she was. The girl was sharply offended, feeling as if her help was belittled to a trifle, because she herself sincerely believed that she was doing real good for her partner. Slad confirmed that this was indeed the case, emphasizing, her abilities are simply incredible and his own skill would be useless without her skills and abilities as support, since today she had already saved him more than once, providing tangible and decisive help. Erika said that they would go to Slad's hotel today, and the boy was so surprised he could not utter a word. The girl exhaled with admiration and, peeking into his room, exclaimed that it was simply wonderful, and what impressed her most was the bathroom. Everything there looked gigantic, luxurious, and truly royal. Slad thought that she seemed about to dive, but suddenly realized he himself was still here and had not gone anywhere, and Etika only assured him that there was nothing wrong with this, saying that if he was nearby, then everything was fine. The boy felt as if he heard some sound but decided to pretend that nothing had happened and went for a walk, and in a moment he wanted to remember that Otoko might have been underage, but he immediately snapped out of it. Elves mature much more slowly, so he never understood why he was thinking about it at all. The girl asked what he was doing in this room, and the boy noticed that she coped very quickly. Hearing the answer that the reason was alcohol, she looked around, decided that this was exactly the impression one expects from a room with an SSS rating, and plopped down on the bed. She was glad that the bed was so soft, while Slad's thoughts suddenly shuddered and flared up in his head because of his partner. Considering himself a complete idiot, he hurriedly set off to look for sweets, and when he returned, awkwardly apologized for the long absence, justifying that the delicacy took a long time to find. Seeing how calmly and deeply she was sleeping, Slad smiled. Of course, after her first real trial full of adventures, obstacles, and exciting events, she had the right to be tired. Edix returned to him and remarked that today's adventure was incredibly fun and exciting. The boy pondered the word fun and suddenly realized how long it had been since he allowed himself to think that adventures could be so pleasant. After traveling with an old friend, different people began to surround him, interested in his skill, and later he joined the hero's team as a simple coachman. His abilities were too well known on the old continent, so he was forced to give up traveling. But now, on the new continent, together with Otoko, Slad will be able to make up for lost time and feel like a real traveler again. Turning his thoughts back into the shadows, he decided to postpone them for now and calmly focus on how to save money on the journey, and also how to find a place to spend the night, because he could not just lie down next to her, especially since the nights on the new continent were too long. Midi said that it was here that any avid adventurer could quench their thirst for impressions, and accumulated problems and worries turn away and pour out. She whispered, asking him to take her with him, promising to do everything so that their future would be happy together, and from this Slad froze in genuine shock. The girl openly called him to marriage, seeking to unite their lives forever. He saw that Otoko was sleeping peacefully in his bed, looking amazingly childlike and innocent, and then noticed notes on the table about S-rank privileges. In the book, the young man read that among the benefits was free nighttime entertainment, since any frivolous connection between a man and a woman for one night could disrupt harmony in the team, so the guild allows avoiding such conflicts. This system works not only on the old continent but also on the new one, and Midi immediately thought, "Isn't this a brilliant idea? Because such an opportunity differs from a regular call. You can not only talk to the girl but also discuss all the problems that bother you." Midi noted that he did wonderfully, although it seemed no one expected everything to turn out exactly like that. When an elf calls a man from another racial family, it means she wants to marry him. Such is the tradition of elves, and he was surprised that he did not know this. The girl explained primarily a simple thing. Friends are not family, and Slad objected that in the book he read, elves call even comrades their own, and the interlocutor added that it is incredibly difficult for a girl to recognize a man of another race as a close person. Midi saw nothing strange in this. The naive elf girl received help from a complete stranger and even from a traveler who has an SSS rank, so she could not understand, who would not perceive this as a gift of fate. Moreover, she was ready to become the second wife if he wanted, but Slad gently pushed her away, reminding that he could not marry because he did not have enough money for a dowry. The girl thought that she had no friends at home, only spirits, because among their tribe men do not even look at such plump ones, whom elves supposedly consider unworthy, and only the ability to summon spirits can truly surprise them. Slad already knew she can summon spirits, so she was previously an adventurer. Midi confirmed this, saying that with such skills she could reach C-class level, and then suddenly kissed him. She explained that if Eddick kisses her ear like that, it will be a marriage proposal, and to show consent, he needs to kiss her back. The girl asked to take care of this child, calling it a ritual, and added, "Elves are very gentle, but if a man betrays them, they will not forgive. And if these are their own teammates, it can be considered friendship," so the boy asked her to stop luring him to the dark path and scaring him. Edika enjoyed delicious food and invited Slad to her place, then asked where he had been, and he replied that he had just taken a walk. As soon as he barely sat down, breakfast was served, and he was confusedly happy. The food arrived almost instantly after he sat. After talking with Midi, the young man was confused. He did not understand how to look his interlocutor in the eyes and decided that he was just overthinking himself. No one dared to ask him directly because if he was really mistaken, he would die of shame, and Edika herself boasted that she had been brought special vegetables for the elves. The secretary was shocked to learn that they had defeated the goblin witch, so she immediately decided to send a priest to bury the dead goblins. She wondered if a normal team could destroy such a nightmare if both remained unharmed. Edika explained the victory by saying that Slad knew in advance which abilities the enemy would use, and he added that he had once read about it in a book. The secretary sharply reminded him, he is ranked SSS. The boy asked in surprise if SSS meant cool, and then suddenly wanted to test everything in practice. The secretary explained that without abilities a person cannot become an adventurer, and to rise above the rank, another rare skill is needed, which is not natural. To more accurately determine the value of people with rare abilities, the S rank was introduced, and since then anyone could see that their strength really mattered. SS rank is given to those who possess a unique skill, but talent alone is not enough. Significant achievements are required, such as saving an entire country, and although SS rank sounds proud, among SS rank holders there are exceptional individuals who founded entire states. Slad asked what SSS rank meant, and he was told that it is the title of World Savior, after which he realized people treat him as if he saved the whole world, and he did not object because his power worked automatically. The secretary asked him to sign a series of documents, and the boy clarified if it was confirmation of receiving an award. The employee explained that it was a marriage application and offered to marry him, and while the young man was in shock, she calmly added that she was already of adult age, so it was enough just to formalize the relationship on paper, and she had no intention of fulfilling marital duties. Etika sharply objected, and the secretary still did not understand why, so he ordered the strangers to be silent, and the girl declared that she was not a stranger at all, but a true comrade of Slotty. Then the secretary decided that Etika wanted to take him for herself because the SSS rank is prestige, wealth, and power. Itaka believed that of course special rank and money are wonderful, but above all he was her close friend, so she did not want Slad to marry a woman who only wants status and wealth from him. The young man apologized to her, and the secretary resigned herself to the idea that she would have to try, otherwise she would regret it for her whole life. Itaka told him to wait by the exit, and Slad wondered with surprise whether she was really offended and whether he was already so important to her. Then the employee asked him what he felt for the elf and what his attitude towards her was. The young man thanked Etika for not caring about status and wealth and was glad about it. The girl called that woman crazy and also wondered if people normally behave like that, and found out that even for them such behavior was strange, which supported her, although she thought there would be many like that. Slad asked if she wanted to marry him, and since talks about marriage had been going on since yesterday, the word slipped from his lips so carelessly that he immediately explained. Elves usually call a person of the opposite sex whom they intend to choose a relative. Because of this, the elf girl was embarrassed and surprised that he even knew about such a thing. She said that this strange formula also means gratitude and that he should not be afraid, as if he had a reason to ask her for marriage. The young man thought about what it would be like if he suddenly said that it was not true, and Etika expected that he would do so only when he got to know her better. The elf girl admitted that marrying immediately after the first meeting is pure trouble, and the boy, blushing, decided that this embarrassed romantic girl was simply incredibly charming. Then the elf asked him to wipe the smile off and not look at her the way a grandfather looks at his granddaughter, sweetly calling her super wonderful. Slad decided that they urgently needed equipment, otherwise all the shops would close in a moment, so he shyly admitted that he did not understand at all what exactly to look for. He had just arrived on a new continent without any specific goal, so everything had to be decided on the fly. If explained as Etika would say, the young man would have to say, "You are my family," slowly, solemnly, and too seriously, as if wanting her to be convinced of the importance of this fact, and for her to feel, this is exactly how it should be. Their exciting adventures were just about to begin, and the air in the corridors was already trembling with anticipation. Slad asked again who was waiting for him in the lobby, and he was told that it was some thug who accepted with surprise that Slad introduced himself just like that, but at the same time thought that the hotel was extremely cozy. Shite met him and asked if he would say in response to his appearance, "What are you doing here?" And the young man was sure he could find him anywhere, which made Shite unable to hide his surprise at such a trusting attitude. Slad announced that he came precisely because he missed him and brought with him 3 pieces of news, deciding to start with the one that would definitely not leave him indifferent. Shite stated that very soon, if Slad does not intervene, the hero's team will be completely destroyed, and this will put an end to the world. The hero's team fought desperately with the enemy, not giving him an inch of advantage. Dishel shuddered from the realization they could not finish off the opponent with one blow, and because of this the fight only became even more brutal. Ares noticed that the enemy was stronger than usual, and the holy maiden turned pale and felt her blood chill as soon as he attacked her defensive position. The leader shouted that she was accusing him unfairly, and in response he snapped that she had not said anything like that at all. Rimuri added that Slad is usually the one who helps them by pointing out the enemy's weak spots on the battlefield, and therefore there was no doubt, even standing aside in the clash, Slad was never useless. She still thought that this man might be an ordinary porter, but Shite turned out to be incredibly strong, and after such a significant loss, the leader did not even try to recruit new fighters, much less look for the missing one. The witch wondered what the hero was thinking, while meanwhile Ares ordered to immediately start the attack, emphasizing that right now it was necessary to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Before them emerged a huge and terrifying wyvern looming over the battlefield, ready to burst into attack and show all its deadly power, sowing panic among every hero. Slad received the news that the hero's team would be destroyed with surprise, and with sincere interest asked about the reasons for such a sad outcome which threatened the whole world and its stability. Shite explained that the critical situation was caused by the departure of a traveler of rank SSSX with special abilities. Because of this, not only the existence of the entire hero's team but also the future of the world was at risk. The bandit shuddered from surprise because he assumed that no one would notice him, but the person who checks the condition of the warehouses every day would definitely notice such a figure. The interlocutor, however, did not understand how he knew that he was checked every morning. Shite said that after joining the hero's team, the hacking and trap disarming operations went too smoothly, too much to be accidental, so he started looking for the reason. And if Slad really wanted to hide something, he wouldn't have used his real name, and that was only the second thing he wanted to discuss. He himself left the hero's team because the decision made allowed him to stay afloat and not end up in the red, although it was painful for those who stayed, and the interlocutor understood. He was not bad, but wandering adventurers always have to risk their own lives. But he did not think that his departure alone would break the team, as he assumed Shichai's departure would be a significant loss, so while he himself buries his talent in the local guild, the team will move to the big city and look for a worthy replacement. Shite bet all 500 gold coins that Ares would leave the city without recruiting any new members to his team. Slad was sure if he was not around, the hero would have to deal with the attack alone, and his companion objected that Slad overestimated Ares. He would not look for helpers in a town where even adventurers of the proper level were no longer left. So such stubbornness and recklessness seemed unwise, very much like the actions of the former leader. But the interlocutor was confused because his former leader was a truly skilled wandering adventurer, and Shite indignantly stated that he was simply naive. As soon as someone starts hinting that they need money, everything necessary immediately appears, so even doubts here are inappropriate. Slad admitted that he took on the debts of many people but did so voluntarily as a guarantor so there could be no claims, and now his friend finally understood why he was constantly left with nothing. But despite this, his bet still brought success. After all, Ares left the city the day before and set out with the same team, and the interlocutor knew. The attack must include at least 2 fighters, because acting alone is impossible. Defending the rear, you lose freedom of movement, balance is disturbed, and in the worst case, the team can suffer a complete defeat. He considered it unfair because Shite already knew the right answer at the moment he made his bet, but Shite sharply replied. He had warned not to trust just anyone, and the friend did not even have time to object. The bandit added that he would not leave him alone, and although he did not say a word about accepting the challenge, the next news he was about to announce would definitely cheer up the young man. Shite confirmed that now he was in their team, introduced himself, and sincerely rejoiced at the new meeting, calling himself and Slad comrades in the hero's team. Otoko rushed at him with a scream, not understanding why she only now found out that Shite belonged to the hero's team, and the partner calmed her down, saying he was just a regular carrier and never thought there would be some bandit in their team. Elf, having gathered rumors about the SSS rank and about the hero joining the team, concluded that Slad was the very hero who looked too ordinary, so the new comrade asked to believe him and assured that Slad was a pleasant person. Slad impatiently asked if the hero's team members were in mortal danger, and if they needed to rush to rescue immediately to prevent catastrophic consequences. Shite thought that saving a man who had just driven him away would be too noble, but as long as Slad remained the team leader, he obeyed only against his own will. Otoko, anxiously asking if everything was all right, asked for permission to intervene because she had heard that the hero had already managed to show many impressive feats. Slad decided that now was not the best time for talks, and Shite confirmed this. According to him, the hero uses a sacred sword and does not even know how to ride, so Thug assumed that Ares would probably survive and would not be surprised if he was used as bait along with the 2 of them. Isekai believed that the newcomer would fail the probation period just as it already seemed to be true, and Shite added that the hero's image in their eyes was a rough and arrogant man without any good traits who does not listen to others' opinions, and then the leader wondered if he had any weaknesses at all. Elf agreed to help these guys without even mentioning the hero himself, and Slad asked the newcomer if he had calmed down yet and heard an affirmative answer, although dissatisfaction and tension were still visible in his eyes. The leader understood, even pretending that he was forced. Shite still sticks to the most rational decisions, and that is why it is so important for him to personally examine the situation directly in the hero's team. The bandit asked Etika to stop the sylph's gust of wind, and the girl herself sharply asked what exactly had happened, as if she felt that something was wrong here. Elf, noticing what was happening, confusedly grabbed the question of why the man was here, and later, seeing everything with his own eyes, froze in real shock. The threat was much larger in scale than he could imagine. Shite explained that this was the witch Rimuri's hat, a member of the hero's team, and shuddering from the horror that instantly overwhelmed him, quickly disappeared somewhere into the shadows. Etika approached the leader and asked if the man who had just been here was all right, and the anxiety in her voice emphasized that the answer was crucial to understanding what was going on. Slad nodded and said no, because Rimuri would not have left a farewell gift for her mother deep in the forest if nothing had happened to her. Then Shite returned. He reported that nearby he found neither Ares nor his team, nor any traces of their presence, and also did not find any monster bodies. Slad decided that the hat was most likely blown away by a strong gust of wind from the battlefield, so he suggested returning, but Etika asked them to wait. She did not understand why everyone was so indifferent when their friends were in danger, and the leader apologized for how everything turned out. Shite added that they perfectly understand how it looks from the outside and are well aware of their own role, and if she continues on the path of the traveler, she will understand everything herself in time. Slad felt that he could no longer change anything because the same bandit stubbornly sought the hero, and Slad himself was there watching for possible changes. So Etika apologized for the incident, and the comrade assured that he was not angry at that moment. He himself became anxious, but the friend quickly calmed him down. Shite, although rumored to be quite sharp-tongued when it is necessary to hide emotions, speaks calmly and thoughtfully, and it is at that moment, strangely enough, that he can calm the whole team, even Ares himself. Slad knew that Shite really wanted to stay in that team, and Etika decided to discuss the plan for new members as soon as they found Rimuri's hat. She had no reason to suspect anything, but at that moment the expression on his face was truly frightening. She knew that Shite was a normal person, though greedy for wealth like the rest of those scoundrels, but despite the mask of cruelty and sarcasm, he secretly donates earned money for the treatment of the sick. Slad assumed that his face and manner could scare others, but he himself would never intentionally harm anyone, and therefore considered it best not to make hasty conclusions until hearing explanations directly from him. The most important thing in that future chosen by Shite is that they will never regret anything again. Shite thundered that he found traces and there was no time to rest anymore. Etika immediately said that he and Slad were too close, so Shite was in shock and could not understand where she got such words from, and Slad decided that it was not worth listening to such conversations, and finally Shite announced that he had uncovered something truly important. Shite considered Rimuri safe because there was no burial site nearby, and the elf agreed with this. Slad thought that the Holy Virgin would have taken care of the burial if something serious had happened, but Rimuri clearly did not have the strength to fight now, so if she were conscious, she would not have dropped her hat. She asked if Shite had any illness, and Shite replied that there were only small traces of blood on the spot. If she was alive, then most likely she was now restoring her magical powers, so they should take a closer look. There was a deep depression in the ground, and the bandit explained that it was Dishav's unique technique that brought victory with the very first strike, critical strike. About 50 years ago, the demon lord Ashamgar suddenly appeared, becoming a unique being who created his own paradise for evil spirits. During Ashamgar's reign, monsters went mad, started a war against humanity, and then the demon lord himself cast a curse, enveloping the entire world in a haze of miasma. However, the curse of the uprising of the dead led Slad to conclude, the guild usually sends the owner of the sacred skill to bury bodies, and if the body remains unburied, it falls under the oath's effect. So, when there was no memorial sign nearby, he understood that Rimuri was alive. The young man assumed that these characteristic slash marks almost certainly remained after the use of critical strike. Saikyou explained that critical strike is Dishan's unique skill. It allows delivering a super destructive blow by finding and exploiting the opponent's weak spots, and Otoko, impressed, decided that the owner of such a skill is undoubtedly the strongest warrior. Slad said that everything is far from simple. The most holy virgin did not fight herself, but held an impeccable, holy defense. A skill that allowed winning with the very first strike was extremely powerful, but the fighting style did not correspond to the owner of the holy power. She explained that before acting, one should remember, the strike is not directed against monsters, so it is used only when there is no other way out and you are cornered. Meeting with Dishav, Slad asked not to mention it even despite the conversation about her unique ability. This topic was special for her, and Shichen, noticing 2 strips of tracks ahead, decided that Dishav was carrying Ramuri on his back, and sharply ordered them to hurry up and get out of there. Ares carefully looked at the opponent and realized that this was a rare type of creature, so the usual rules of combat might not work. And as soon as they encountered the wyvern, it became obvious. It was much stronger than anyone they had fought before. The hero complained that he suddenly felt ill, and Disha explained, this is a common side effect of the healing process. Rumori focused and activated the powerful spell Airblade. Then she decisively directed the blade wind straight at the wyvern. The sound cut through the air with a jerk, and the magic, like an arrow, swiftly rushed toward the enemy with merciless precision to inflict the greatest possible damage on the monster. Airblade is a simple spell to perform, but it is extremely effective against flying targets. Witches had already managed to bring the wyvern down to the ground before. Rumuri doubted that she was lucky enough to hit and actually knock down the wyvern, but unfortunately, the monster remained in the air and continued to hover threateningly over the battlefield, forcing the heroine to prepare for a new clash. The failed attempt only made the beast angrier. The winged Hydra wyvern furiously lunged at the girl in an attack. The witch pleaded for help, almost crying, looking at the heroes with a gaze trembling with both despair and hope. Eris watched the unfolding spectacle with a barely noticeable half-smile, as if savoring every moment. He mentally accepted that his companion was doomed, since the wyvern was clearly too hungry, and sarcastically thought, what a pity the hero doesn't care at all, while inside he was rejoicing. While their leader was entertained watching the situation, Disha rushed to help her friend. She instantly raised a powerful protective barrier, reliably intercepting the monster's next attack. The girl activated her unique skill, Critical Strike, focusing all her energy into one flawless move. The holy maiden sighed joyfully, realizing that her precise shot hit the target. The witch called out to Slad in panic, and her sharp, piercing voice sounded anxious and dangerous. Disha agreed with his own thoughts. If he were here, he would probably protect Ramuri again, as last time, since without armor he was just a common porter so frail that he could die at any moment. From beneath Uraya's inspired laughter came the assertion that she had done her best. And finally, the girl refused to fulfill her sacred duty. Disha asked why he was not protecting her, since in this situation protecting the child should have been his sacred duty, and Ares objected, not understanding how his sacred sword could help at such a distance. The holy maiden was convinced, since he was a hero, he was at least capable of using the air blade technique. Ares laughed and declared that air blade was a basic skill, so he was so used to his sword that he had completely forgotten about ordinary attacks and saw no problem because even if she died, he could defeat the sheep-headed beast with magic. Disha loudly and sharply slapped him across the face, thereby showing how strongly her outrage and emotional resistance to his cynical words boiled. She sincerely considered him the last scoundrel who had lost both honor and dignity, and Ares shouted in anger, not understanding how she dared to raise her hand against him, insisting that she simply did not realize what had really happened. Disha said that they would talk about everything later, but now it was urgent to take Ramuri to a safe place, while the hero was convinced. At night he would settle everything, promising to take care of both her and the witch, who was now barely standing on her feet. He thought that by completing this task, their tongue would be silenced forever and handed over to the monsters, and this annoying bearer would no longer be able to bother him. Ithaca asked them to make sure that even in such a place there was a home, and Shicha sighed and cried humiliatingly out of frustration. How could she not have noticed him earlier, before he saw her? The bandit made a bet for 1,000 gold, assuring that they would definitely stop at this estate, and Slad only grimaced. It did not seem like an ordinary bet, since the tracks of 2 people already led straight here. Only 2 pairs of footprints remained near the entrance, and Slad could not understand where the other residents of the estate had gone until Shicha explained. A heavy rain had recently passed, so most of the prints were simply washed away by water. Ithaca asked if they were really going there and felt a chill in her heart, because the spirits that usually come alive and rustle in these walls suddenly became unusually quiet. Considering these alarming signs, Slad suggested that Shicha conduct reconnaissance, and he immediately agreed, ready at any moment to face the threat and protect his friends. Ethix looked at him in surprise and doubted her own conclusion because she suddenly became afraid. Maybe she had misread the situation. Slad asked the girl to trust her own inner feelings and if it seemed that something was wrong, to immediately share her doubts, emphasizing that in dangerous situations intuition can save. He added that it was worth acting this way even in small things, because sometimes small details become the key in the most difficult circumstances, and the companion agreed. Shichar exclaimed enthusiastically, praising Ithaca for her extraordinary intuition, as if she had just sensed the danger even before it had time to manifest. And he assured this villa was actually a monster in the guise of a house, and Slad had already suspected this, so the girl was in complete shock, realizing what deadly trap they had just slipped away from, encountering a deceptive illusion. The leader said that they are dealing with 3 monsters that lure victims in a special way. The first is a house that waits for magical animals and devours them, and the second is a fake hotel that hides crowds of zombies that have been reanimated, and this is truly abnormal. In the third house, a fatal encounter awaited them. Shicha said that when they knocked, no one answered, and this immediately seemed suspicious. Slad confirmed that such estates often have no permanent owners and therefore no one responds, and the bandit again insisted that Dishav would hardly fall into the same trap twice, which cannot be said about Ares. The leader confidently continued, one who deals with the dead could not fail to notice their presence if this really was a fake hotel shelter. But in this house many traces were missing, so perhaps they are already dealing with the third type of monster, and from fear Slad's face was covered with cold, sticky sweat. From the darkness before them appeared a mysterious figure, the night fairy. Suddenly Slad finds himself in a luxurious but empty hall where the silence sounds too loud. At the door before him appears a girl who with a smile invites him into her dream dwelling, and Slad immediately understands. He is already asleep. He asks who she is, and at that moment a small creature flashes past him. Slad recognizes it as the rarest night fairy nightmare. The heroes gasp in amazement. This is not just a monster, but a unique monster, so they wonder if she is capable of competing on the level of legendary beings. They are explained that among all monsters there are 16 types considered the rarest, and their power is equal to the power of a deity. The Nightmare Fairy appears to people in different faces, so in some countries she is revered as a god. This mansion is not the body of the fairy, but only one of her transformed forms wandering the world. One of the companions panics sharply as soon as he realizes. He shamelessly approached and knocked on her door. Slad croaks that it can't be anything serious, and the boy thinks the fairy won't get angry until a deafening blow sounds. The fairy giggles and says she is friendly, and the boy understands. She was not conquered by the Demon King. The companion insists that only a truly happy person can come out alive from the fairy's dreams, and the young man thinks in response that she is crazy. The fairy explains that usually everyone who enters her mansion does not return from there. No one. The fairy bursts into rage. He tries to leave, abandoning his friends, and she calls it suicide. The companion screams in frenzy, demanding an answer, whether he understands that the Demon King has poisoned their world with curses and chaos. The fairy realizes in horror that the Demon King is actually the weakest among the 16 rarest species. Slad concludes that the Nightmare Fairy, as the 8th monster, is somewhere in the middle in strength, not at the very end. His companion screams in panic that this means the beginning of a new invasion, the appearance of another Demon King. The young man waves it off and says their comrade Ares definitely won't manage, and the girl adds, "It's not worth going there because only the lucky return." It turns out that this fairy does not send nightmares, but shows people the embodiment of their most cherished inner desires. The young man sharply turns to his companion, as if seeking confirmation of what was said and preparing to make a decision. The hero, with a confident smile, says that he believes they can handle it. She asks on what grounds he decided so, and he replies that he has already fought a unique monster. The partners are stunned because they hear about this for the first time. The hero explains that it all happened by accident and he just happened to be there. Slad says that this time he is without that team, so now he understands why he gained fame and an SSS rank on the old continent. He decides, first of all, they need to talk to the Nightmare Fairy and persuade her to return the boys. His companion shudders at his intention, but immediately without hesitation takes a position to defend his rear. He asks her to stay, explaining that if the plan fails, she will still have to report to the king. He apologizes, realizing that if he leaves her alone, she might not survive the coming night. The girl smiles and gently asks not to worry, accepting her role without resistance. Slad thinks that everyone has their own purpose, and without her warning, everyone would have helplessly entered the world of dreams without hesitation. He approaches her and sincerely says that she did her job simply wonderfully. The hero solemnly declares that now it is his turn to play his role and heads to the mansion. Approaching the door, he thoughtfully quiets his steps, assuming that probably he should knock 3 times. He suddenly realizes that this is a dream. Before him stands the fairy of nightmares with whom he came to talk. The fairy shines with joy because he understood that he is sleeping, since when people enter the realm of dreams, almost everyone forgets about it. The young man explains that it all happened because he does not want to drown in dreams. The fairy smiles and says that the desire to talk is wonderful, so she simply must receive him in a proper, hospitable manner. Suddenly, he finds himself in a hall where music is playing and treats prepared especially for him are waiting. The fairy offers him to eat whatever he wishes, but the young man does not understand what is happening. For him, it looks like a dream. Then the fairy angrily asks if he dares to underestimate her dreams. She explains that everything that happens in this dream finds its reflection in reality. Slad realizes the fairy cannot create what she herself does not desire, and if you die in a dream, you die in reality. The young man, smiling, says that if she insists, he will agree. The fairy rejoices, noticing that he truly likes her, and takes on a gentle, attractive appearance. The young man thinks that he almost succumbed to her charms, and finally understands why no one wants to leave here. The fairy explains, escaping from the dream is very easy. As soon as he wants to wake up, he will immediately wake up. She reassures him that he does not need to do this, because here he can live a carefree life without any worries. But in reality, his companion is trying hard to wake him up, repeating that last night he was completely exhausted. The fairy, apparently bored, says that he is not losing his head, and that he is already quite satisfied, so her words sound indifferent and condescending. The companion believes that if it were not for the guild, everything could have ended much worse. The fairy asks what exactly he wanted to talk about, and Slad hesitates whether she can read the thoughts of those who enter her home. She sternly states that it is forbidden to wake those who have already arrived at her dwelling, because only they themselves decide whether to wake up. The girl says that she will fulfill his wish, but she wants to hear the request directly from his lips. Slad responds with unwavering determination that then he will say it right now. He asks the fairy to allow him to enter their dreams. The hero finds himself in a strange white forest and does not understand what kind of place it is. Suddenly, a small fairy appears and with a smile says that she is very pleased because he invited her with him. She explains that many people know her, but far from everyone is ready to spend time with her. The girl adds that this is a witch's dream, and that among the 3, this child most desires to meet it. Iris asks why Odette is so pensive, and she replies, since she accidentally overheard their conversation about the past, she has been thinking about one thing all the time. She wonders what will happen to the hero's team without such powerful reinforcement, and confidently feels that he underestimates his own role. Saikyou explains, at first she did not even realize how much her powers had grown and thought that the spirits were just in a wonderful mood. It took her a whole month to understand that her effect triggered some kind of buff, and that Slad simultaneously weakens the opponents. They discuss his caution. Saikyou says that he is too naive and as soon as the team was formed, effortlessly revealed all his cards. In the end, they conclude that he did not try to hide anything deliberately, and that he undoubtedly had his reasons for acting that way. The girls exchanged glances both anxiously and with curiosity, as if trying to understand what reasons could be behind his silence. Edix laughed so loudly that the echo went down the corridor, and admitted that she had no idea. Saikyou teased her for suddenly becoming so arrogant and then herself guessed. Probably Slad told her everything because, supposedly, he fell in love. Etika blushed and whispered that it would be sweet, and Saikyou immediately decided, here is a new reason for her favorite teasing. Saikyou explained that Slad is completely serious. He is convinced that his abilities are mediocre, and because of this he simply needs self-confidence. Etika cannot believe that with her CSS rank such a thing could even happen, and Saikyou suggests imagining life without the spiritual witch's own abilities. Saikyou explains that abilities are inseparable from themselves, but Etika stubbornly still considers herself an ordinary adventurer. She claims that unique skills are part of their essence, and Etika replies that at least she should feel cool. Chitra reveals the truth. Slad is unable to use his abilities. She explains the meaning of the word automatically. Their skills belong to them and activate at their own will, just by wanting to. Slad says he cannot do this. His automatic skills work regardless of what he himself wants. Erika asks if that is why he is so indifferent, and Shite replies that he simply does not consider his mastery something extraordinary. The girl smiles and says that it is even sweet. Such abilities seem to free from the burden of responsibility. The off-screen voice reminds that coming to terms with the consequences of one's own actions is not so easy at all. Shite bursts out in indignation and declares that Erika's skill is no less impressive, then awkwardly admits he will envy the weak boys. Before him flashes the hat of Rimari and her dying mother, and this immediately throws Slad into a whirlpool of memories. Slad realizes that this is Rimuri, so he decides to approach and find out which of the girls is the one they are looking for. The hero notices that Rimuri is a half-blood, and at the same time sees that they both are no different from ordinary human children. He concludes that her desire is to be born an ordinary girl, so the fairy asks what he intends to do next. Slad decides to approach and greet her friendly, emphasizing what wonderful weather it is today. The fairy smiles joyfully at his greeting and considers that she praises him for almost every little thing. The witch meets them as the dearest guests, bows warmly, and asks how she can help. A little girl suddenly runs out to meet him and throws herself at him. He asks if she is Rimuri, and when the girl confirms that she likes him, he involuntarily thinks about how very different she is from that witch. Slad calls little Rimuri to go home together, explaining that they are now in a dream and that he came specifically to take her. The girl stubbornly refuses, and the fairy swears that she will not harm her, yet still regrets having to destroy such a happy dream. He says he is already coming and says goodbye, but the witch asks him to think it over and stay with them. She cautiously asks if she will be okay with the thought of a second child, hinting at someone else. The half-blood girl hides behind the witch's back, and he wonders who she is because they seem to be the same age. The witch declares that he does not belong to her dream, and he replies that he is already awaited elsewhere and leaves. He walks away, apologizing to her as if every word is meant to smooth over guilt. The witch calls him Slodum and he stops because suddenly he no longer recognizes this room. Determination flashes in her eyes, and she says she does not want him to leave. He finally understands this is the very Rimuri he knows, just at a different age and in different clothing. The hero asks her if she is disgusted by her demonic blood, and she answers that of course she is. She quietly sobs that if she had been born mortal, this would never have happened, and he recalls that she once said exactly those words to him. He clearly remembers her confession. She cannot forget that they are forbidden to sell anything to demons. He remembers how everyone around trembled and feared her, and only he did not turn away when she approached. Among all, only Slade dared to pronounce her name directly, addressing her as if she were not a curse. She thinks through tears in her eyes that he finally recognized her completely without reservation, without doubt. He asks her if he can hear it once more. He recalls what they talked about in this room and thinks he said something foolish, but she disagrees with that. Slade tells her that she is beautiful as she is, without any changes. He asks her with a smile if she remembers her goal. Rimuri confidently replies that she remembers, and they both stand before huge, luxuriously decorated gates. The girl, without averting her gaze, declares with incredible determination that she wants to defeat the Demon King. She strives for the world to accept the half-bloods, and he understands that it will be extremely difficult because she will still have to endure contempt. He sees the girl realizes this in advance but still chooses her path despite all the merciless hardships. Slade proclaims that it is time to set out, and the fairy immediately adds, "Time to wake up." The girl recognizes this place, and at that moment her companion utters her name, Rimuri. She greeted me in the morning with a smile, warmly, and without any restraint. The hero immediately realized before him was the real Rimuri, not her ghostly image from his dreams. Slade, noticing the absence of his hat, confusedly patted his head as if looking for where it could have been lost. Two girls appeared in the forest, and one of them called to the other, Rimuri. Rimuri asked Shite where she had been all this time and why she had disappeared from her sight. The girl replied that it was a long story and added, "First, one thing must be returned." Rimuri noticed that the object she was holding in her hands was extremely dirty. She asked her mother for forgiveness, and Edik suggested calling the Domovic, assuring that he would quickly fix everything. She introduced herself as Slade's new friend. The woman exclaimed indignantly that she understood the meaning of what was said but saw no involvement of her own in it. One of the girls suggested calling the house spirits to fix the hat. Under the night sky, they agreed to exchange information before the hero returned to the estate. Gathered around the campfire, the heroes argued about Ares. In their opinion, he lied and misled the trail, but even his actions still turned out to be predictable. Ramuri explained how Ares led them to a rare wyvern, and how Dishav saved everyone from inevitable death with a critical hit. After that, Dishav carried Ramuri on her back, and Ares insisted on spending the night at an estate found right in the forest. The holy maiden, although initially objecting, agreed to rest, suddenly realizing that it was truly necessary, and both girls came to an agreement. Ares is the worst hero, and how could he defend so poorly and fail completely? Salt said that Ares still remains a hero, regardless of what people think about him. Ramuri looked confused and asked why the title of hero even has such decisive importance. Dishev was even more surprised. It never occurred to her that someone might not know how important this heroic title is. Edix confirmed the Demon King now rules the world, he is immortal, and there are talks about the appearance of a new weakest among the rarest monsters. The Demon King, unlike mortals, placed a curse on the entire world. Under his rule, once friendly monsters became cruel and began attacking people. To defeat the Demon King, the sacred power of the hero is needed, which Ares currently possesses. The girl apologized for the inconvenience and said that only the Demon King was to blame, while Slad was shocked to hear the hero equated with a monster and wondered if she really hated Ares that much. Edix asked again if this stupid bastard was really the only one who could save their world. It turned out that the heroic skill was rare but not unique. Someone other than Ares could possess it, and Slad openly expressed doubt that this was even possible. Dishav confirmed the heroic skill exists, it just manifests only once every few hundred centuries. They further clarified that there had never been several heroes at the same time before, and the girl sighed sadly, regretting that Slad did not become a hero, saying it would have been better if he had been one. Slad apologized, calling himself an ordinary unemployed guy, but the girl objected. He was not ordinary at all. Ramuri hugged Slad tightly and called him a brave, unemployed man, emphasizing his strength with warm words and support. Dishu added that his own actions mattered much more than bare heroic words. She said that the hero not only woke up from the magical sleep of nightmares but also returned Ramuri, and this act could become a legend. Slad quickly objected that the Nightmare Fairy was actually benevolent and asked to keep everything secret to avoid publicity. Ramuri announced that she was leaving the hero's team and wished to become Slad's companion. She reminded that the Demon King could not be defeated without the hero's power and asked if she was giving up her own goal. Rumori denied and was completely sure. There is another way, not the one they are offered. Dishow exclaimed joyfully that it was true, and Slad suddenly realized something important and unexpected. Finally, Slad understood why he was pushed to follow Ares and realized his true goal. Dishow admitted that Wyvern and Night Fairy were not part of her plan, but she still felt pangs of conscience. The girl felt relief at the same time. The same girl sincerely expressed her apologies. Two characters honestly admitted that they had no idea what they were even talking about, yet Shicha decided to run away with the narrator, and Ramuri demanded an immediate explanation from Slad. Slad calmly replied that his goal was to guide Ares on the path of learning and show him the value of true friendship. The young man sharply interrupted him, shouting that he wanted Dishow and Ramuri to leave as well, not to interfere any further. The girls angrily reproached the hero for forgetting the main goal to defeat the Demon King's knight, and disdainfully called him a nobody. Someone among them asked if it was about Ares. Dishow insisted they finally understand how important their skills were, and immediately a question arose in the conversation. What exactly was Slad's mastery? Etika enthusiastically called Slad her heroine, and Slad suddenly realized. Ramuri already knows about his abilities, so the heroes honestly admitted that they still could not imagine how to manage without the power of heroic Slad, but confidently stated that everything would work out. Slad firmly said that he was capable of assembling a team that could defeat the Lord of Demons. Characters with relief and faith in their voices were convinced that someone would definitely return. The hero realized with surprise that he was now fighting with this very girl, and from that moment his heart skipped even more from the unexpectedness. Slad looked back at his appearance in the boundless world he called Dream of the Holy Maiden, and he was met by the Fairy of Nightmares. Slad joyfully exclaimed that he saw her again, and Nightmare replied, they were no longer in the manor, and she remembered his wish. Nightmare calmly said that fulfilling such a significant dream was not difficult at all. Slad thanked Nightmare for her thoughts on the importance of nobility in the world of dreams and suggested calling her Nightmare at aching only part of her name, because it suited the fairy of panic and nightmares. The surprised fairy asked why he chose that name. After that, the hero felt he had crossed a boundary and asked why Nightmare did not care about herself at all when talking about her own desire. She responded with a question. Did he mean her true essence, and directly said that the only thing that truly mattered to her was his desire. Slad explained that fairies do not have their own true form in dreams, and the image of Nightmare was created as an embodiment of his aspirations. He admitted that he himself forged this likeness of the fairy of wish fulfillment he once read about, and Nightmare only confirmed his words. Nightmare said that the meaning of her life was to give travelers happy dreams and emphasized, her appearance did not matter, the main thing was to fulfill the purpose for which she was called. Slad mentally acknowledged that there was nothing strange about this. She was a monster, and he emphasized that she was a creature of a unique kind. Nightmare explained that in this form Slad could talk to her, and Slad's joy warmed her no less than if it had been a random part of a dream. Slad openly expressed his delight. She said that Slad was the first who managed to fulfill her dreams, and Slad was surprised, realizing that she even had a dream at all. Nightmare suggested postponing the conversation about that dream, since now it was necessary to fulfill Slad's desire. Slad understood that she was clearly evading the answer, so he decided they needed to find Disha. He noticed a perfect row of divine statues and felt a solemn grandeur in the air. He admitted that this was undoubtedly a temple, but said it looked too terrifying and not at all like a place for prayer. The young man wondered why there were so many monks here and not a single priest, and Slad noticed that the monks hardly looked like believers and realized, monk here referred to a combat specialty. The hero realized that people of this profession used their free time for training in the garden, and although it all looked like a dream, the place itself was extremely strange. Suddenly Slad froze at the sight of a girl so striking that he couldn't look away. He described her greenish-golden hair, blue eyes, and slender figure, and noted that she looked the same age as Disha, whom he knew. Slad noticed that the girl was dressed in the same training suit as the monks wandering the temple, so it was not sacred clothing, and only one glove remained from the robe of the Holy Virgin. The hero admitted that it was a wonderful picture from his memories and added, he did not understand religion, but now the girl's prayer pose looked almost no longer sacred. The young man was surprised. Being a stranger, he was entering where the path was closed to everyone else. Slad exclaimed that it was not enough just to desire something and suddenly realized, Nightmare was right, he saw Disha and called her name. The hero flinched from shock when she hit him. Slad was amazed by the incredibly accurate kick to the knee and noticed that the real Disha was not capable of such a thing. He decided that this was exactly the appearance she wanted, and that under such conditions his life should have been taken instantly, but he managed to avoid this fate. And then he realized his automatic debuff worked. He concluded that he was not welcome here and recalled, abilities are always disabled in a dream. Slad pondered how exactly her critical strike works, and in the worst case imagined the worst. Slad understood death in a dream means death in the real world, so he forced himself not to think about it. He suddenly realized that she could also die from the consequences of his technique. Slad tried to cover and bandage Disha, but she pushed him away and did not even listen to him. He asked in surprise why she was attacking, not believing his own eyes. Disha said she wanted to finish him with one blow and ordered him not to resist. Slad interrupted her, trying to thwart the intention before the decisive moment. Disha added that he himself perfectly understands, he really deserved it. The hero still could not understand why she attacked him, and Disha accused him of irresponsibly abandoning them. Disha, trembling with emotion, declared that she trusted him. She looked closely once again, sighed in surprise, and recognized the real Slad. Slad said he was not sure what exactly had happened, but his ability had already faded, and that did not justify the fact that he did not even say goodbye to them before leaving. Looking at Dishev, Slad assumed that she was unconsciously trying to get rid of the unpleasant glitch and continue to sleep peacefully, and he realized the story about his escape was made up by Ares, because in reality he was simply thrown out of the team. Disha exclaimed that it would be quite fair to hit him only once. Slad recalled that once in Rimuri he had similar thoughts. He did not trust that team, although he called them friends, and believed that nothing would change if he left, since the main thing was only the existence of his ability. Yet Slad thought that they were still trying to find him, so Disha asked what exactly was wrong. Slad promised that this time he would not disappear. The heroine clarified whether she meant that now they were sleeping in the mansion of a unique demon, and Disha warned Slad, if he decided to have fun with jokes, he should prepare for another reprimand. Slad suggested going to the temple and checking everything themselves, but Disha objected that the dream is an imperfect reflection of reality, so not everything looks plausible in the dream world. She pondered this. Disha agreed and added that she would have refused if Ares had made her such an offer. She reasoned that maybe she would believe only when she saw those strange monks. The girl was stunned by what was happening. Everything looked too bizarre and at the same time strangely convincing. Slad noticed that Disha simply did not want to accept the idea that they were in a dream, so he explained, all this was created by the subconscious. The hero turned to someone with apologies, initially deciding that there was nothing unusual here, but quickly came to the conclusion, in reality, it was not so simple. Slad greeted, but in response received only a dry formal bow, despite all his attempts to attract attention. He was outraged that everyone demonstratively ignored him, although they could at least say hello, to which Dishan remarked that they were simply too busy. Slad wondered if Disha's dream was to be unnoticed by the temple servants, but she replied that Disha had lived in the temple since childhood and no priest could pass by without trying to talk to her. The boy seemed to understand everything, yet hesitated whether to intervene, fearing that his persistence might offend Disha, and she quietly said she wanted to return to training. The hero finally understood what was happening and why there were neither warm words nor attention around. Slad, realizing that this did not sound very believable, again recalled both himself and the hero's team and told Dishu that she was the Holy Virgin. Dishu addressed her parents and frankly said that they would not believe what she was proclaiming. Little Dishu, for whom her father received a sack of coins, was given to the church. Her parents apologized to her, and she through tears asked them not to cry. The girl decided, from now on she must be strong. Slad told Disha that she was the Holy Virgin, but she replied that she had only recently embarked on the path of a monk. The hero hesitated whether to intervene and asked Disha if she really wanted to defeat the Demon King. The girl replied that it was everyone's dream and everyone would be grateful if she could do it, and Disha only summarized that people rely on her and that, she said, was wonderful. Slad inquired whether Disha is among those very ones who desire this. The hero recalled that once Disha healed his wounds while saving Rimuri, and Disha confirmed that she remembers it perfectly. At that time Slad was not the target of the attack, so his ability did not work and the wounds turned out to be terrible. Slad and Disha discussed that Disha is always like that, and the girl, unable to hold back, noted that even an ordinary bearer turned out to be so reckless. Disha said it was a trifle, and Slad thanked her for the help. Slad noted that Disha had always been like that, so it was not surprising that in response to her thanks she heard no pleas. He understood. Healing wounds and saving those in need is the duty of the Holy Maiden. The young man felt relief seeing that even in a dream Disha remains as kind as in reality. Looking intently at Disha, Slad suddenly realized, monks are not allowed to use healing magic. The crowd shouted that the Holy Maiden is already here, although someone muttered in denial that it was not true. People on their knees begged the Holy Maiden to pray to God to grant them prosperity, help the hero defeat the Demon King, and reveal God's blessing to the world. Slad realized in Disha's dream she has the same role of priestess and such things often happened in the temple. He addressed her, asking her to remember, and apologized for his intrusion. The hero explained that when the Holy Maiden is born in this world, she becomes exactly what others need, despite any of her dreams. Her gift is similar to the hero's gift, so she has no right to refuse her destiny. Slad concluded that Disha wholeheartedly desires to save this world, and even in her dreams this shines through every image. Disha suddenly remembered, she is the Holy Virgin. She just has to choose who she wants to be, a Holy Virgin or a monk. Slade advised Dishan not to try to forget anything, and the girl called him irresponsible in response. Dishav asked if she could be happy because she was born with a unique skill, and Slade replied, it is not a problem that she will not become who she dreamed of, but reminded her that she wanted to acquire a combat specialization. The main heroine said that it is Slade who allows her to make a choice just like before. The girl admitted that she can hear such words only from Slade, and he replied, now she will hear his answer. Disha, appearing before the believers in the likeness of the Holy Virgin, announced that they had prayed for victory for years and can finally calm down, promising to fulfill their duty and put an end to the exhausting war with the Demon King to bring peace back to this land. The young virgin swore to bring people back to the peace and silence from which they had been cut off by fear for so long. Dishav gently touched Slade's head and whispered that the time to wake up had come. Slade suddenly realized this is most likely not just a delusion but a real dream with real consequences. The hero, leaving the estate, noticed that he knew nothing about how Dishav dreamed of becoming a monk. Dishav replied that she does not aspire to become that because she considers it her duty to help ordinary people, and that she always does only what is required of her. The girl confessed that she constantly tried to convince herself this is exactly what she truly wants. Her real desire was to find her own dream, her own, not imposed by someone else. Dishav agreed to save Ares as soon as possible, and Etika admitted that it was best to leave him sealed in this dream. Ramuri suggested that Ares might turn out to be a worthless scoundrel, but Dishav objected. They had been partners until recently, and Ramuri emphasized that they could not abandon their only lifelong goal because of personal feelings. Slade thought that Dishav was still as stubborn as before, so he compared her to a pea hitting a wall. Dishav declared that her duty was to accompany the hero and save the world. Dishav asked what difference it made, even if Ares was strong only because of Slade's abilities, and firmly said that in their time there was no reason to hope for a new bearer of this gift, because only with Ares's guidance could they defeat the Lord of Demons. Slade objected that he did not consider her that stubborn, apologized, saying he had nothing more to add, and refused to help Ares. Dishav let out a sigh of regret. They simply did not understand each other. The girl addressed Slade, who had been silent all this time, and finally asked him to say what he thought about all this. Slade confirmed, of course, Ares must be awakened, and that was their plan from the very beginning. Then she asked if he would return to the hero's team if Ares accepted him. Slade replied grimly that he had only one condition. He did not want Ares to find out about his abilities. Dishav flared up with indignation. She said he wouldn't be so arrogant if he heard what he was capable of. She asked discontentedly what was wrong with using skills and ordered him to shut up. The girl insisted that it was natural for people to use their gifts and asked if he was so against working for the good of others that principles were more important to him than the fate of the whole world, and Slade only replied gloomily that it was not that simple. Slade sharply exclaimed Dishav, and she immediately waved it off. That was not the point at all. The hero explained that as soon as Ares found out about his abilities, he would stop fighting altogether. Slade repeated the same. As soon as Ares understood what the hero was capable of, his participation in battles would end completely. He added that he himself did not realize this immediately, just like everyone else, because it was the one who asked him to become part of the hero's team who told him about it. Slade said that at first he thought this was really his position, but in reality, everything was different. It was a shock for Slade to learn about the true nature of Ares. His heroic team was just entertainment, and while he alone could save the world, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted, while everyone else had only to praise the hero. He also explained that only Ares could defeat the Demon King, and supposedly he needed no one. Slade continued, this man does not seek the salvation of the world who was driven by an insatiable thirst for power, and from the honorable title of hero only boundless narcissism remained. Otherwise, he would never have gone to certain death against monsters that hunt fighters up close. One of Slade's companions still stubbornly believed that even Ares once had at least a drop of conscience. Slade asked if they really thought their hero would risk his own life, and, according to him, Ares considers himself the center of the whole world. Dishav noticed that they all were not without sin, and each in childhood imagined as if the whole world revolved around him. Slade added that these were the words of his friend, and even becoming a hero, Ares never matured, and the companions nodded, admitting, he behaves like a child, so they asked what this had to do with his skills. The hero explained that his abilities work automatically, and they would not have to dance to Ares's tune. The companions honestly admitted that such words did not make anything clearer. Slade said that it was Ares, and he would never accept help from anyone else. Dishav admitted that their strength was still insufficient to defeat the Demon King, and Slade replied that that was exactly why the hero must allow him to intervene, and Slade was not going to back down from this plan. The comrades were stunned, realizing the real reason, and exclaimed how everything was connected, and one of them asked if Ares did not look too much like a child. Slade suggested that perhaps they think this is just a trifle not worth paying attention to. He confirmed that it really was so important for Aries, that she's so significant, so Slad was ready to entrust their world to the Demon King for the sake of this path. The hero said with surprise, "Who would have thought that the key to power is self-respect and self-love," and added that the chosen god Aries defeated the Demon King by asking for help from a worthless bearer. Slad concluded that Aries would never agree to this. One of the companions objected, saying that this statement was untrue. She reminded them that they were raised with a single purpose to one day save the world together with the hero. Slad thought that once he himself had learned to think the same way about the reliability of others, but now he understood. He was wrong. He called this mistake too dangerous and added that now he finally understood everything. Kaihou said okay and promised, after they awaken Aries, no one will tell him about his abilities. Slad decided that in the end he convinced everyone, and so it was decided to save the hero. Etika asked Kaihou if she was confused, and she confirmed that she indeed felt lost. Kaihou remarked with surprise that this was unlike her, because before she always moved forward only for the sake of others' desires, and asked why instead of fear of the unknown she could not think about new possibilities. Otoko addressed Kaihou and inquired how each of them would strike Aries once each, when the moment comes. Kaihou apologized, saying she did not expect someone like herself capable of saying such a thing, and confessed. For some reason she felt that he had other intentions regarding the hero besides saving the world. She noted it was strange that they met only today, but the impression was as if she had known Otoko all her life. Kaihou returned to Slad to save the young man. Slad smiled in response and said that it was a responsible task. Nightmare appeared and called out to Slad, warning, time to move on. Slad asked if there was any problem, and the fairy explained that the most holy virgin was generously awaiting his apologies, and also that the little witch herself very much wanted to see him. Nightmare replied that the hero did not resemble any of them at all, and when the young man asked if he could see the dream, she advised him not to do so. She explained that for some people the dreamed becomes a nightmare for another person, and every dream is the personal world of its owner. Then the fairy asked if Slad still wanted to leave. Nightmare added that some souls must sleep forever. They will see the dreams they themselves desire and will no longer be able to cause harm in the real world. Slad objected, saying that it would not be so, because their hero is the only salvation from the Demon King. Finally, Slot declared that he would wake Aries. Slad decided that the guys trusted him, and that they simply had to bring him back. He also wondered if Aries had the right to run away after everything he had done, and Slad concluded, no, he did not. Slad addressed Nightmare and asked if something was bothering her. Slad said that it was already visible on her, and Nightmare flared with anger because he himself could read minds, and she replied that feelings were not foreign to her either. Nightmare declared that he only wanted to penetrate her soul, and that she, in turn, also wanted to show herself to him without shame. The fairy exclaimed that her true face was the night sky, and what a wonderful dream she had to see. Nightmare said that these lonely stars are someone's sweet dreams, and that they all sleep within her. The fairy sharply objected that calling them victims is a senseless rudeness. She explained that cruel reality and relentless fate brought them here, so she helps them fulfill their deepest desires, and Slad agreed that he understood, but Nightmare interrupted him and said she knew what he was about to say. Nightmare turned to Slad and confessed that she too has her own cherished dream that she nurtured with her heart. The girl said that her dream is to invite all the people in the world into her home and give them sweet sleep forever. Slad was surprised, and Nightmare replied that this concerns him as well without any exceptions. The young man heard a knock at the door and immediately received an urgent message from the Holy Maiden of the hero's team. Slad read the message. The hero's team encountered a monster of a unique type, the Fairy of Nightmarish Dreams, but thanks to the active intervention of a group assembled by a special thief, the witch and the Holy Maiden were immediately saved, so the third visit to the enemy's dwelling ended successfully. The heroes finally freed the hero. Then the hero continued reading the message, which stated that the man called the porter driver is currently unconscious, so they urgently request help from the king. The boy said that the hero's condition is stable and his consciousness has cleared, and the king ordered everyone to wait. The king asked if he had just mentioned the porter. The girl introduced herself as Slad. One of them, pointing with a finger, exclaimed that even Aries was somewhere nearby lying on the ground. They asked if they had lost something and decided that it was already in the past, but the girls were confused, not understanding what had happened, and suddenly realized something had happened in their dream because the estate had disappeared. Kaihou added that the other boys returned alive but never woke up. She noticed that he seemed to have fallen into a coma, and even the sacred spell of forced awakening could not help. The retinue lay senselessly on the ground. He finally found the fairy of the nightmare and exclaimed that her dream was too cruel. Slad asked the fairy if she would remain alone forever. The fairy confirmed that the dreams are not connected in any way, and communicating with someone in a dream is equal to talking to oneself. She explained that a dream is eternal loneliness, but it seemed to her that her dwelling was a perfect world where dreams come true, so everything was fine and everyone spent time happily, not even looking behind the scenes. The fairy admitted that it was so until she met Slad. Slad was surprised when the nightmare declared he was the only one who, crossing the threshold of the estate, did not lose his memories. The hero asked again with distrust, and the fairy confirmed that others came to talk to her. But as soon as they found themselves in the dream dwelling, they could not even remember what a dream was and completely forgot why they came. The fairy told Slad that he was different from the others because a forgotten dream cannot come true even in a dream. She honestly admitted that she was too happy about his appearance, because for her it was a previously unknown calm and incredible joy, and she could only talk to Slad, so she added, thanks to his determined desire to meet her, he was able to fulfill another of her dreams. The fairy concluded that everything said before was a mistake, and that talking to someone who is not asleep is a real pleasure. When the fairy said that she did not know this, Slad looked puzzled and blinked confusedly, as if he could not believe his own ears. Nightmare whispered that perhaps it was because of her dreams that she gave someone salvation. In fact, so many souls have forever lost what was most precious to human hearts. The hero is allowed to apologize to Nightmare. He hugged Nightmare and said that he thought, her dreams are born from evil intentions, but in reality she is very kind. Slad admitted that he was lucky because he would hardly forget her words of gratitude thanks to his automatic debuff, which probably perceived her power as dangerous and simply turned it off. Nightmare corrected him, explaining, his skill affects not only the illusion but its effect is still weakened. And the young man added that he is immortal, so the aging effect cannot harm him, and Slad clarified whether this means that the automatic debuff is good against the Demon King, and Nightmare confirmed. The girl said that the hero touched her unique power, and now he can become useful in the fight against the Demon King. If he destroys her with his own hands, there will be a chance for victory. Nightmare admitted that wherever she went, the manor's guests continued to disappear without a trace, falling into the world of dreams, and that she was unable to control her powers. She begged Slad to touch her. Slade glanced at her, and Nightmare suggested checking if it was possible to kill the immortal. She added that Slade should not doubt. He would not be able to enter the hero's dream as he wished, and there was only one way to wake this child, after which Nightmare stated that she would not regret if Slade destroyed her. Nightmare smiled and told Slade not to hurt such a face, because it was, supposedly, beautiful. The hero told her not to be so angry, because her words hurt much more than anything he had said. Slade, in shock, asked how she could ask a friend to end his own life. The girl asked in surprise if they were really friends with each other. The young man replied how, after everything that had happened, they could call it friendship, and added that above all he was not capable of killing a child who was so sincerely repentant. Slade told Nightmare that he had an idea. The hero said he was not sure if it was even possible, but sincerely believed that everything would eventually be resolved between them. Slade declared that he had come to the world of dreams to bring back his friends, and now he had no reason to leave Nightmare alone, so this time he wanted to see the dream. He told the Fairy of Nightmares that her real name was Night Vision, and that there was no dream she could not fulfill. Nightmare shone with joy and exclaimed that Slade was right. There was no dream she could not realize, and now she understood it. Slad supported her, convincing her to believe in herself because she could, and Nightmare would definitely cope. Nightmare excitedly spoke to Slad, explaining that she needed to hear his desire and asked what exactly he wanted. Slad approached Nightmare closer and asked her to become his partner. Thus the hero found himself on Earth, as if his path suddenly changed direction. Slad was amazed when he found himself in the royal chambers, and Nightmare immediately called him by name. Nightmare began to ask Slad how exactly he slept that night, carefully watching his reaction. Slad looked at herself in surprise and asked if that meant everything was in the same dream, and Nightmare replied no, they were no longer dreaming, and everything around was real. Nightmare joyfully confirmed that they managed to do it exactly as he promised. He explained that his auto-enhancement works even on Slad, and if auto-reduction affects her, then enhancement should also work, and Slad carefully accepted his analysis and conclusions. Nightmare summarized that the plan was simple. First they became comrades, her magical power increased thanks to his skill, and then she was able to control her abilities. The girl said that the second half of success depends only on herself, after which Slad apologized and asked why he suddenly fell asleep. Nightmare explained that her power suddenly went beyond control, so she could not immediately tame it, and because of this Slad fell into a deep sleep from which it was very hard to break free. Seeing Nightmare in the same form, as if they were still in reality, Slad asked in surprise why this happened, and the girl replied that it was difficult for her to transform the mansion into a new appearance borrowed from his own memories. Nightmare added that now no one would forget reality when they find themselves in a dream, and she herself would be able to change other people's dreams at will. Slad called this truly a unique variety and could not hide his admiration for her complete power. The fairy, with a note of pity, told about little Aries. She turned his dream into a nightmare so that the hero would wake up quickly, and Slad asked to wait and inquired why he was here if this was really reality. The boy invited friends, so it was best to ask them, and Nightmare added that she would go for a little walk around the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Slad wondered if it was normal to give such power to a monster of a unique kind, and that it seemed not to be a very well thought out act. Slad forced himself to gather his thoughts and ordered, "Quieter," then anxiously asked Ethic if something had happened. The young man thanked her for the cleaned apples, saying he would eat them later because he still could not get up, and his companions explained that he had been in a coma and that Aries himself woke up almost immediately. Everyone was very worried. She replied that it was a long story, but the main thing now was to inform him of one piece of news, and Dishav showed a scroll. After awakening, Aries went to court and officially reported their dismissal from the team. While the whole group stood before a huge statue, Dishav solemnly declared that the hero's betrayal was equivalent to treason against the state. Placing food in front of Slad, the Holy Virgin sat opposite and informed that the hero had filed a lawsuit against those who saved him from death. After that, Dishav asked her friend to listen to what exactly happened during the whole month while the boy was asleep, and Slad was shocked at how long he had slept. When they found the unconscious boys, the girls dragged them into the tent, and it was raining outside. The witch sat next to Slad and sadly looked at his calm, sleepy face. Aries approached her with a nasty smile, sat next to the girl, hugging her, and boldly asked how the bearer could sleep so sweetly if the reason for the boy's condition was only a fake, cursed mansion. Ramuri sharply pushed his hand away and did not understand why a man like Aries wakes up earlier than a true friend does. Due to the tension of the situation, the hero became increasingly irritated and asked why Slad would even return to the team if he himself decided to run away, and these words were heard by the Holy Virgin. She denied everything the hero said and stated that they found out. Slad did not run away anywhere, he was simply kicked out of the team. The girl looked directly at his clothes and asked if he did not want to explain anything to them, and the boy immediately began to justify and defend himself. He reminded them that they must believe him unconditionally because he, their commander, once ran away, never saving them, and these words painfully struck Aries. The hero burst out shouting and began to insist that Slad is an ordinary, useless porter, and he does not care whether he is part of the team or not. Shichka said that it was Slad who told them about the enemy's weak spots on the battlefield, but Aries waved it off indifferently. He does not need empty talk if he can take down the enemy with one blow. Ramuri added that the porter is ready to protect them at the cost of his own life, and the hero replied sarcastically, "For a worthless witch, being cannon fodder is a perfectly fitting fate." The girl stated that if Slad had not arrived on time, Aries himself would be dead, and at these words the hero's face suddenly darkened. He found it unbearable to feel his own weakness. He approached his team and declared that what was happening was out of place, and in the eyes of the hero, he practically equated the porter to trash, after which he pointed a finger at the elf girl and sharply asked who she was. At first, Etika was confused and silent, not knowing what to answer. Then she leaned forward and said that she was Slad's friend, and the hero laughed loudly, finding it funny how such a talentless man could have a girl. He grabbed the elf girl by the chin and arrogantly sneered, stating that she was being deceived, and Aries added that Slad is only fit to carry things. So the man began to look closely at her body and persuade her to join the team of the unparalleled hero Aries, urging her to listen and admire. The hero declared that his fighters would have to be at least A rank, but he would still allow Etika to play the role of his beloved, and the elf girl immediately began to cry, and Ramuri instantly ran to her. Through tears, Etika agreed with Slad's words, calling Ares a poor wretch who only loves himself. The girls froze and the hero sat next to the elf girl and asked what Slad meant, but the young man guessed that it was just a word from the elvish language, and Etika did not understand it. Shichar replied that it was the name of a porter whom Ares considered incapable and stupid. Then the hero muttered that he had never heard of such a thing, and at that moment Ramuri asked if he knew her name. The boy clearly did not expect such pressure, and the girl shouted that he simply could not say it because she noticed. The hero had never called her by name. Ares muttered uncertainly that it was not true, then began to think and recalled the witch's name, which he actually knew very roughly, after which the boy addressed the girl as if she were the one, and everyone again turned away from the heroes in disappointment. Dishav concluded that Ares had not tried at all to remember their names, and for him they were not comrades but ordinary service staff. Their commander dispelled all doubts with one word, and Ares awkwardly scratched the back of his head, averting his gaze, as if to say, "It's nothing." Shicha interrupted him and announced that from now on he was on Slad's team, after which she approached the other girls. Ramuri supported this decision, and the witch was sure that together they would defeat the Demon King, so Ares did not understand how all his people could disappear in an instant, and directly asked what was happening to them. Seeing that the girls were not going to retreat, the hero laughed mockingly and, smiling sinisterly, asked if Slad had kept them in bed all night, as if that was why they decided to switch to the side of an ordinary porter. Ares decided that this did not look like simple treacherous sabotage and declared that he did not expect betrayal from the girls, but the witch was no longer listening to this nonsense. She screamed and rushed headlong at the hero. She suddenly accelerated and struck him with a wave of her own magic, and the hero, spinning in the air, fell with a dull thud, sinking into the ground. As soon as the hero tried to get up, Shicha pressed his sword right to his face and solemnly ordered him to stop comparing himself to Slad, which made the elf look incredibly determined as he spoke directly into the hero's eyes. At that moment, the holy maiden stopped her story and asked Shicha if he was not ashamed, then suggested he tell everything as it was himself, but Shicha managed to slip away and escape. Disha decided to continue the story. After the quarrel, Ares still remained in their camp because even someone like him has to sleep somewhere, and at night he did something that could not be ignored. When everyone went asleep, the hero began to bother Etika, for which the team beat him up, and Disha was already about to give a lecture, but Ares disagreed. He stated that the hero has the right to arrange night meetings with members not from his team. The girls surrounded the hero in a tight circle, and Shicha boldly suggested that he could become smarter if he were not a man, and Ramuri showed scissors with her fingertips and offered to check, assuring that it would not interfere with Ares's abilities. The Holy Virgin warned that the spectacle would be unpleasant, so they must finish everything before Slad wakes up, and ordered the girls to start the competition right now. Before the hero could realize what the girls had planned, the team began to beat him one by one, and he quickly felt the first powerful blows right in the face. When the beating ended and the hero was on the ground, Disha praised the girls for their flawless technique, approached Ares and ordered him to grit his teeth, because he finally understood. The girl was preparing to deliver her special strike, but she replied that she could not hear him, so she could not understand what he wanted. Disha confidently approached the lying and helpless Ares and used her special power, striking the hero so that he immediately lost consciousness. The holy maiden grabbed the hero by his clothes and said that she did not even need to resort to a critical strike, since his death would bring them a lot of trouble. Disha warned Ares not to lose consciousness hastily, because there was still one ready, a witch who with a single blow delivered a powerful strike and threw the hero right into the thicket of the forest. All team members were stunned by Ramuri's strength. Her unique ability tore from reality an unprecedented power that took one's breath away. The next morning, after the incident in the haunted house, Slad still did not wake up, and Shicha suggested moving on to the capital because that was their original goal, so the team hoped to find a way to wake their comrade by delivering Ares as a criminal. As soon as Ares got off the carriage, he stopped in front of the castle, and the witch, together with the elf, mockingly raising their eyebrows, stated that Slad must be taken out of there as soon as possible, and Ares ordered them to be silent and remarked with annoyance, "The girls, unlike him, are too cheerful." On the road, the team encountered a monster covered by miasma, and fortunately, only Ares had to face the toughest fight while the girls were sure, As long as Slad sleeps, his skill is automatically activated. When the team reached the capital and got out of the carriage, they immediately realized, after such an adventure, everything was about to fall apart. Etika admitted that she was worried about Slade but doubted that strangers would be allowed into the castle, so the elf asked the girl to take care of him. Aries passed by Dishav, who was holding a young man in her arms. She noticed the confident smile on the hero's face and asked what exactly he was laughing at. Aries waved his hands and reminded that they are heroes, so it's time to go to the king. Slade responded by threatening that his former team would bitterly regret the betrayal. At that moment, Dishav cut off his story. After all, the boys were accused of treason. A suffocating silence hung in the room. Slade smiled outwardly, but inside he was torn apart by tension. He could not understand how he managed to lie in sleep for a whole month and whether it was really himself. The Holy Virgin confessed. She had no idea that the king would really listen to Aries and arrange a court hearing for him. After all, Kassiv was once a brilliant, high-ranking traveler, and if not for his courage and wisdom, humanity would have long perished at the hands of the demon lord. It was Kassiv himself who proposed creating a team of heroes to defeat their main enemy, and Dishu could not understand such a decision. The girl doubted that Aries' foolish arguments would be taken into account, but the trial would take place in 3 days, and since Slade had woken up, he would also have to appear at the hearing. Etika joined the conversation. She honestly said that she knew very little about the human world, so she sincerely hoped that her friends were not being executed. The Holy Virgin replied that she was on the side of the heroes' team, that she would protect everyone, and also promised to show each one the true face of Aries. The witch asked if her friend was really sure about this, because if so, Aries would no longer be able to continue his heroic outbursts. Dishav wanted to explain his own opinion, but he was not allowed to interrupt the serious words of Slad, who assured their comrade would have enough strength to remain a hero further on. He added that they should not worry, since in any case it was not the worst thing that could happen. The young man suggested that everything could turn into an even worse situation. Etika began to get nervous and asked what exactly Slad meant. He turned to Dishav and Ramuri and confidently assumed that they already understood what it was about. The young man recalled how Aries arranged fights in city taverns and took stolen goods from aristocrats' estates, yet despite this, as a hero, he always remained unpunished. The witch objected, recalling that Aries had been caught by the guards more than once, but each time their levers ended there. Slad said, this time the hero was not even sent to prison or to corrective labor because he was acquitted again and again. Aries might not have been very smart, but when it came to self-preservation, he turned out to be remarkably wise, and Slad decided, the hero definitely knows what he is getting into, so he organized a trial. But the porter did not understand the king's true intentions at all. If he had simply fulfilled Aries' wish, they would have been immediately thrown into prison, but instead he gave them quite comfortable conditions, rooms, and food. The young man understood that he himself had no right to judge anyone, so there was no point in speaking ill of Aries in such a tone, and out of fear, the witch tightly pressed Etika to herself. Noticing the elf girl, Slad asked what she was doing in the royal castle, and the girl could not understand why such a question was even necessary. The young man explained that they were called to the castle because of the trial, but doubted that Ithaca had anything to do with all the fuss around the hero's team. The girl thought for a moment, then told her story. When the soldiers reached their hotel, they stated that if she belonged to their unit, she should immediately go with them. Slad asked if Ramuri was not with her then, and he was told that the witch was shopping near the elf girl. The young man clarified whether they had time to ask Etika to appear in court. The elf girl replied that she was ordered to answer any questions asked in court, but Dishog suddenly grabbed the girl and declared that she must be a witness. The Holy Virgin said that Etika should not be near them, otherwise they would be accused of conspiracy, and then they would no longer be able to testify. Ramuri defended herself by saying that the soldiers did not stop her, and Slad thoughtfully considered what he heard. If they are forbidden to communicate with Etika, then she should be kept under house arrest, and this would be right if the king truly seeks a fair trial. The young man had already begun to hope that this time the hero would not go unpunished, and as soon as the day of the trial came, the doors of the courtroom opened. The team entered the room, and Aries was already standing in place and, noticing the traitors, smiled confidently at them as if he knew the outcome in advance. Slad sighed deeply and stood behind the defendants stand together with the girls. The king sharply struck the table with a gavel, demanding attention and silence, and announced the beginning of the trial against the hero. The ruler of the kingdom said that they would start the trial with the plaintiff's claims and asked Aries to step forward. The young man quickly jumped over the table where he had been sitting just a minute ago and stood before the judge, and Kaihou asked if the hero claimed that the witch and the scoundrel left the team of their own accord, and because of this caused Aries serious harm. The hero confirmed everything said with a self-satisfied smile and tried to begin his story, but the king's stern voice immediately stopped him, and Kaihou did not want to hear any new excuses. Aries exploded with indignation and declared that he had not finished his story yet. Out of nervousness, the young man forgot the rules, rushed at the judge, but the king sharply ordered him to step back. The hero had to obey and return to his place, and Kaihou called the Holy Virgin, clarifying whether she was the only one left in Aries' team and whether she agreed with this statement. The girl confidently replied that she did not agree and declared the hero's words an absolute falsehood. Because of this, Aries began to shout and demand that she be silent, and if not for the disciplined restraint of the spearmen, he would have rushed at her. After such indecent behavior in the courtroom, Kaihou ordered the court mage to apply the magic of enforced silence. After this, Aries tried to object, but instead of words, only wheezing and muffled sounds escaped him, and the ruler sternly reminded that only witnesses are allowed to speak without permission. He warned the hero that if this happened again before the spell's effect ended, Aries would have to leave the courtroom. The hero, realizing he had no choice but to calm down and give in, gritted his teeth, and Kaihou asked the girl what exactly she meant when she said that Aries was lying, reminding her that 3 members of the hero's team had already left her. The girl addressed the king and asked for permission to start the story sequentially, adding that the bearer of Sladmeister was expelled from the team by Aries himself, and Kaihou told everything correctly while the scans concealed her comrade's abilities. The holy maiden stated that the hero abandoned the witch to her fate, handing her over as prey to the wyvern, thus condemning her to a dangerous position, and Kaihou explained that Ramuri left because she could no longer tolerate his behavior. Kaihou said he understood everything and asked Slad if he had anything to add, but he admitted that he did not expect to speak in court and had nothing more to say. Out of fear, Slad even trembled, and opposite him sat Aries, burning with a mad gaze and filled with rage. The hero wanted to break the silence with a scream, but the magical silence continued to constrict his words. Because of this, Slad tensed even more, and Kaihou struck the table with a hammer, announcing, "Since the testimony of the Holy Maiden coincides with the words of the accused himself, the court will consider the dispute only an internal quarrel." After this, the king added that they would not interfere, so the accused must be acquitted, and Kaihou joyfully caught this turn, while the guys were surprised that everything turned out so simple, but only Aries turned pale. He already understood that this time he would indeed be punished. Kaihou solemnly announced that they would now move on to the issue of reducing the hero's powers, and at that moment Slad firmly realized the reason that pushed the king to arrange this trial was hidden somewhere else entirely. At that moment, the mages rushed to the judge's table with whole stacks of papers, and taking one of the folders, a man announced that he had received complaints about the hero, but accepted only those whose wording was approved, while everything that caused doubts and suspicions was immediately rejected. Kaihou was impressed by the number of complaints, and Slad suddenly realized it was time to confess his own faults to Aries and finally face the truth. When Kaihou announced the decision to deprive the hero of his powers, Slad noticed that Aries behaved remarkably calmly, as if nothing had happened. But the young man considered such restraint quite expected. The hero realized that only he was capable of saving the world, so Slad truly wanted to know what exactly the king would do next. At that moment, Shichu Elfamilla was asked to step forward. He flinched from surprise but still came forward, and a small ladder was specially placed near the counter for him. The judge asked if he really had the unique skill, super memory, and the elf immediately broke out in sweat all over his body, as if from heat and shame. Shichu was already about to object in defense but ultimately confirmed it. Even Slad looked impressed, as the elf had never spoken about his abilities. The king declared that the hero was the only exception to the rule. He had more freedom of action than all the others, and then added that it was necessary to check whether Aries was truly worthy of the title of hero. Shichek solemnly confirmed that he heard it with his own ears, but Slad considered Kasava's phrase banal and could not recall whether the words really belonged to the ruler because the boy was sure Everyone, even Aries, simply ignored the king's speech. The judge continued, the hero abused this freedom, did not fulfill the assigned duties, and behaved as he pleased, so the sins of Araya could no longer be hidden. Since Shite had already seen all the hero's feats, Kaihou asked to reproduce these memories using the lie detection that the court magician was capable of. The elf bowed and replied that he would do everything the king could. Slad was surprised because he understood. If you combine super memory and lie detection, it would be the strongest testimony in history. The royal magicians raised their assistants and activated the skill lie detection. Kaihou told Shite that later in another room he would have to help record Aries' feats. Slad was shocked. He thought this would be done right now in the courtroom. The boy did not understand why the judges resorted to lie detection at this very moment. When the magic affected Shite, Kaihou asked if Nadpamyat was his own skill. The world before the elf's eyes blurred and he could not lie, so he admitted that it was not his ability. Slad was stunned when the king asked the elf not to be afraid because he was not going to accuse him of a crime, and then the king asked Shite how he had acquired this skill. The elf had no choice left. Magic forced him to confess that he stole this skill thanks to the unique ability skill theft. A noise arose in the courtroom and the king raised his hand for everyone to quiet down, and Slad did not know that the king had a trump card. Now he finally understood what plan Kaihou had. The king thanked the elf for his honesty and asked if Shite could take the heroic gift of Aries with his ability and pass it on to another person. The elf felt guilty and realized how dangerous and powerful skill theft could be, so he wanted to explain why he did not want to do it, but Kaihou interrupted him, who cared about only one thing, whether it was actually possible, and he ordered Shite to answer. At the end, the elf replied that he could do it, so Kaihou had no more questions and apologized to the elf for making him relive the painful moments related to his skill, after which he allowed Saikyou to proceed further. Realizing that they would not be given any other chances, the hero shouted for them to wait. Aries rushed to the counter, asked to be given a chance to explain everything, and the forced silence ended. Words poured out of the hero without pauses. Previously, Arisa was covered by the hero's skill, but it became clear. It could not only be taken away but also transferred to another person, so his only stronghold crumbled to dust like a tiny hillock. The king said that he would have ordered Aries to leave the court immediately anyway, but this time he would still listen to the desperate young man. The hero screamed in frenzy, promised to change, begged not to be stripped of the status of peacekeeper, and then angrily slammed his fist on the table, continuing to shout. The power left Kaihou. He fell to his knees and began to beg, and then finally spoke confidently and explained. A man has 3 chances to start over, and Aris believed that this was his chance to convince the king of the correctness of his decision. The judge asked if the young man thought that this hero from the papers really looked like 3 sheets, and added that Aris had gone too far because the ruler had given him the best allies and the best conditions, but he did not appreciate it. The king was angry at Aries for folding all this and neglecting his great forces, but the young man quietly apologized and Kaihou cut off the conversation. It was too late for apologies, and he would never forgive the hero. His words seemed to hit Aries directly. He staggered, sat down on the floor, and grabbed his head, realizing that now nothing could be changed, and the ruler waved his hand indifferently. The hero was grabbed on both sides by court magicians, and the king, without taking his eyes off him, said that he would soon pass judgment, warning, let him consider that he would spend the rest of his life in the underground dungeon. Hearing this, Aries did not soften his words. He cursed everyone and reminded that it was he who fought for peace, but in the end the kingdom repaid him with imprisonment. When the guards led him down the corridor from the courtroom to the doors, the hero shouted incessantly, calling such treatment of himself unfair, and only when Aries was taken out of the hall did the king sigh wearily. The trial lasted longer than planned. The ruler informed the guys that they had a 3-dimensional break for 3 hours, and when the adventurers found themselves in the room, they quickly and without unnecessary difficulties began to discuss the trial, while Ethica as a witness did not participate at all. The witch approached Shite and briskly said that he should have used his incredible skill against Aries much earlier, but remembering that the elf was uncomfortable talking about it, Slad wanted to ask Rumori to stop, but Shite anticipated him and said he would give up the conversation and withdraw. Even when the elf left the room, the witch did not understand what exactly was her fault, so Slad explained. The topic of unique skills was too delicate. Now the young man finally understood that his fragile companion had deliberately avoided this topic, so the witch quietly snorted and muttered that she would have to apologize to the elf later. At that moment, a voice sounded in Slad's head and asked if they would even have such an opportunity, so he sharply stood up and declared that he would go look for Shitch, but the girls only shook their heads. They knew that the elf would not accept his help. The man replied that they knew this, but he could not leave everything as it was, so he asked them to stay in place and promised that he would return soon. When Slad was walking down the corridor, he suddenly heard the voice of Nightmare, who was calling the traveler, and immediately rushed after her until the girl led him to a hiding alcove behind the wall, where Shitcha was. There he saw that the room, with empty eyes, lamented the chaos. The elf was sitting near the bed unconscious, and next to him lay an open suitcase, as if it had been hastily prepared for a quick escape somewhere. Seeing the sports bags, Slad could not believe that their comrade was going to leave without any warning, and then Nightmare appeared next to the hero, ordering him to immediately take this child before they lost her forever. Slad did not understand what exactly she was trying to convey, so, approaching Shitcha closer, he paused for a moment and the young man fell to the floor powerless, losing consciousness. Upon waking, he saw a large screen before him and realized he was standing in a hall, as if he had entered the elf's dream. Next to him stood Shitcha, looking at his comrade with surprise. Slad asked what the elf was doing in this place, and he replied that Slad should ask him himself because he had been here before. A family appeared on the screen. They were sitting at the table having dinner, and Slad asked confusedly what it meant, and Shitcha answered sadly and with bitter regret that it was happiness he had destroyed with his own hands. Then the elf asked his friend to listen carefully and began the story. Once, when he was an adventurer on the old continent, Shitcha had the nickname Thief of Skill, because that was exactly how he acted. That man once took abilities from villains and used them to help others, so now he doubted. Doing the same again would mean hypocrisy. But Shitcha did not stop when he realized that the villains also had families, and his skill of stealing turned into a disaster for completely innocent people. In the elf's mind, memories of one such event flashed, and only then did he clearly understand what he was doing. Shitcha stole from that scoundrel super memory the super ability to preserve and reproduce everything without loss. The young man confessed to Slad that he could not even imagine how he would develop the desire to end his own life. He only wanted to set the shameless criminal on the right path, and as soon as he realized his mistake, he was supposed to return the stolen ability. However, realization came too late. Only after death did Shitcha understand. Abilities belong to a person. They cannot be separated without consequences because they are a natural part of their being. The elf realized that taking abilities as punishment was too cruel, so he vowed never to use the skill of stealing abilities again. Following Slad's thought, the king already knew Shitcha would not be able to use his thieving skills, but now he did not understand why Kassiv was interrogating the elf. The young man decided that the judge wanted to make Ares believe the status of a hero is not inviolable and can be passed on to anyone else worthy of it. The elf replied that he still sends money to the family of the deceased, because even if the mother could no longer recover, the children managed to survive the loss of their father and grew into wonderful people who have already started their own families. Slad said he understood. The elf was glad that in such a situation the friend did not praise him, because Slad believed in this broken past which was already over. There was nothing to sincerely praise the elf for. Although Shitcha knew that his act was selfish, he still did not dare to steal Ares' skill, and the hero himself added, "It does not matter to the king." The elf already knew in advance that the ruler considered it sufficient only to reveal the fact of stealing abilities, so he asked Slad in surprise why he then intended to leave him to his fate. Chitra replied that he did not want everyone to know the details of the skill itself, sincerely apologized but could not restrain himself, and Slad understood him and added that Ramuri also wanted to apologize. The elf turned away, smiled in response to the mention of the witch, and asked to tell her not to worry, but Slad interrupted him. Shitcha himself will talk to Ramuri and will not let him leave the house without explanations. Slad agreed with Shitcha's decision not to resort to theft skills, but disagreed with his intention to leave, because he understood. If the elf wanted to run away, they would not stop him, but the young man would not let him jump away until he heard Ramuri's apology. Shitcha stopped and Slad quickly returned to the same old place to stand beside him, and the friend reminded him that once the elf had still run away from this family, deciding that they would not give him an apology. Slad decided that Shicha was delaying the conversation again and again because he hoped to ask for forgiveness someday, but it was already too late, so he sharply asked if he had guessed correctly. The young man began interrogating the elf, pressing him with questions, whether he wanted to be forgiven or, on the contrary, cursed, and whether he could help his family without saying anything, because silence is the easiest way. Eventually, Shicha could not stand it and, breaking into a scream, agreed. He would continue to run away in the simplest way and remain alone, and tears ran down the cheeks of the little elf. Slad leaned closer and whispered that Shicha was always destined to be alone, but Slad did not believe this and reminded him. That day Shicha managed to keep his composure, and the elf did not understand what exactly was meant. Slad explained that when Ramuri was in danger because of Shichai's plan, he himself was in despair, and when the mischievous carrier caught the hat, his calm was maintained only thanks to his comrade, while the elf blamed himself more than anyone else and really wanted to do something. The hero approached the thief, gently stroked his head, and asked him not to run away anymore, as if Shichai's eyes finally cleared, and he began to look at everything from a completely different angle. Slad said that the elf can no longer change the past, but the present is in his hands right now, and Shicha, turning away from him, hissed curses. He winked at the young man and, smiling so joyfully that it was striking, noted, "His friend loves to give everyone such wise advice and always hits the mark." The screen flashed with bright light. The dream was interrupted. The dream was coming to an end. Slad replied that it was quite simple, and added that Shicha only needs to apologize for rarely leaving the room, and from his facial expression it was clear the elf would do just that. When they came to their senses, the travelers found themselves again near the girls, and the elf explained everything without any omissions. He asked for forgiveness and bowed his head low, and Ramuri approached Shicha and confessed that she was very offended because if he had left them so quietly, she would not have been able to return to life. The elf wanted to apologize again but did not have time, which suddenly lunged at him, and Shicha, along with him, fell onto the bed, tightly embracing the girl. She also asked for forgiveness for the bitter words that once painfully hurt him. Slad was pleased, but he did not immediately notice Etika, who was standing behind and crying. She did not want to disturb the boys, but the anxiety burst out, and the elf also rushed to hug her, so they all ended up on the bed together. There was a knock at the door. The informant came with news about the court hearing scheduled for today. As soon as she saw the boys and girls lying on the bed, she immediately apologized embarrassedly and left, and Slad tried to stop her but could not. By the end of the day, after the court, the heroes left the castle. The current meeting was mostly dedicated to exposing the crimes of Area, and they also witnessed the bullying of Etika. Overall, everything went smoothly, which the boys did not expect at all. But in the end, Slad still could not completely dispel the misunderstanding when they were caught in bed again. He just couldn't get to the moment when he would finally return home and be able to rest. But the king's higher plan crossed out the hero Aries' last order. The guard approached them and informed that by the ruler's command they were to be escorted, so Slad realized there would be no rest today. When they entered the hall where the king was waiting for them, the team saw Dishu, who was sincerely talking with Kassiv, and the girl was beaming with joy upon seeing her comrades. Everyone approached the ruler and awkwardly looked at each other, wondering why he had called so many people if he himself came without an escort, and on Kassiv's face was a look of deep contemplation. The king asked them not to worry about his safety, and Kassiv added that if they all attacked him together, the guys would have no chance, after which he sharply stood up and released his power as visible proof. Tension flared instantly in the room. The girls from Shicha became nervous, and Kassiv turned to Slad and asked if he had told his comrades about his true abilities, apart from those related to Aries. Kassiv suddenly appeared behind the young man, firmly embraced him with a satisfied smile, said that this guy was really dangerous, and the girls could not understand what he meant. Slad snorted indignantly, and it sounded as if he intended to accuse the guy of being suspicious, and the king replied that he was indeed eccentric, but that was not the reason. The king wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and explained that the guy had a powerful skill, then added that the girls no longer needed to address him too formally, so he ordered the guards to leave. Shicha asked to wait a bit. Etika felt relieved because she would not have to switch to a too formal tone. The international language was too difficult for her, and Ramen noted that Kassiv was quite a friendly person. The Most Holy Virgin disagreed. She said that people like them should not ignore politeness when speaking to His Majesty, and she did this on principle as a man. He asked the young guy if Dishav was always so serious, and he replied that she was indeed a very businesslike and reserved person. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed the guy by the collar, stroked his head, and ordered, "Look at yourself," and also reminded him that one should not address the king so insolently. Kasif thoughtfully asked whether he would have to observe all these ceremonies even when receiving his old friend, and wanted to continue the conversation about church ministers, but the girls interrupted him. It turned out that they did not even know that Slad and the king were once teammates. Everyone suddenly shouted in surprise, and the young man was already beginning to get used to their sharp, explosive reactions. The rulers laughed, and he said he was just a former adventurer who suddenly became king, and advised them to simply accept it as self-evident if the elder extends a hand. He added that if the young man does not want to, then he too would no longer drink. Dishal wanted to address his majesty and ask him to stop speaking to them so familiarly, but Rimuri stopped her. Adjusting her hat, she declared that the king himself had allowed it. The girl sat at the table, uncorked the dishes, and almost choked on her own saliva because the food was simply wonderful. And Edix also tried a piece, agreeing that the taste was incredible, so the Holy Virgin shouted in panic for the ruler to start the feast first. Kasif supported her and proposed a banquet, ordered everyone to drink and have fun, and everyone immediately raised their glasses, clinking them loudly against each other. When the king sat at the table, he smiled and remarked that handling all kinds of judicial proceedings was not so simple, especially since the hero's case had so many nuances and circumstances. Slad said that everything went well, but still asked the ruler to explain the reasons for his decisions. The man realized that the young man still did not see the whole picture, so he agreed to speak openly with them. The king asked the girls what they really thought about the former commander, and they replied, "He is pure evil, a useless scoundrel, and they would never trust such a person." Kasif stated that this was precisely the main reason why the trial had to be held. From a young age, the young man was known as a dictator, and he was followed by a trail with almost every skirt. As soon as it was revealed at the coming-of-age ceremony that he possessed the skill of a hero, everyone had a disturbing premonition. The worst savior in history was coming into the world. But despite everything, it cannot be denied Ares is indeed a hero, as there was already an example of how he defeated all the predecessors of the Demon King. That was in the past, but the fact remained unchanged, and since then everyone began to believe the legend preached by the clergy. The elite of the second continent thought the same. His compatriots through hell, with whom he went shoulder to shoulder, demanded capitulation and ordered to simply burn all his relatives who turned into evil spirits. His Majesty opened his mouth but could not utter a sound, and only one thing remained: to allow Ares to become a hero, even despite his own doubts about him. Slad finally began to understand why his old friend had gathered everyone here. He said it was a great decision, as he told the court that he was proud of the people he managed to gather in this team. At first, everything really went smoothly, but when he, seeking military achievements, confidently turned onto the wrong path, he undoubtedly considered himself the strongest hero, not even suspecting that essentially everything was held together thanks to that very bearer. Cassivi assumed that inviting the young man to the heroes was not the best idea, but the witch objected. Dishak and Shika also disagreed with that assumption, and the Holy Maiden replied that if it were not for that boy, the hero team would have fallen apart even faster. The king noted that his old friend still has tremendous success with women, and he sarcastically replied that supposedly he is definitely more popular than His Majesty. The elf exclaimed excitedly that everything would be fine as long as Slad was beside them. The man joyfully asked if a little half-elf was about to be born, and the witch sighed and decided that it looked like bad behavior. The Holy Maiden added that if these two get married, she will definitely give them her blessing. Such conversations did not embarrass the young man at all. It seemed he did not object to a quiet and peaceful life in the elven forest, but the girl-woman opposite blushed and whispered that the conversation had gone off track, after which Shika said he knew a skilled gnome master builder. After this, the king continued talking about forming the team. He explained that Ares did not want to work with men, so he mostly selected girls, and among the boys he agreed only to the role of a porter. The witch abruptly stood up and declared that she came as a volunteer, and Cassivi replied, her zeal makes her the perfect candidate, but most importantly she had exceptional skill. The girl asked if he meant her strength, which no one sees, and the king confirmed that she was right. He admitted that it would hurt him if Ares harmed his comrades, so he was looking for those who could resist him. Disha asked if this applied to her as well, and the king said that it was true, but it was not only about that. The temple always set strict requirements, so he first chose her. Shicha began to guess why she was taken to the team, and it was visible she clearly did not like the feeling that she was simply counted in. She asked if she was chosen only because dwarves are strong in battle. Kasif said that the hero has a clear hobby lolican, and Slad assumed that he only chose the elf to extract skill by stealing, but even so, his insurance worked. Later, the king learned about their zeal and decided that everything eventually turned out for the best just like that, by pure chance. But on the other hand, despite the initial enthusiasm, the number of complaints kept growing, as if a whirlwind was spinning along with them. The man claimed that the team already knew about the steel incident, and Iris's decision to dismiss the world-renowned porter instantly turned into a real disaster. The king sighed deeply and said that for the hero and his team everything ended suddenly and irreversibly. The girls were silent, they had nothing to add, only a heavy silence hung in the air. Kasif sharply stood up and asked what they thought about whether Ares could defeat a monster of a unique kind. The man admitted that it was indeed an extremely difficult task. After that, he poured himself another drink and sat down again, as if trying to suppress the anxiety in his throat. Pouring the drink into his glass, the king continued the conversation. His plan to allow the hero to defeat the Lord of Demons had failed. When they gathered the team, the hero's camp servants became increasingly irritated because Ares was causing too much trouble, and even members of the royal family were furious about the mess. The experienced elite read all the complaints and reports and, as expected, decided to punish the hero, so they immediately attacked the counterplan that His Majesty had been considering from the very beginning. The holy maiden asked what the plan was, and the man replied that he intended to pave the way for peaceful coexistence with the Lord of Demons to save ordinary people. Dishao screamed that it was impossible, and the witch supported her. She could not accept such an idea, and the king only shook his head, acknowledging the harsh reality even sacred power might not be enough to defeat their enemy this time. The servants, however, spoke only about how this skill once helped to overcome the previous demon lord, although he was not something unique. On the contrary, he waged a large-scale war, commanding an entire army of evil spirits. Therefore, His Majesty did not intend to kill him. The plan was to win the battle against the army and conclude a peace treaty with the instigator of this war. Stories about how everything would end when the hero fights the demon king sounded like naive children's tales, and the holy cause could not believe that from the very beginning their goal was empty and meaningless. The girl looked clearly depressed and asked why then the hero's squad was created, after which Dishav abruptly stood up from the table. She understood that the king had no other choice, but if he already considered everything futile from the start, then the girl could not comprehend what they were fighting for at all. She did not care what people said or what the believers were negotiating about. She was not worried whether he was a true hero, and thought it would be better if the king simply ignored him at that moment. Kavis exchanged glances with Slad and said that it happened because of his old friend. When the man learned that the young man had ended up on this continent, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps now it was within the power of the one who 10 years ago defeated the fourth unique monster, the Dragon Empress. The girls were stunned to hear the truth. The thief knew about it, and Etika told that the boy warned her even before she met the Fairy of Nightmares. As soon as it became clear, they grabbed Slad by the hands and Ramley with Dishao demanded explanations why they themselves knew nothing about it. The young man sighed heavily and stated that his comrades fought to the last, were ready to say goodbye to life more than once and indeed one, but this was not enough for the girls. Slad calmly added that he only needed to be present on the battlefield to support them. When the words were spoken, the man suddenly grimaced and called him crazy. He believed that Ares was deluded by his own powers because of some simple wagon driver, and the king had already built a plan the hero must defeat the demon king, continuing to feed on these illusions, even if it looks like madness. From this thought, Kavis felt guilt before his old friend. He decisively stood up, with tense shoulders and lowered gaze, asked forgiveness for his own irresponsibility and said that he sincerely regretted it. Slad nodded and calmly dismissed his apology. He did not need to suffer like that because the circumstances were completely different, and he knew the men had done everything required of them to the last limit. The young man added that the most important thing, if it were not for the plan of His Majesty, he would never have met the guys and gathered his future loyal team. Kassiv still felt guilty. He wanted to apologize because his heart was restless, and yet it was precisely thanks to the trial that they managed to strengthen relations with the priests and the royal family of the old continent. Now they could officially strip Ares of his heroic title, so it was time for him to answer for all the crimes he had committed, and there was no longer any need to make a fuss by publicly taking away his abilities. The king looked at the elf with regret and admitted that he had treated him harshly at the trial, while also asking about his skills. Although shite agreed with Kassiv, he understood that they needed to move forward gradually. The young man admitted that she did not fully support his plan for a peace treaty. When shite saw the embodiment of legends with his own eyes, he suddenly felt that the fairy tale could really cease to be an unattainable dream. The elf mentally apologized to the true owner of the super memory ability and cautiously asked if he could use this power again. Shite said he would take Aria's skill for himself. Slad was standing on the balcony when Etika came out to him, so it was immediately clear she was looking for him and had finally found him. Seeing that the girl was drunk, the boy anxiously asked if she was okay, and she waved her hand, assuring that everything was fine. After some time, Otoko asked whether the decision they made together with the king was correct, and the young man admitted he was not sure it was flawless, although he understood that they hoped the one to save the world would not be Ares but the Ares they wanted to save. Slad said that he convinced Cassava to allow him to read all the complaints they saw during the trial, and then he realized too many people had suffered because of the hero. Ares never even thought of apologizing, but the world had to put up with his ostentatious indifference and contempt, because he was their salvation and protection, so he was not thrown into prison or to the penal mines. Slad saw in Ares an arrogant egoist and an ungrateful person. It was difficult for him to say even a word of thanks, and women became merely tools for him to satisfy his own needs without any regard for humanity as a whole. Soon Ares was to be stripped of the hero title, and Etika noticed how her friend, as always, watched everyone without exception, even someone like Ares. The young man asked her not to worry. He promised that he would never forgive the former hero, and Slad knew well Ares did not forgive either comrades in service or anyone at all. The only thing that was etched in the bearer's memory was Ares' constant swearing and his habit of blaming everyone around for his own failures. That was how Slad recognized him. Slad thanked Etika, but the girl did not understand why her friend acted that way and what she herself had done here until Slad explained that it was her support that helped him make up his mind. Etika asked why the boy smiled, and he replied that it was still too early for him to give up traveling and leave adventures, so he decided to continue being a traveler, and then Slad extended his hand to the elf and asked if she wanted to join him. The girl was a little worried, and Ithaka admitted that before meeting him she knew nothing about the outside world, and although they had known each other for a short time and he had not yet explained much to her, the elf was sure this boy would definitely teach her everything she needed. Ithaka said that she was incredibly lucky to meet such a sincere and kind person as Slad, so she agreed to continue traveling with him, extended her hand, and asked him to take care of her. After talking with the elf, the young man returned to his room and was already falling asleep when Dishan knocked on the door, so Slad, opening it, asked why the girl was still awake so late. The holy maiden was wearing only her nightgown, and the young man did not expect to see her in such a state. He was embarrassed, invited her in, and Slad immediately prepared tea, and they sat at the table while the girl was silent for some time. She suddenly leaned forward and asked her friend for forgiveness, which shocked Slad because he did not understand what exactly the holy maiden was apologizing for. The girl began bitterly complaining that it was her own fault. Dishan trembled, covering her face with her palms, and could not understand how she had thought that she could control the monster in the form of Ares, so Slad immediately realized she had been reading the complaints written about the hero. Disha fiercely exclaimed that there is no place among the living for someone like Ares, and that she should have ended it with her own hands so that so many people would not suffer. The Holy Virgin burst into tears from pain and indignation. Slad admitted that he himself did not know how successfully the hero was coping, and added, "Even Shicha is in the dark, so Dishav cannot know everything." The girl did not back down. She was sure that even if others did not know this, she should have guessed the whims of the hero, since the temple had long protected Ares from punishment, and could not simply turn away from the young man whom it had worshipped for so long and so diligently. It becomes clear the skill of the hero is a gift from the gods, once intended for a monster, and therefore their divine patron made a mistake. Slad firmly knew that no church would want its god to be capable of making mistakes. The girl was convinced that it was the temple that was harboring the villain Ares and believed that skills and methods were also involved. So upon hearing her words, Slad felt tension rising in his chest and nerves tightening like a string. He recognized a familiar handwriting. The temple had always been radical, and behind its shadow existed an organization ready to do anything to prove the superiority of their own gods, even at the cost of others' fates. If they really stand behind this, then the young man now clearly understands why no one could notice the hero's antics, and even Slad himself was once forced to turn to their services as a last resort, shameful to recall. Dishav continued to reproach herself for her inattention because despite her role in the temple, which had access to its central power, she did not notice these insidious manipulations. As a saint, she was blinded by only one thing: the order to lead the hero and destroy the demonic Slab. Slad noted that Ares' duties were not limited to mere demands, and at the same time blamed himself for everything, because although they were comrades with the hero, they hardly spoke to each other. The young man was convinced that he gave up too early, so he stopped trying to establish a connection with him and could have asked Shite to keep the hero under close watch. Even Remeni, for her own purposes, temporarily closed her eyes to Ares' antics, and Shite failed to deprive the hero of his ability because the guilt for the ancient mistake firmly held everything within him. All team members were to blame. Dishav asked how this could have happened, and Slad knew no matter how hard he tried, his words could not save the Holy Virgin from pangs of conscience. The young man placed his palm on the girl's shoulder and assured her that he would always be there to support her, then bowed his head and reminded her that this was his special gift. The girl looked straight into the boy's eyes, small tears ran down her cheeks, and Slad asked her not to torment herself so much. She sharply grabbed his hand and pressed it to her own chest. The Holy Virgin swore that she would definitely carry out reforms in the temple, and the girl stubbornly urged her friend to believe her. Dishav forcibly sat Slad on the sofa and said that he believed her. He assured that she would never disappoint him, and the boy never once doubted their friendship. The young man mentally noted, the Holy Virgin always tried her best and expressed her thoughts extremely directly, although she often threatened to hit so hard that it would almost hurt. However, she never truly crossed the line, and at that moment cold sweat covered Slad. He suddenly realized that he had never before seen how cruel her blow could be. The girl confessed that in a dream the truth was revealed to her about what that boy showed on the video, and that it was not her own desire nor the path she consciously chose. Slad was happy with such news. The scars that Ares left in this world were deep, but the boys decided to take responsibility for his sins. Even if the court declared hero Slad innocent, now he would live with this burden. After everything, a new journey began. Slad was walking through the noisy market and collecting goods according to the list, while he still needed to buy slug jam and ingredients for the apple pie. No sooner had Slad lifted his eyes from the list than he noticed the commotion around. Townspeople were crowding together and fervently discussing something important. The young man approached one man and asked what was happening. He was explained that they were transporting a hero whom the court had found guilty, and now they were keeping him in a cage. The guards shouted at Ares and asked him to calm down while the crowd parted. The prisoner Rabid shouted that the verdict was unfair, that no one had the right to treat him like that because he was a hero. Ares angrily looked around the crowd and among the people recognized Slad, the cause of his torment. The hero went mad with rage. He screamed, wildly pointing a finger at Slad, and hatred gave Iris strength. He broke free from the guard's hands and rushed forward, repeating that he would kill him. The traveler himself did not move from his place. Only when the hero grabbed Slad by his clothes, he shouted fiercely that the porter was to blame for everything, and with every word his fists clenched the fabric until the seams cracked. A storm of blows fell upon Slad. Ares, erupting in anger, punished the porter while Slad stood straight and motionless, as if it did not affect his body. Only the heavy air trembled from the crowd's laughter. The hero declared in a furious scream that he and his former team had betrayed their commander. As soon as he said this, the next blow knocked Slad off balance, and the space around seemed to vibrate from the force of the strike. One apple fell out of the paper bag that Slad was holding, and at that moment it became completely clear to him. He began to remember everything related to Ares, how he was told. He must watch over everyone, even that hero, whom no one on the team was going to forgive anymore. Slad accepted. Ares had long ceased to be a comrade to him and had become something alien, and magic tightly surrounded him like tight shackles. Eris's fingers snapped, and within a second Slad screamed from unbearable pain, fell to the ground and began to writhe convulsively, while the porter noted with surprise that the hero was still under automatic enhancement. Slad leaned toward Ares, reaching out with his last words. He spoke so that the hero would hear him without any doubt. Slad said goodbye to Ares for the last time and walked away, and the townspeople immediately surrounded them, tightening the circle and filling the air with a hum of tension. The hero shouted again, and at that moment soldiers ran up to him. The commander was fiercely outraged that no one was controlling the prisoner capable of harming civilians and gave the order to immediately capture Ares. On his way back, Slad heard the young man raging at everyone in turn, shouting at the soldiers not to stand in his way and promising to slaughter them all to the last one, so the bearer involuntarily wondered if that automatic debuff had disappeared because his victim suddenly changed. Slad noticed Ares was now fighting not only with him but wildly attacking everyone indiscriminately, and at that moment he no longer looked like a hero, rather like a monster. As soon as Slad returned to the manor, he was greeted by the team and a lavishly set table, and the first to greet him was Ithaca. Ramuri asked what the noise that had just sounded outside was. Shisha, biting a piece of pie, grumbled that they were already tired of waiting for their comrade, and Dishav explained. They remembered that Slad wanted to try apple pie, so they prepared everything especially for him, and when the elf had already started eating, the maid ordered him to stop. Erica tightly hugged Slad and asked him not to be so cold after all. This was their long-awaited meeting, which was supposed to happen exactly in 2 weeks, and invited her friend to join the table. Dishav supported the elf's words, and Shicha suggested not to grumble at each other but to drink something. The team began to eat, and while the girls ate and talked lively, Slad watched attentively. Dishav recently returned to the temple and started training with the monks, and although the young man assumed that the priests probably reminded her, a holy maiden should not act like that, she still chose her own path. Ramuri was invited to the royal palace, where she brewed potions for the warriors on the front line, and felt joy not only from the opportunity to fight monsters, but also from being able to fight discrimination against half-bloods. Shicha got a job with Kashava and performed dirty spy tasks because after the incident with the theft of skill, a huge debt fell on his shoulders, so now he provided various services to the king for free. Naitmer lately entertained herself in the capital and brought sweet dreams to children only at night, but now she constantly visited Slad's dreams. Perhaps the fairy chose him as her new home. The former hero was sentenced to death, quite expected given the number of his crimes and especially the harshness of some of them, since the hero's skill was now taken from him. Ares no longer had this power, Shicha took it, and Isha was ordered to guard him. In essence, the hero's team was doomed to fall apart. Each member gradually began to live their own life because the hero himself was no longer there. The next day, Slad went to the forest. He collected the necessary herbs in a basket, and no matter how hard he tried, already felt exhaustion, wiping sweat from his forehead until suddenly Ethica approached and asked if he had enough herbs. Slad turned away from her embarrassed, and Ethica, not understanding her friend's strange behavior, asked what had happened just as heavy dark clouds began to gather over the sun. Ethica froze as if she caught a bad omen, looked up, and immediately decided to run upstairs where there was a view of the castle. With a trembling voice, she warned Slad that something terrible was happening with the sky over the city. The young man felt the air thicken with tension, and the elf shouted in despair that the capital was surrounded by enemies. Endless crowds of zombies and skeletons began climbing the fence towards the defenseless townspeople, and wave after wave rose all the way to the very top. The heroes could not understand how the monsters had managed to pass through the sacred barrier that was supposed to restrain them and protect the city, and Etika shouted for them to run, but Slad stopped her. He realized, although the skeletons and zombies were weak creatures, there were too many of them, and the capital was besieged not by hundreds but by thousands of monsters. The boy decided that the undead assault should be led by Kaihou, and it was then that the heroes noticed a huge shadow approaching them. Looking up, they saw a dragon rider rushing straight towards the capital. The flying monster landed near the heroes, and the dragon master immediately noticed Slad and recognized him as the very bearer from Ares' team, greeting him and introducing himself as the commander of the squad of dead souls of the Demon King's army Zelhar II. Slad understood that he was facing a truly important figure in the demon ranks, and now it became clear to him how the undead managed to overcome the city barrier. The Dead Soul's spell sharply changed the situation, and the young man shielded Etika from danger with his own body. Slad pondered what monsters were capable of under the influence of the forbidden skill and concluded that the summoning was conducted near the capital so no one noticed the approach of the undead. The worst was not even the monster itself, but the sorcerer who controlled it and could direct such a huge army, so before them stood the power of a ranked leader of the Demon King's army squad. Etika asked Zelhar why he led the undead to the capital, and the demon admitted that he came to help Lord Ares to save him from execution, which made the heroes tense sharply at this news. The commander reported that the prisoner had interested their lord with his arrogant human character, a dark, otherworldly essence that even evil spirits avoid, and monstrous strength in battle. The demons whispered among themselves, considering that making Lord Ares a hero was a futile endeavor, as he was much more suited to be one of the kings in the monster army. Sklad mentally agreed with Zelhar. Aerosol was so dark that if he had not become a hero, he would undoubtedly have ended up among the leaders of the Dark Army. The commander said that he was only a scout and added, if they still hoped for rescue, it was better to get rid of him, even though it made no sense. Looking at how many undead Zelhar had brought with him, Slad immediately understood. They were at a disadvantage, because if he fought alone, he could handle the support of automatic weakening, but Etika was nearby. There was no way to distract such troops with a provocative ability maneuver, and throwing stones at the demon also made no sense, so Slad urgently sought a way out, otherwise his girl would be in danger. He called to Etika to leave him and run away. But the elf girl had already decided everything. Bright stars flashed in the sky, one after another fell to the ground and soared with an explosion that illuminated everything around without exception. From that explosion emerged a spirit embodying Etika's power, and the girl immediately took a battle stance. She told the demon that Ares had committed too many crimes, so he would not escape punishment. The girl screamed and everything around trembled, as if the earth swallowed the very threat. Slad was stunned by this power and unable to hold back, shouted, demanding to know what exactly was happening. The girl said that Sylph had driven the undead away from their path, and the hero exclaimed that it was incredible, asking how she had become so strong. She replied that during his absence, they and the guys had been completing missions for a whole month. Sylph solemnly said that of course she had become stronger, and the hero looked at her in surprise. She added that they would tell everything later and ordered Slad to light a fire. They were struck by her decision, and she asked them to trust her and hurry. The hero was glad that he had taken the flint with him. When he lit the fire, he asked if it would be enough, and the girl replied, "It will be enough." The villain snorted in surprise that the elven maiden had thrown him off balance, but it made no sense. He said that if they still did not understand, he already possessed the soul conqueror. The hero felt this ability for the first time and immediately thought of one thing, and the man explained. It is a unique gift, thanks to which he can summon and control the dead many times stronger than ordinary necromancers. He added that it was a pity, as these people themselves were too weak, but he would be able to act completely differently. The man summoned a huge monster, assembling it from 1,000 small creatures that had coagulated into one black mass. Then he dryly said that his golem of the dead was already ready for battle, and asked if the hero could blow away such a giant with just the wind. He shouted sharply, grabbing and tightly clutching his staff, and ordered the golem to crush the enemies into a pancake, crushing them mercilessly. The hero tried to restrain this incredible power, compressing it within himself as if the entire battle depended on it. Seeing the power, the hero realized it was the spirit of fire salamanders, and he ordered the spell to be stopped immediately. He was shocked when she summoned another spirit, and the sylph did not disappear, so the girl explained that she had mastered several summons. Then the hero finally understood how long he had been gone. The hero turned sharply and saw the golem of the dead had turned into a pile of ashes, but that was not the end. The villain laughed with satisfaction, declaring that fire was the weakness of the undead, but this time it would not help. He shouted that everything was in vain as long as he had the skill Soul Master, and that they could not defeat him. He called for the golem of the dead to rise, and the monster appeared again from the darkness. The giant monster loomed over the boys, and the hero could not understand what exactly was happening. Nearby, the girl was also stunned, as he really managed to revive it. The man explained that the Lord of Souls can generally summon an army of the dead endlessly. He added that eventually he can resurrect as many golems as he wants, and the hero thought that this was already too dangerous and unbearable. He added that eventually he can resurrect as many golems as he wants, and the hero thought that this was already too dangerous and unbearable. The undead giant roared and burned, yet still flared up again with regeneration, recovering before their eyes. The villain shouted that it was pointless to repeat this over and over, laughing, and the girl suddenly came up with a way that could help. She quickly ran to where the bow weapon lay and snatched it from the ground. The girl decided to eliminate the one controlling him, raised the bow to the sky, and aimed an arrow directly at the controller. The arrow flew past the villain, and he, shuddering, immediately declared that it was deadly dangerous. He realized it was no coincidence that he took the arrow amulet with him just in case, because it magically does not let material projectiles pass through it so physical strikes do not get through, and it flashed in his mind. Ramuri could have been here, using long-range magic. The hero asked the girl to put a debuff on him. At first, his attack should be directed straight at himself, since the golem and Zelhard do not command to attack them as usual. Undead Do simply hates living beings and attacks at his own will. The hero explained that if the golem is allowed to hit you, then the ability can work, but arguing about this is pointless, because even if the golem is temporarily defeated, Zelhard will easily just summon other undead. The girl immediately understood him and said that then they would have to be satisfied with only her power, and he apologized, admitting, if his debuff were not automatic and he could apply it whenever he wanted, everything would be different right now. Deu stood beside him and assured him that he did not need to apologize. Everything would be fine, she just needed to try a little harder, so the hero asked if she had a plan. A blow, heavy as a landslide, flew straight at the boys, and the girl directed her power at the enemy, solemnly declaring that she was his opponent. While Zelhart remained calm, the girl was already gasping for air and trying to break free from the invisible pressure. The hero thought that his mana was actually not depleting at all. He was not even suffocating, so maybe he did not resurrect the golem of the dead, but summoned new zombies that merged with himself, although he could not be infinitely strong. Suddenly he was enlightened. If the Master of Souls could summon the undead endlessly, then why had he not done so yet? The girl ahead began to fall, apologizing to Slad, and through her pain whispered that she could hardly hear the voices of the spirits anymore. She said that despite everything he was incredible, and then whispered to Slad, he was much more amazing than her since she herself was only a novice using the power of spirits without having her own. The spirits were able to stand and fight against the mighty army of the Demon King only because he was beside her, and the hero asked what exactly she meant. Then she asked him to just listen and understand. His comrades were incredible only because of him. She told the hero to be proud of his power and said that she had already played her role, so now let him finish this scene. Zelhar laughed, seeing that the girl had reached her limit, and boldly said, so now the hero is in despair. He called out to the hero not to worry, because right now, thanks to his kindness, would lead them both to the afterlife. The hero said that afterlife was another name for the fifth monster of the unique type of the Lord of the Dead, and then he realized Zelhart was also just lying. Zelkara also doubted everything because of one small detail. If the army was truly limitless, he should simultaneously summon far more undead and reproduce far more golems of the fallen, but then why does he drag out the fight as if deliberately? A simple thought arises in his mind. His abilities to summon and control are actually not infinite. And his ability is called dominion over souls, and by souls are meant bodiless evil spirits, ghosts, or phantoms, but Zelkar summons only zombies and skeletons, so the unique skill was given a name too precise according to its function, making the question even stranger. Why exactly like that and not otherwise? The second reason is excessive productivity. The skill of reproducing undead consumes as much stamina as the soul owner's control of the dead, and Zelhar still shows no signs of mana shortage. Moreover, the skill itself does not consume his magical power, so only one possible explanation remains. At that moment, Zelkar suddenly exclaimed that with all his kindness he was right now sending them both to the afterlife. The hero stated that the afterlife is the second name of the fifth monster of the unique type Lord of the Dead, and Zelhar only replied that the hero understands all this perfectly. Usually only the summoners of the dead themselves who worship him know this. At that moment the hero realized that Zelhar was also not telling the truth. The hero added that his inexhaustible supply of resurrected undead is in no way inferior to the Lord of the Dead, and that no guard, not even the spell of the 16th Demon King, can compete with the otherworld itself. Zelhar, having asked again what exactly the hero had just said, and then, even admitting that he had slightly lied about his abilities, firmly decided the hero was already doomed and ordered the golem of the dead to tear him apart. The big one struck right where the hero stood, covering the place with a shockwave and dust. Zeldgart shouted too joyfully that an ordinary porter decided to play the hero, but it would be better to just keep running. Something in the golem cracked, and it turned out that the hero was holding the blow. Slad concentrated all his strength in one hand. With one blow, he shattered the golem into thousands of undead, which scattered in different directions. Zeldgart was caught off guard, looking shocked at what was happening before him. He shouted, asking what it was, and the hero replied, asking him what had happened, and only then did it become clear. He can summon as many undead as he wants. The hero called out to him to act, and the villain ground his teeth, realizing he was in a very bad situation. Zelhar raised his staff and ordered the undead to approach. But his power did not work. The hero explained that apparently the dead do not rise, so he calls them to himself with the staff. After all, the Lord of Souls can draw magical energy from the dead only at a certain distance. This technique allows the sorcerer to control bodies by transferring the souls of the dead into them. As soon as the corpses are defeated, the ghosts return to the Lord of Souls, restoring his magical powers. He asked Zelhar again if he had said everything correctly. Probably when the sylph scattered the undead, he did not show this, but he became very lively and ignited. He explained that everything happened only because the laid dead he had acquired moved too far away, so he could not replenish his entire power reserve. Instead, increasing his own combat strength, he ordered reinforcements from the capital, and to prevent this from happening again, he made the monster bigger. The hero said that the souls of the golem, whom he defeated thanks to the power of the wind, returned to him because as long as everything continues like this, he does not fly too far and could easily trample them, but ethics calls the salamander, so the fight dragged on. The hero realized the limit of his army is 30,000, and this is the maximum possible increase in magical power with the help of the artifact. Therefore, he extracted souls from fallen dead, restored mana, and revived the undead thanks to the Soul Master's technique, and this was the secret of his seemingly limitless power. Zeldart was also impressed by the hero's analytical abilities and admitted that he could not be an ordinary porter, he could not be a simple porter, no matter who he appeared to be. Everyone was introduced to the hero as a simple porter, an unremarkable person without a job, as if his true power was only a rumor beyond this role. He solemnly called out to the enemy that his name was Slad Maesty. It was he who, 10 years ago, overthrew the Dragon Empress Tiamat, the legendary adventurer of SSS rank. Zelgar also laughed loudly and asked what kind of senseless farce this was, because he did not believe a single word of the hero. The hero objected that it could not be that he just killed the father of the Devil King, and said in surprise that Zelhard did not know. The current demon lord was born from the Dragon Empress. Then Zelhard ordered him to stop the army that had already arrived. Its number was such that it would have to be counted in weeks, and it still exceeded thousands, and the hero was not sure if it was better for him to take the elf and not run away. The hero recalled and repeated. Just a minute ago, he had already said the same thing. He suddenly recalled Zelhard's order to the golem to crush the porter, and Zelhard did not understand why the hero was voicing this until the latter suddenly screamed in horror. His dragon fell to the ground, and he could not understand what had happened, so the hero explained. Probably the power was exhausted, and Zelhard must immediately recall all his warriors from the walls of the capital to restore it, but Zelhard still did not understand exactly what the hero was talking about. Behind his back everything was exploding, and the enemy could not understand what was happening with his supposedly boundless army. The hero said that perhaps even Etika had already noticed. His forces were not infinite, yet she still decided to take the risk. The girl made a premature step, calling for help, and Sylph, using spiritual wind magic, was able to transmit sounds through the spiritual wind, so from the first shout she sent a message to her comrades. Each had their own role. Etika embodied Shichun's words into reality, and what came of it Zelhard could now see with his own eyes. Two girls suddenly jumped forward, cutting through the space between explosions. Zelhart saw how the witch and the holy maiden from the hero's team were coming straight to them, and could not understand when they became so strong. The hero replied that before they simply obeyed him, or rather Ares, who did not allow them to reveal their own potential. Zelhard decided that now at least he could kill the hero and rushed at him, but missed with the blow his attack broke against a resolute defense. His staff was stolen by a noble thief, and the girl indignantly said that such theft is forbidden, but this item can be sold to the guild as material for research, and she was bitter to encounter such a pathetic merchant. All the undead enemies fell dead, and Zelhard shouted in confusion, because the staff obeys only summoners who work with the souls of the dead. The girl replied that she was only a noble thief, and although the use of a stolen item has its limitations, her skill ignored the working conditions of most artifacts, so the unlimited army was no longer under his control. The man cried out in despair when attacks flying in whole waves rained down on him from the sky. In the end, the enemy was completely defeated, and the noise of battle died down so abruptly, as if someone had turned it off. The hero shuddered with surprise, not believing that everything had happened so quickly. He tried to explain that they had miraculously managed to cope, and then heard from the thief that her data was too complicated. The heroine replied that gathering healing herbs is no joke, and he suddenly realized those who had been hiding on the sidelines all this time were silently standing and not interfering in the fight, so he did not understand how they could help in such a situation at all. The hero declared that he could steal the Lord of Souls, and Shich immediately asked if he was joking, because unique abilities are basically not acquired by stealing skills, and this is definitely not within his competence. The girls ran out to them asking Slad and Edik if they were okay. Edik clearly just had a monad deficit, and one of them even breathed a joyful sigh of relief, and the hero thanked Dishav for answering the call. The girl replied that he spoke as if this victory came to him effortlessly, and he confirmed, "That is true, because if he had stood firm like a pillar, the debuff would not have affected all the undead he had to lure and provoke them." Then the witch looked at the demon lying aside, cautiously approached closer, and began to carefully examine him, as if searching for traces of the last battle. Zelgard, although still alive, also asked what some half-blood wanted from him. Then the girl asked if she knew a demon named Karnd, and the demon in response looked intently at her, trying to read the truth in her gaze. He smiled in reply and said he was hearing that for the first time, and the girl added, then she needed nothing from him. Zelcher mockingly called her a half-blood who dared to look down on him, and asked what she was doing among those who despise demons, offering instead to give her a quick death. Dishar objected that she was not going to do that, and glanced at her friends on the side where those who openly hated demons stood, while the demon laughed at that moment. He noted that she was not stupid. Killing him was pointless because the demon lord was still able to resurrect the fallen. The girl exclaimed in surprise and sharply asked if he really could raise the dead. Mikai replied that the demon was lying as if he breathed lies and must admit defeat. Zelhar noted that perhaps they would want that even more, since the lord inherited from his mother the ability to rule over life itself. He declared that he was the commander of the squad of dead souls, not anyone's pawn, so he would definitely be resurrected, and as soon as that happened, he would come for their souls. One of the girls trembled at the very thought that the demon king could really resurrect, and Dishao said that then he could resurrect his own mother, but the thief doubted, asking if such a thing could even be possible. Mikai assured there are no artifacts with such properties. If this statement is true, then it turns out that whoever treats life lightly gains power over it, and then everything is very bad. Everyone froze, keeping silence, as if every word could break the situation finally. The hero finally admitted the demon was not lying. The demon king really can resurrect the dead, but he doubts that Zelhar will be honored and that the honor will reach him. In the castle of the dragon demon lord Ushamgar, the formidable ruler loomed over those present and asked if Zelkura II had truly perished. He was told that it seemed so, and the king could not comprehend how he could have lost. Ashim Gara summons Zelharda, proclaiming him commander of the squad of the dead, relying on his exceptional talent. The servant asks the lord what he intends to do next, and he calmly replies, he will definitely bring him back to life. The king considers such skills more valuable than gold and immediately uses them, ordering Zelharda to rise and signs of awakening flare up in the darkness. But Zelhar did not appear before them, and the lord, not understanding what had happened, ordered the servant to explain the reason for the delay. The lord declared that the commander was not resurrecting and asked the servant why he was not responding to his call. The servant panicked and confessed in a trembling voice that he also did not know how this could have happened, because it could not be that Mr. Zelhard refused to return. Then the lord shouted furiously that his orders were unconditional and did not depend on anyone's will. The servant replied that he had no other explanation, and the lord immediately took his life. The king cried out in despair, not understanding what exactly had gone wrong. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the floor around, and blood had spread thickly in stains, as if the battlefield had not yet cooled. The servant rose again, looking around carefully and realizing exactly where he had just found himself after the strange return. The Lord solemnly confirmed that he had just revived him and dryly asked where his gratitude was. The servant fell to his knees, thanked with a trembling voice, and bowed humbly. The king noted that there was no reason to doubt the power, so he blamed the silence. Why then does Zelkara II not respond? The servant asked for permission to explain details that would help clarify the reason. The king ordered him to deal with it immediately, and the servant, trying to understand the limits of the possible, asked if the great power of the ruler could really resurrect absolutely anything. The king was enraged but still inquired whether the servant would be able to understand the reason if he explained it. The servant said that it could be so, but it was not guaranteed. Then the king clarified, there are 3 types of beings he is unable to resurrect with the power he inherited from his mother. According to the king, he cannot bring back to life rare species and those he has never met in person with his own eyes. He added that he also would not resurrect those whose lives were taken by old age itself. The servant immediately assumed that Zelkara II, it turns out, was killed, depriving him of the count of years. The Lord asked if there was anyone capable of such a thing, and the servant replied that such a truly unique skill was entirely possible. The king realized that this sounded too convincing and logical after all. It seemed as if Zelkara also did not disobey his orders, so the servant joyfully declared, "Your problem is solved," but the king ordered him to be killed again at all costs. The servant rose from the dead again, and the king coldly announced that he had only allowed himself to doubt his own power, and for that he would be paid with 10,000 deaths. After that, the king began methodically dealing with the servant, counting each death step by step, without any pity and with almost eerie precision. When the count finally reached 10,000, the king stopped the ritual and ordered the servant to stand up, as if finishing the accounting of punishments. Then he said it was time to return to urgent matters. Meeting with the hero as he wanted did not succeed, so the king moved on, leaving behind only silence and fear. For the Volodar, this became a real problem, and he had to look for another way because that boy was too valuable. He turned to the servants, asking what they thought about it. His condition was no longer the best. He stubbornly insisted that everything was done correctly, but his own speech was getting worse and worse. Words barely came out of his throat, silently betraying him. The king did not like this, and he ordered him to be killed again 10,000 times once, as if the punishment had no end. He began to count time anew, calming down, and summoned the commander-in-chief Black Raven. He arrived quickly, as if he had been just waiting for the order. The king ordered the commander-in-chief to capture the hero Ares alive and sharply asked if he could handle this task. The Black Raven solemnly declared that he would definitely manage, because the Lord himself had ordered it. Elsewhere, a man, pressing his palm to his beard, muttered gloomily, "The resurrection of the dead, if it is even true, is too big a problem." He asked Slad whether those who had spent their years of life really no longer were subject to resurrection, and the hero replied, "If it is a matter of skill obtained from the Dragon Empress, then it is true 10 years ago monsters who died from his curse of accelerated aging could not rise again." The army of the Dragon Empress consisted of the strongest warriors, and they all repeatedly returned to life until Slad's skill interrupted the usual course of the battle and shifted the situation. The man said that no matter how many victories there were, they were worth nothing if the enemy forces did not decrease, so the tactics needed to be changed, and Slad replied that at least their opponent used this ability not as chaotically as the Dragon Empress, and revived only 1 or 2 at a time. The thief explained, "Resurrection is too mysterious a gift, and if the Demon King wanted Ares so much, wouldn't it be easier to wait until he is executed and he dies himself?" The girls supported him. Something really does not add up, so it should be considered that resurrection has its limits. They decided to postpone the conversation about limitations, because now it was more important to resolve the situation with Ares. Perhaps he would still be resurrected after the execution. The man agreed that it was not possible to thoughtlessly take his life, and the girl clarified whether it even mattered, since his heroic gift no longer worked. Mitch High confidently said that under any circumstances Ares would fit perfectly into the Demon Rabbit's army, but Dishav sharply objected. "He is a complete weakness, and without Slad he will simply be driven there, and then he will understand himself that he is incapable of changing anything." Everyone agreed with her, and Slad added that if something unforeseen happens, they could put a debuff on Ares and take control of the situation, but the man interrupted, "You don't have to become an executioner." The king finally made a decision. This time they have no choice but to postpone Ares' execution. He smiled and thanked the guys for their help once again, then promised that he would reward them a little later for their diligence. Then Mche said he was leaving. The saint also needed to return to the temple, and Disha had work that could not be postponed, and the hero hesitated for a moment and awkwardly wavered. They asked him what had happened, and the hero thought, parting is not the end of the world, but for some reason right now he felt such loneliness, completely unlike when Ares once kicked him out of the team. He easily accepted that they did not notice his true abilities, and as if they did not see the real him, but now everything was different. He was like an eagle to those who know he is ready to go side by side. Now he had true friends, and he longed to live thrilling adventures with them again, so he said he had a proposal. He asked if they would like to reunite as a team again. In the morning, the hero woke up, stretched, quickly got dressed, and yawning, started making himself coffee. In front of them on the table waited a large, extremely delicious breakfast dish, from which a warm aroma came. The hero flipped through newspapers where it was written that the pseudo-hero was living his last days, and since Ares was sentenced, 2 months had already passed. The hero suddenly choked on his coffee, and the girl sitting next to him asked anxiously what had happened. Slage, in a frantic scream, insisted that the team had already been recreated, but after 2 months without a single ordinary mission, he began to crack inside and deteriorate. At first, he stuck to his own principles, but later he greedily began to use the privileges of his rank. He got not just a house, but an entire estate, and even the food was not ordinary, but with desserts. He believed the king's words that he had once saved the whole world, and at that very moment they clouded his mind. Before he could blink, Slage merged with the stream of indifference, fueling it so much that the girl did not notice the scale of the disaster. The girl agreed that there were almost no adventures left, but they insisted that everything was still great and showed him a new cute suit, because of which the hero for the first time soberly realized, an exquisite life should not become a habit for new adventurers. Slage burst out shouting, "How can one have all the benefits of rank SSS but only reach for buildings to gather herbs and humiliate goblins?" And Etika agreed she was tired too. Then he asked her to say what she thought about it, and she replied that it was better to trust his own opinion. He suddenly realized that Tika had become helpless, like a child doomed to a pause, unable to make decisions independently, so he told her to start real work today. Erika approached the boys and ordered them to look at the new task. Mikai decided that it was again a mission to overthrow goblins and refused to go today, while Ramuri said she would help if it was necessary to gather herbs, but she herself did not want to go after goblins. Edix laughed, fixing her gaze on their faces, as if to say today they would have something interesting. Looking around the building, the thief did not believe that killing 30 beasts really paid such a reward, and decided that there was a suspicious trick here, but the girl ordered him to look below. It was written there that thanks to this task adventurers are promoted from rank E to rank D, and the main prize is the opportunity to raise their rank. The girl loudly exclaimed that if she succeeded, rank D would be hers, and the thief immediately understood what attracted her so much. Ramuri did not object, because Ithaca still holds rank E, and why not take the task to raise his rank, and the thief also decided that it was not such a bad idea, while the heroine was glad that Ithaca cared about her adventurer rank. The hero asked the witch if she could brew more potions this time, and all the boys suddenly shouted joyfully because the hero realized they were too tired of those boring missions with goblins. The hero said that he would go and call Dishao, but for now he would give them time to prepare. Some time would pass, and he would return. 2 men fiercely chopped at each other with swords. Their strikes sounded sharp and dull, and sparks flashed every time the blades met. The brunette could not repel the attack and fell, and the crowd was announced that Eska from the village of Ranoa had won. The crowd erupted with a roar like a wave. As the hero passed by, he noticed the selection of a new hero had already begun, and the atmosphere in the crowd became tense, as if the decision would be announced any moment. After Ares lost his title, contenders who considered themselves worthy of becoming the new hero began arriving from all over the world, and it seemed that this selection endeavor caused no refusals, so another outsider appeared. It turned out to be Disha. As soon as the hero saw her, he greeted her, and noticing that she was going to do the laundry, offered help, which the girl immediately accepted. While the hero helped Disha with the laundry, he asked in surprise why the Holy Virgin was doing this work at all, since it seemed like a task for the younger apprentices. Disha replied that everything was fine and decided to manage on her own. Then the hero asked why she was not watching the selection of today's hero. Desha said that she saw no point in observing this in such a way, because a suitable candidate would not be found soon. This ceremony was held only because of faith in the power of the legendary hero of the old continent, as a trial for the body. The girl believed that one does not become a hero just through personal ambitions. One becomes a hero when doing everything possible for the well-being of the whole world. And those who want only the hero's title will not pass the selection. The hero even admitted that the rules were too strict, but it could not be otherwise because of Ares. The girl asked what brought him to her, and he showed her that Etika had taken on an important task. Therefore, Desha said that she would help. He thanked her and asked how she works in the temple. She replied that, as he had seen, she almost had nothing to do. The priest does everything himself, and the wounded, who need the help of the Holy Virgin, do not turn to them. Overall, she was convinced that it would be more useful for the guys this way, and even hoped to meet people on the way who would take the hero's place. The hero, seeing through the window what was happening outside, immediately understood her, and a little later they entered the building. Desha, with surprise, recognized the same girl and asked what she was doing here. She laughed, saying that all this happened thanks to her persistent work and perfect qualities that suit the service staff, and seeing the hero, climbed over the counter. The saint shouted to Sladu to run away because this woman was dangerous. Next to the hero, she spoke gently and at the same time insistently, to say that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how he was and if everything was all right with him. The hero could not understand who she was, and she replied that she once made him a passionate proposal, but he still did not recognize her. He finally realized that she was talking about that marriage proposal. The girl introduced herself as Selenia, apologized for not doing so last time, and then asked what he was doing in the capital guild, and said that she had heard he was staying in the capital, so she would not allow him to leave under any circumstances. Selenia asked him not to be rude because she had tirelessly worked to improve sales figures, and it was precisely because of this that she got a position in this branch of affairs. He told Selenia that her love, or rather, stubbornness, was simply impressive, but he had only one remark left, after which he cut off the phrase and fell silent. He suddenly realized that the entire audience present had already seen this. Mitch told how incredibly interesting their relationship looked, and when Ramuri heard about the marriage, he asked if they were going to get married. And Desha, although he had ideals and his own ethics, thought that he might have a romance on the side, so her fists itched with anger. The hero assured that he had no affairs, but at the same time admitted he was not dating Etika either. Finally, the hero said that Lady Selenia was the one who took care of him when he was kicked out of the group, and there was nothing more between them. Instead, he accused this girl of making up unnecessary things. The thief replied that everything was obvious anyway, and the hero did not understand why he was beaten then. Selenia told the hero that he annoyed her, but this time she would forgive him. She forgave him because she wanted to be a good wife for her future husband. Without wasting time, Selenia sharply disappeared, leaving everyone stunned. Selenia told Etika that she decided to raise her rank with an orc mission to track down and exterminate orcs, and Vor was only surprised. He said she spoke about it as if there was nothing strange about such a task. Selenia replied that this was completely different because, first, she was a professional and selected tasks strictly according to the real abilities of people, and second, she would never agree to lead Mr. Slad's group on such a terrible assignment, and he asked her to stop. The guy asked the others when exactly he became the group leader, and Mitch sharply cut in, who else but him, because the hero had never led before and did not know if he could handle it until they looked at the contract. They were ordered to kill 30 orc scouts approaching the Hydra Mountains, and at the same time everyone understood that this task was issued by the royal army itself. They were to destroy orc scouts from the Demon King's army, and the payment was per piece. They only needed to kill a specified number of monsters, and this was more profitable and respectable than typical guild work, and of course it would raise their rank. For this, they had to find the orc camp and wipe it out. The hero calculated that they paid 180 gold per orc, plus an additional 150 for completing the mission, so it turned out incredibly profitable. But the thief shook his head and noted that no matter how many such assignments they took, it never ended well. Once they killed a hobgoblin who was as threatening as an orc, but they hardly benefited. The girl quietly laughed and said that if they did not want this, there was no need to participate, but the second group had already set off to search for the camp, and Mitch exclaimed in surprise. As many people as they wanted could perform this task, and Selenia added that if the other group got rid of the required number of orcs faster, Etika would lose the chance to raise her rank. Shichai tried to get more rewards for himself, but there was no point because someone had already taken the mission, and later another group of travelers would simply come to complete the same task and take the established reward, so Shite bitterly said that they were greedy, not the royal army. The hero finally realized that the murder of orcs was not considered a mandatory condition for rank promotion by chance. The royal army deliberately arranged everything so that as many adventurers as possible would decide to participate in this task, and it is from these combatants ultimately that another army will arise. So the thief said that, as expected from the hero, he immediately saw the true intentions. The girl stated that she had only recently arrived in the capital and had no idea what he was talking about, but the hero understood that she was lying, and she did not even blush. So in any case, she advised them to join this task if they wanted to raise their rank and asked if they agreed. The hero still agreed, and she almost put the seal. Shite shuddered and hiccuped loudly while getting up, then asked what exact reward was paid for killing mutants and rare types of monsters. Selenia replied that they pay equally for any work, and then the thief grunted. So such monsters should simply be avoided, and if it comes to work, he is sure that some D-rank group will definitely handle the giant orc or orc tyrant. The girl asked to wait a minute and emphasized, adventurers must support each other and set a proper example for the younger generation, to which Shite replied that she was right, but first and foremost adventurers must take care of themselves, and the team itself decides whether to participate in the fight at all. He inquired whether they really had no right to refuse, and the hero immediately understood the hint. If adventurers find colleagues in trouble, they can help out of goodwill, but no one will want to do it as a duty if they are not paid for it, because for adventurers this is primarily a job. Shite declared that he absolutely did not care about other people's problems, and then Slad, still being in his team, learned one very important lesson. Never interfere in Shite's negotiations, and even Ares at his time did not break this rule. Damn it, I added that Slad has the rank of SSS adventurer, and that such a respected person should receive appropriate payment. The girl gave in and said that if they take on especially strong monsters, she would somehow negotiate with the guild leader, so Shichais were glad that they finally reached an agreement. Dishal was worried that they might have to get rid of another unnecessary monster on the road, but neither he nor Ramuri could do anything because Shichais was too important a person, so they eventually set out. The thief was beaming at the thought that now they would be paid extra for the monster they would have to kill anyway, and the hero reminded him of his own words that he supposedly did not care about others. Damn it, I said he doesn't care, but the hero will still get into the fight, and then the thief won't be able to sit it out on the sidelines. He shouted that wasting time is unacceptable under any circumstances, and that the orcs must be quickly finished off before they manage to cause harm. The wagon, creaking with its wheels, moved forward and gained speed on the night road. Ramuri asked Etika what she was doing, and she replied that she was rubbing herself with a potion that removes odors that have appeared recently, and started using it before every mission. The witch decided it was just ordinary perfume, so she approached closer to inhale the scent. Ramuri said that actually she doesn't stink, she is just too used to it, and Otoko added that she doesn't want the smell of goblins and other monsters to remain on her skin, so the merchant advised her this potion especially since she wants to smell pleasant before Slad. Slad said that even if she smelled terribly, he wouldn't say a word to her, but Ramuri screamed that she doesn't want him to think about it at all. Then Ramuri, smiling contemptuously, teased, saying the hero is the very embodiment of sophistication and delicacy. The witch grimly warned that Etika will have great difficulties if she marries him, and the hero, diverting the conversation, said that for the first time they are going into the vanguard with only 6 people, and asked if they need to take another vanguard. The witch replied that Etika can summon dwarves, so everything should supposedly work out without problems. The hero nodded intently. Slad is fully capable of holding the vanguard position alone, so they decided to entrust this responsibility to him. The hero froze in shocked silence while the girls explained. While he was sleeping, they had already discussed everything and made decisions instead of him, and he didn't understand why they had effectively presented him with a fait accompli. Etika added that the enemy ahead will immediately weaken, it will be easier for everyone to fight. Ramuri emphasized that Dishead doesn't know this yet, and the hero awkwardly admitted that so far he had only gone into close combat against goblins. The girls confidently assured that everything is under control and they will somehow manage, and Dishal ahead, noting something down, noticed strange anticipation behind the rocky outcrops. The thief quickly concluded that bandits are waiting there. Dishav awkwardly announced that her demon detector is not reacting and she doesn't feel the miasma, and the girls supported her jokingly and encouragingly, declaring that this is her best hour. Ramuri said that as soon as the bandits appear, she will shoot an arrow at them and let it be considered tactical training, but the hero thought, There is nothing worse than ending up on the bandit's side, and whatever Sylph aims at, he is just an ordinary person, so he won't be able to hold that role. Dishav approached and asked if they really wanted to let Slad engage in close combat. It was too dangerous, and the hero gratefully hugged the saint tightly. Etika explained that as soon as Slad is targeted, fully automatic enhancement will activate. Ramuri added, if he does not enter close combat, nothing will activate immediately. Shichai assured that they would not abandon him anyway and everything would be fine, and Dishav finally understood their idea to immediately weaken the enemy really made sense. They waited to convince him. Everything would be fine, they would fight nearby and definitely protect him if something unforeseen happened, and training before meeting a powerful monster would only be beneficial. And at that moment, the hero really wished Ramuri was in his place, but still agreed to try. Disha said that if anything happened, she would immediately heal his wounds, but he still needed to receive only minimal damage, so she would cast a protective spell on him, and the hero thought she resembled his mother. He decided that only Dishal treated him kindly and tried to convince himself everything would be all right. Then he asked Nightmare if she was nearby, and she jumped out, declaring that this was their joint adventure and asked him not to tell others about her. She warned that if they found out that one of the 16 pillars was among them, everyone would immediately start to get nervous, and she could not allow that. When their opponents were already neutralized, the squad was finally ready to move into battle. Silitz addressed Ramuri and said that the first strike was her turn, after which she unleashed the Burning Mist forward. Burning Mist is magic that creates a slightly burning fog used to detect enemies, but even such a pitiful trick could not catch the basilisks. None of the basilisk gang would fall into the trap. The men screamed that everything around was burning and that they could not breathe, and with mad haste rushed forward. The hero decided that Ramuri's spell was still merciless. Due to automatic enhancement, his burning mist had become so powerful that the enemy could barely breathe in it. The thief declared that he and Slad would stand against those who tried to cross the bridge, and the others should attack everyone who tried to escape. Ethics had already begun to show its strength and influence the course of the battle. The bandits rushed into the clash, eager to fight, and the thief promised to win first and asked the hero to support him. They rushed across the bridge, and 2 bandits had already struck Shichai. The hero easily dodged, and the bandits were left weaponless. Damn, he smiled, clicked the device, and asked if this was exactly what they were looking for. Another bandit lunged at the hero and shouted why he was walking without armor, as it made him too vulnerable a target. But thanks to the fully automatic debuff, the power of any enemy attack became 0. The bandit still failed to defeat the hero, but he was still trembling with fear and trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. A bandit attacked from a height and shouted that this time he definitely would not miss. His blade already flashed right in front of the hero's face. But as soon as the hero struck, his own blade cracked and flew away. The hero realized that this was no longer the effect of his debuff, but the sacred armor that Disha had first placed on him. He grabbed the bandit to prevent him from approaching again. Slad activated a general skill move and threw his enemy using a throw. He understood the vanguard squad did not suit him, so in despair he was already thinking he would die of fear. Eventually, only one leader remained on the battlefield, and he was asked if he wanted to continue this senseless confrontation. The man did not believe that his people had already lost and, unable to hold back, simply collapsed to the ground, mumbling that he could no longer. Then the thief ordered the judge to deliver the final blow, and she cast a forced sleep spell. He fell, and Ethika sighed joyfully as if everyone was already finished, but the saint suddenly noticed something strange that had escaped the others. Slad lay on the ground, trembling, and everyone wondered. Was he serious, because it was still unclear who had really won? It never occurred to her that after one skirmish he would be so exhausted, so he ordered her not to look at him with such pity, and Ethika tried to encourage him, recalling that at least he could defeat goblins with a single light hand movement, but that did not comfort him at all. They finally realized that placing Slad in the vanguard was pointless. His physical skills were mediocre, and he stayed ahead only thanks to a fully automatic buff. Such tactics work against dull goblins, but not at all against humans. The witch apologized to him and said she did not have the strength to drag him along by force, and he replied, "Do not blame yourself, he himself thought he could manage." Despite this, she repeated that he was still her hero. He was still sad, but these words eased his heart a little, and Etika asked what they would do with the bandits, to which Shichai said, they would take the leader and bring him to the nearest town, and the rest would be handed over to the road guard's discretion. Ethika did not understand why, since usually the biggest reward is given to the leader, and Dishao shook his head. Even if it happens that the guards arrive, they will not have time to take everyone. They will either be hanged or sent to atone for their sins in the mine to be cleansed of sin. But if the monsters turn out to be faster than the guards, then so be it by God's will, and they will pay for their actions with blood, and she can only help by sanctifying or washing the bodies with holy water so that after death, if the monsters devour them, they do not become undead. Ethica realized that they were doomed anyway, and the leader shouted at Ethica in madness that he did not care about their suffering. He felt no pity for leaving them to the mercy of the monsters, so he already now proposes to part peacefully, promising not to attack anyone else and only to give him free rein. The thief reached out to Ramiria and asked for help, and she uttered a truth spell, after which Shichai asked the leader directly what he would do if he were actually set free. The bandit burst out laughing and declared that he would continue to rob and kill, and supposedly this is what makes their life the coolest in their world. The thief clarified whether Ithaca heard this. They would not become exemplary citizens, would not go to the temple to atone for their sins, and would not give a knightly oath, because these guys like Ares for them. The main things are entertainment, robbery, and violence. As soon as Ithaca heard the word Ares, her sympathy seemed to cut off, and the guys were grateful to Ares for somehow helping them now. They looked at the mountains and wondered if orcs came from there, and Ramiri replied that the orcs came from the north of the mountains, and it is there that the lands of orcs and demons lie, so Etika asked what lands these were. They were told that before the Great War 50 years ago, this territory belonged to them, but His Majesty Cassiv reconquered these possessions. Ithaca was surprised that he could do more than just bury in a pit, because it turned out, this entire territory is the border of the Kingdom of Siwud, and due to the dangerous mountain terrain, an army could not be sent there, so orcs and other undead were destroyed only by wandering adventurers. She was explained that closing the mountain roads could be a temporary defense, but there was a high probability that orcs would simply start digging tunnels, and then there would be even more destruction because these creatures are not very smart. If they see a barrier, they will go through it regardless of whether they actually need to get to the other side. So Shich must for now look for signs of orcs, and the rest should rest. Damn it, I led everyone forward, declaring that orcs are too stupid to hide their tracks, so we wouldn't have to search for long, and in a moment, an orc camp immediately opened up ahead. They noticed about 10 attackers, and among them there was not a single mutant, after which Rimuri suggested burning them with her magic, but the hero reminded them. They came so that Ithaca could raise her rank, so Ithaca took up the intention and said she would handle it herself, and the hero ordered her to kill at least the majority and not to take reckless risks. The girl declared that she would burn them with salamander fire, but realizing that there would be no other options, she asked for backup. Dishal cast holy armor on her and Ramuri a magical title. Ethica thanked them, and the girls so sincerely shared her gratitude that they began to throw even more buffs, while Dishal sought to strengthen her defense and asked the witch to use all enhancing spells without exception. The hero sitting above asked if this was too much for a fight with simple orcs, and the thief only smiled slyly and asked what exactly he meant. Shichai said that a familiar smile appeared on his face, the same one he saw when he worked together with Ares, and the hero took care of the others. Shichar admitted that now he understood how the hero himself felt then. Because of the shadow of the past, he distanced himself from everyone and even not so long ago kept his distance. Feeling this, the hero sincerely exhaled with relief and rejoiced that he finally received an answer. The boys set up the tent, and Ethica immediately fell asleep. The heroine said that it was good because she had spent a lot of strength fighting against the orcs. Seeing the heroine's strange face, the witch asked what was wrong with it, and he wondered if Ethica could, hypothetically, have been that strong from the very beginning. The saint asked why he had such thoughts, since Ethica had not even fought goblins, yet she was a novice. The witch agreed that in the last battle she really showed herself better than usual. She hit every orc exactly in the head or heart without any misses, and all this was thanks to his fully automatic buff. Isn't that what the hero thought? The saint explained that Ares also once received a boost from him, but now Ithaca did it much more skillfully, and the former hero has a holy sword, so the saint agreed. If you think about it, he is right. Slad said that a long time ago he was on a team with several E-rank adventurers, and the boost affected them too, but its effect was not so noticeable for a long time until he leveled up, and the saint noted that even under such conditions it is pleasant to understand how strong Ethica is. Slad said that it was good and rejoiced for her, but the witch immediately noticed. Something was wrong with his face and there was anxiety hidden in his smile. He replied that Ethica cannot feel her own strength because of him, since she became an adventurer and immediately joined him, so she considers that she gained everything only thanks to his boost. Slad was sad that she still could not feel what she was really capable of, and the witch shook her head. Both he and Ethica still did not realize how truly powerful they were. The hero admitted Ethica is really strong and steadfast, but the strength in him depends only on his skill. When it became completely cold, the hero said that he would go gather more firewood, and immediately went outside. Suddenly, the witch screamed terribly, and the saint immediately shouted out what had happened. She asked everyone to listen to her carefully because she wanted to discuss something important, but the guys grumbled and were not happy they were eating at that time. Ramiri explained that she gathered them only because she wanted to share an extraordinarily brilliant plan with them. She announced her idea as the hero for Slad plan and stated it clearly and confidently. Everyone froze in shock, and the thief immediately asked if she understood everything about Slad's skill. He sharply shouted that because of his unique ability he was once even kicked out of the warehouse, and now he is still unemployed, because of which they call him on the continent the invincible unemployed man. And Ethica objected that Slad does not have the abilities to be a hero, but the witch said they were wrong. Ramiri replied that he does not need any heroic skills, it is enough to behave like a real hero, and Slad did not understand her words, so the heroine only hinted that he should activate the buff more often, but Slad cannot do this constantly. The witch admitted that she had long thought about how exactly Slad should behave to be considered a hero, and asked if it was really possible to come up with a way to apply the buff directly to Slad himself and cancel the penalty for the skill. She decided to invent an elixir that would help solve this problem, but realized the witch's love is too burdensome and she could not find common ground with the one who saw the world differently. Ramiri explained that for mages an adventure is essentially an endless search for answers, and no matter how much they try and how many times they fail, they will not stop, because that is how magic works and that is how mages think. The guys believed that this was exactly what her mother had taught her, a terrible, painful conviction, and Ramiri added, when she learned the true identity of Ares, she was incredibly disappointed. But the witch did not give up. She thought long and intently, searching for a way to bypass her own limits and change the course of events. She mixed the potion with pleasure, which was supposed to make him completely lose interest in the opposite sex. The thief noticed that the witch could be a real sadist, but unfortunately, when Ares, considered a hero, kept stability in mind, her plan strikes did not seem so easy. The witch approached Shechai and asked him for forgiveness, but he was confused and did not understand for what exactly. Shechai did not guess what she had in mind, so he only begged for mercy, and the witch turned away and said that she was distracted and that she needed to be allowed to continue. The witch explained the strengthening effect of the buff increases with level, but as Slad noted, there are many nuances, so she reworked the very idea of the plan. If it is impossible to activate the buff in advance, one must simply become stronger and pass the giant power to her. When she finally spoke these words, the thief realized that all this was her apology addressed specifically to him, and the meaning of her vague hints formed into one picture. The witch sincerely apologized and admitted that she could no longer rely on anyone else, and Shechai replied that he no longer worried as before, especially since now he owed her. Ethica still did not understand what they were talking about, and Shechai explained. Ares always asks to use his thief skill, which allows stealing and transforming abilities into candies, and if Slad eats a candy, he can acquire that skill. The witch apologized and confessed that she knew well how much she hated the very process of using this skill, but still asked to steal her giant power. Shechai replied that she understood. She should give up, but suddenly exclaimed that she was a mage and she did not need this skill. She did not even use it, but it could be very useful to Slad. She was sure that he would use the power for good and exactly for the intended purpose, and that it would be much more useful to him than to her. Shechai nevertheless agreed and said that they could try, and if necessary, he would be able to return everything back, and then he began. Shechai passed through the Bijala's strike as if it had no power, and calmly approached closer. He appeared behind the girl holding a small sphere in his hand, which emitted a strange energy. The girl slowly came to her senses, feeling her body obey her again. The hero rushed to her as soon as she fell, and Shechai demonstrated the skill he had managed to steal, making the hero think that no one would see Shechai stealing others' abilities. Then the thief asked Rimuri if she had this skill from birth, because to live a normal life, her body needed to learn to control it, otherwise most muscles simply could not work without it. It turned out, without the skill she could not move normally, but the girl still wanted to give it to the boy and showed that she could stand on her own. Dishav did not want to upset her but said, If it were not for the Sladova power, she would not have moved a finger. The girl did not immediately understand, but the thief already explained it to her through Ethica. A skill cannot be considered separately from the one who owns it. Even when the witch thought she did not need the skill, her body denied it, so he ordered her to take it back and forcibly shoved it right into her mouth. A little later, from the side, they hinted to Saikyou that he had done a great job with the guard duty. The thief asked why the hero came so early, even before the guard change, and he replied that he wanted to check how everything was with him. Ramuri said that she had already apologized for touching old wounds, and that now she really felt normal. The man was more worried about Ramuri because she asked him about it only through Slad, although she had already encountered skill theft. She should have realized that as soon as she brought up this topic, she risked sowing discord in the group, so in the end, helping Ramuri was much more important to him than their entire group, although perhaps she herself had not yet realized this. The hero did not believe such words and thought that the witch valued them all equally, and their company was one of the few places where she, a half-blood, could feel at home, so shite asked if the hero remembered how Ramuri joined his group. At first she was attracted by Ares, but his mask of kindness lasted less than a week. A week after the heroine learned the whole truth about Ares, she recalled how he supported her every day and how she wanted him to become stronger, because then he was just a good-natured porter to her. But as soon as the hero saved her from the demons, her attitude changed, and she sincerely, from the bottom of her heart, thanked him. Shite agreed. Their relationship definitely improved when Ramuri learned the truth about his ability. Her eyes literally lit up, and she joyfully admitted that her idol was not just a polite porter, but a traveler from the SSS ring. At that very moment, Ramuri said something to him. She declared that she wanted to see Slad as a hero and apparently called him an unemployed hero. He did not understand what exactly she meant at the time, so he ignored the words. Instead, among them, it was Ramuri who admired this hero the most, and the thief added that in any case, it was worth keeping Ramuri under observation because she clearly was not going to abandon her plan. Shite said goodbye to the hero and said he was going to sleep, and Slad was stunned. In Ramuri's gaze, he himself looked like a hero. They might be comrades, but he still did not know everything about them. The incident with Ares brought them closer, but a long path of getting to know each other awaited ahead. The next day, Disha reported that 6 monsters infected with his asthma awaited them ahead, and the thief without hesitation rushed to verify the words. He did not understand what she and the saint meant, but unexpectedly asked why she would not say it directly to his face, although he admitted. The ability to steal skills seemed incredible to her, and Edix was even more surprised to learn that Shite could not only steal others' skills but also transfer them to others or even take them for himself. Disha considered it incredible, but she was even more shocked by something else. After yesterday, she was sure that Shite was capable of defeating anyone if he only wanted to. Ramuri and Otoko did not quite believe her words, thinking that Sveta was exaggerating a bit, so she offered an example and asked Otoko what would happen if Shite stole her spiritual priestess skill right now. Otoko did not even want to imagine such a thing, because then they would not just stop being friends, it would destroy everything. And Disha explained that the spiritual priestess skill allows communication with other spirits. It turns out that Otoko will lose everything just like Slad, and although Slad understood the logic, for some reason, the pain in his chest made him feel hurt hearing these words. Disha added that all her class skills including summoning spirits and ethics would disappear like her holy power or witch quality, because travelers like demons feed on class skills gained along the way or from forbidden missions. The saint said that the witch quality would allow Shite to use all types of magic, but there was nothing to take from Sada. Slad's unique skills are not stolen, and he has no class or class skills, according to Shite. The hero burst out shouting that it could be a provocation or a throw, and also that all this could be stolen, and the witch reminded, these skills are common and Shite already has them, so for some reason he felt like an outcast until Shite finally returned. As soon as Shite stepped forward, the girls immediately surrounded him from all sides, showering him with compliments and words about how much they loved him, while the boys shouted that they were too close, and he almost felt a chill under his heart. The saint spoke with relief that thank God, Shite is a good person and he will not use his gift against those he loves. One of the boys asked if he could finally report what he had seen. Ahead of them were 6 guardsal tall orcs. The saint replied with surprise, saying who would have thought they would enter the lands of the kingdom, and asked if Shite had seen the royal army, to which he calmly said he only saw their equipment and nothing more. Otoko was surprised at how strong these enemies were, and the witch explained that tall orcs are a type of demon, most mistakenly call them mutated orcs, but by their physiology they are demonic, not ordinary monsters. Ordinary orcs are divided by types of work, while tall orcs are considered exclusively fighters. The heroes stated that they should be feared precisely because of their class skills, and Etika agreed. Then caution must be doubled, but the thief reassured, "Don't worry, they don't know about their presence, so the enemies can be caught by surprise." Dishao said that victory would not come easily, but the advantages were already in their hands, and the witch reminded Etika that she wants to corner Zerakani and let her handle that too. Etika calmed down, remembering that she had once fought this demon before, and a little later used acceleration and went on the offensive again. She summoned a fireball and the flames struck the enemies, tearing their ranks apart. The boys watching the fight realized that their help was almost unnecessary. Otoko was pleased because Shichai turned out to be right, everything became too easy, and Disha added that without Ares, dealing with monsters was much simpler, so in her opinion this happened thanks to Otaka. The hero replied that Ares enjoys the idea of delivering the final blow, so Rumori could not use her powerful spells, and the saint said that if needed additional protection could be provided by calling the gnomes or placing the garden in front, but he was against it, and the enemies did not even have time to do anything with such magic support, they simply were not given a chance. It remained only to prevent the rest of the orcs from escaping the battle, and Silpha's strategy, which enhanced the fireball with wind, worked flawlessly, so the team relied on the strength of each member, and Etika finally realized that Slad was essentially their local strategist. Rumori supported her, smiling and saying that Slad always found excellent tactics, and the girls hugged tightly. Both were happy that they finally understood each other, and the saint also thought that it was Slad who came up with using Ares as bait. Ramuri was surprised because she was sure that this idea was proposed by Disha, but the hero explained. Ares rejected all his plans, so he asked Disha to devise the strategy instead. This tactic surprisingly suited his reckless character and was only possible thanks to Disha's sacred armor. Romri essentially said that Slad is the one who controls everything behind the scenes, subtly directing Ares, and the hero replied that without context, it sounds like he is some kind of villain. The girl hugged him, and he added that it's not just about his tactics, maybe the orcs themselves are not that strong. Tivchika the thief objected that the hero was wrong. The orcs are extremely strong, and this became clear from his inspection, as their weapons and armor were first-class quality, and they also had items that enhanced magical resistance. Rumuri was surprised again, and Shicha explained that they are elite fighters from the Lord's army, and moreover, he himself found a written order from the Demon Lord, so there was no reason to doubt their training anymore. They got involved in this for the sake of raising their ethical rank, but in the end, they came across something truly important. The thief, boasting of his strength, conducted an examination, and it turned out that their weapons and armor were first class, even made of mithril, and Shich's was silent for the first time because usually, upon finding something valuable, he would shout that it would be sold for money. Shich's quietly said that along with the trophies he found a written order from the Demon Lord, and when he rushed to him with the question of whether he was joking, there was no answer. The document hinted that the Lord had given the High Orcs a secret mission. So according to the content of the order, they will be able to track the movements of the Demon Lord's army and, relying on these clues, come straight to him. Later in the city, the worker again asked if there could be only one tall orc there and the rest 6 ordinary ones, and the hero wondered if she was really so scared that it was hard for her to believe such a thing. 2 men prepared the equipment for sale, and the witch quickly summoned everything needed to the building with a spell, so even the equipment of the tall orcs was made of mithril light and easy to carry. The magic that Rumuri used was called hypercompression. Objects became smaller for ease of carrying without losing weight, and this perfectly suited incredible strength. Upon hearing about mithril, the worker was embarrassed and said that they had to go to an area near the capital, so why look for a path near the Eid Mountains? Her concern was justified. The CE rank squad went to the mountains from where demons come, and not ordinary ones but those who act under special rules and with prepared equipment, and if less experienced adventurers were in their place, they would have died there. Quietly, Shich whispered to the girl that besides protection, they also found an order from the Demon Lord himself. The girl gathered her thoughts, trying to cast away fear. Etika suggested they should not behave as if they had forgotten about the promised bonus for fighting strong monsters. The worker calmly agreed, and the hero expected this to stun her, but she, surprisingly, remained very composed. The girl explained that the guild leader was not present, so she asked if it would be okay for them to receive the reward tomorrow, and the thief only sighed and admitted that he thought so. From the very beginning, he guessed that Selena wanted to introduce them to the guild leader. Etika asked if it would be better for them to demand an additional reward, and the thief replied that a meeting with the leader was necessary to discuss its size, but Selena had already tried to arrange an introduction for them before this. Shite assured them that at least their interests did not conflict with each other, but Etika doubted and claimed that Selena had deceived them. However, he objected. He had already managed to secure a generous reward for them and reminded Etika that the art of negotiation lies in mutual benefit, and imposing one's own conditions is a sign of unprofessionalism. Selena, apologizing, said that as an apology she would treat them to dinner and ask them to rest well and enjoy the food after the hard journey, and Etika sharply shouted at her to stay away from the hero, to which Selena calmly replied, she had nothing to fear. During the toasts, they raised mugs to the level of ethics, and Dishav, skillfully catching Shite, asked how many mugs in a row he had already drunk, and the witch could not resist remarking that he drinks like an old alcoholic. Shite asked Ramuri who mixed such a sweet drink like hers, and she replied that it was Ulzval, an extraordinarily strong alcohol, so the saint finally ordered not to pour any more and immediately noticed that Etika had also started feeling unwell. She tried to say that everything was fine, but she was lying, it was not fine, and the saint turned to the hero, asking why he did not follow etiquette, to which the hero confusedly objected. What does that have to do with it? After all, wine from a luxury hotel is not bad, but nothing compares to drinking among friends. The hero suddenly realized that he would never again be able to calmly just enter a tavern and drink like an ordinary wandering adventurer, and the thief smiled and declared that in any case they were already approaching their goal. Was his goal to raise Etika's rank? Asked the witch, and the hero rudely called her stupid in response, unable to contain his irritation. He intended to bring the whole team to S rank, and the saint said that if he needed any orders, an ordinary rank would be enough, but the thief objected. By becoming an S rank group, they would get rid of all the bureaucratic hassle and paperwork. They would not become slaves to circumstances and would do only what they desired with all their soul, and someone apologized before them. A man asked the hero if he was by any chance Slade. The hero confirmed that it was indeed him and admitted that he felt some strange anxiety, and the man, smiling, said that he was not mistaken and was simply lucky to meet him. The hero honored the darkness that this man literally radiated, and even the all-consuming darkness could not compare to the one that gripped everything around as if the piercing gaze of a raven looked straight into the soul. The man informed the hero that he had brought him amazing news. The hero said that they and the team were currently celebrating their rank promotion and asked to talk about it later, but the man was surprised because he knew. The hero already had an SSS rank, and Slade explained that it was not about him, but about his comrades. The man doubted and declared that this group did not deserve the honor of being called his comrades because he needed allies capable of rising up shoulder to shoulder as equals. The hero flared up with anger. The man said all this without even introducing himself, and with his words so insulted his brothers in arms. The hero became even angrier because of the stranger's impudence. The man asked for a direct answer, introduced himself, and named himself Vice. He was the leader of the Pura Triumph clan, known as the Black Raven. He directly asked if the hero remembered him. Weiss explained, "A clan is an alliance of several groups of adventurers who distribute guild orders among themselves and take on joint missions available only to clan members. According to Weiss, for the guild this is an unofficial but tolerated form of organization." The hero sharply replied that he was hearing this name for the first time, so Weiss was confused. Then Shichai added that Pura Victory is one of the most influential clans in the kingdom, and its core consists of A-rank adventurers. "Then why are you talking right now with Mr. Slod and not with Shichai?" he asked boldly. The thief replied that if Weiss needed their leader, then no, he would not agree to that. The conversation concerned not only them, everyone present understood this, and the thief, pretending to be calm, crossed his fingers behind his back. In every group there are signs understood only by circle members, like the signal I showed, "Do not fall for provocations." Weiss said it would be better to discuss this among themselves if they already knew who he was, because then they would understand. Interference is a bad idea. There was caution in Shichai's voice when he replied that he did not expect the leader of the Black Raven to come personally to recruit someone, and asked who told him about Slod. The Raven explained that their informant prefers to conceal his identity, and the details are a clan privilege, after which he looked again at the hero and asked if he would like to join. The hero refused, saying he did not want that and was completely satisfied with the group he was currently in. Weiss then said he would leave them and advised the hero to get to know their people better first and only then make a decision. Etika, without blinking, tilted the glass and poured her drink onto the white cloth so that the liquid spread in an even trail. Itaka, although she knew the code gestures, was too drunk to understand them, so mentally she screamed twice in fear, and aloud shouted that she did not know who he was and still would not give him any wound. The man grabbed her by the neck, addressing her as "Milady," and hissed that he saw she had no manners at all. He asked if she wanted him to explain how many indecent outfits like hers could be bought for the one suit she ruined. Slod, enraged, ordered him to take his dirty hands off Etika and repeat that again, and Weiss was glowing with the power he saw in him. He finally let the girl go and said that under no circumstances did he want to become his enemy. Shitch, I wondered how much Black Raven knows about Slade, and Weiss apologized for how their first meeting went, assuring that he was not saying goodbye yet. Weiss believed that the hero would eventually come to him himself, while Etika snarled angrily that she would compensate him for those rags in any amount. But she added that he would never see Slaughter again, and Weiss apologized for all this mess, asking to consider it her apology. Weiss left accompanied by the elder, leaving a heavy aftertaste of what was said aloud in the air. Shitch, I finally said, one of the reasons he wants to gather an S-rank group is so that such scoundrels wouldn't even dare to open their mouths towards them.